Welcome to a family where winning is everything. The patriarch, the strongest swordmaster alive, is forcing dozens of his kids to fight for his throne. And the patriarch, competition is brutal. But the older brothers, they are absolutely terrified of our main character. He is leveling up so fast, crushing kids his age, and even earning praise from the big boss himself. But you and I are about to see that this kid secretly has contracts with a literal shadow god and a dragon. Let's go back to where it all started. On selection day, the patriarch announced that whoever picks the legendary sword, Barasada, will become the strongest. And as a tiny baby, our boy grabbed it immediately. Talk about a perfect start. He thought he had it made. But nope, reality hit him hard. As he grew up, he turned out to be completely useless. The Daytona brothers mocked him every single time he tried to train. His swordplay was trash, and in a family that worshipped strength, he was treated like absolute garbage. Yet he kept grinding for years, hoping they would finally appreciate his hard work. Instead, on his 25th birthday, they kicked him out. The only reason they did not execute him was because he actually tried. He was a complete disgrace. Broken, he drifted to another town and found a master. Under her training, he made two massive discoveries. First, he was a genius at magic. He never knew because his family banned it. Second, a dark curse had been blocking his sword skills this entire time. Once the curse was broken, his body felt incredibly light. He was finally ready to show his family what he could do. But right after this breakthrough, he woke up buried under tons of crushed rock. Something had destroyed his home while he slept. Talk about terrible timing, just when things were looking up. But when he opened his eyes, he was back in the past, right at the baby ceremony. Regression time. Now he could actually fight his toxic brothers for the crown. He grabs the sword, making everyone cheer. But this time, it was his own choice. 6 years later, the little guy is still too short to reach the top shelf. He is stuck in Storm Castle with 3 long years before he can leave. He is bored out of his mind until a maid screams after finding a dead bird in his room. Jin immediately knows what is up. Only 2 bullies would do something this messed up. His brothers, who did it just to mess with him. There is 9-year-old Daytona Runcandel, and the white-haired brat next to him is Iona Runcandel, same age. Watching them laugh, Jin is disgusted. In his past life, these two became absolute monsters. Even now, they are killing innocent animals just to mock him. They have zero shame. They are just trying to get a reaction because he is not using the legendary sword. He is about to speak when Hayona punches. Jin blocks it, shocking him. Our boy is not playing nice anymore. He connects with a solid punch straight to the face, then proceeds to absolutely destroy Hayona. Without even trying, he takes down both brothers, warning them to never mess with him again. Their guardian, Khan, arrives, completely stunned. Jin casually lies and says the 2 brothers just fought each other. That explains the bruises. Sure, let's go with that story. Khan wants to get them medical help, but Jin says no. Instead, he orders them to be dragged outside in a brutal rainstorm. You and I know he is not playing around. They need to learn that actions have consequences. Khan cannot really argue with a noble's orders, but he feels something highly unusual. A creepy, dark energy is rolling off the kid. He suspects the young master used mana, and definitely beat up his brothers himself. Naturally, Khan decides to tell the patriarch. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Jin spots him sending the message. He knows Khan reports everything, which means he probably felt the shadow force, the god-tier power Jin got from the shadow deity. It also proves that in this life, that dark energy is still protecting him from the curse that ruined his past. Now that he is free, history is changing. He will never be called a useless swordmaster again. That thought alone brings him joy. But now he has a bigger problem. Meeting his father. After reading the report, the patriarch calls a meeting of his top flag bearers and prepares to visit his son. 200 elite knights mobilize. The legendary leader of the Runcandel family is heading to Storm Castle. Sister Mary is totally shocked by the sudden emergency summons. Another top sibling, Dias, is also completely clueless. They were literally in the middle of a war when called back, making him wonder if Jin caused all this. None of them can figure out why the big boss is making such a massive scene. Luna Runcandel steps in and tells them to shut up, but Mary is still dying to know what is so special about the kid. Over at the castle, a maid alerts Jin that his father is here. Jin wonders what Khan reported. His father is probably curious about his weird energy, since it is not mana or aura. This talk is huge. It determines if his power is actually useful to the family. The patriarch arrives, surrounded by heavily armed knights. He immediately orders his twin sons to be brought in. He asks the bruised twins what they did wrong. The idiots act smug, claiming they are innocent and that Jin used some cheap magic trick to attack them. They are trying to frame him, but the patriarch is way too smart for that. He shuts them down with cold words. stating that weak-minded kids have no place in this family. Then, he calls Jin inside. Our boy faces his father, Jin Runcandel, the ultimate powerhouse of the Empire. He is so ridiculously strong that people worship him as a demigod. Because of his godlike power, Chiron does not really feel human emotions anymore. He only cares about the family's strength. In the first life, Jin was basically invisible to him. Jin was just a talentless kid back then. But now, he steps forward with real pride. The top warriors watch as he kneels down. His father asks why he used a formal title instead of calling him dad. Jin replies that respect is essential. Then, Chiron asks him the same question. Our boy clenches his fist and says their only mistake was executing their revenge poorly. He recites the family rule. Always pay back what is done to you, no matter who it is. Hearing this, Chiron dismisses everyone else. Everyone is stunned that the kid passed. Mary is highly impressed that her little brother gets a private chat with the boss. As the door closes, Chiron brings up the real issue, magic. He warns that magic ruins a swordsman's training and demands to know the source. If it is mana, there will be serious trouble. Jin knows mentioning the shadow god is too risky. He acts clueless and just shows a small spark of his dark energy. Now, here is the twist you and I did not see coming. This energy belonged to the first patriarch. Chiron identifies it instantly as Shadow Force. He is completely shocked that his kid has both the legendary sword and the Shadow Force. He starts to wonder if Jin is destined to lead the clan. It turns out his father is well aware of the shadow god. He explains that Solderet made a pact with the very first patriarch, which built their family's foundation. Since then, the shadow god never picked another descendant until Jin was born. Our boy then asks his father a massive question. He asks if the god of shadows is stronger than him. Chiron pauses, admitting he does not know, since he has never fought a deity. Yet, he speaks with absolute, godly confidence. Chiron actually loves the bold question and pats Jin on the head. Proudly, he asks how he intends to use this power. Our boy confidently replies that he will use it for the family. Kirin laughs instantly. He knows his son is lying through his teeth. Jin is ruthless. He literally beat his brothers and left them to freeze in a storm. That fake answer was not going to fly. So this time, alright, you and I are about to see our main character go with pure honesty. He wants the Shadow Force all for himself. Surprisingly, Kirin does not get angry, promising to watch Jin closely from now on. The confrontation ends. Jin is absolutely exhausted but incredibly proud. No more hiding his powers, this is a massive victory. Remembering how worthless and invisible he felt in his past life, he smiles. Things are finally beginning to change. That night, his older sister, Mary, delivers a legendary gift along with a farewell meal. Jin has never seen her act this nice. But the moment he slides open, box, he gasps. Inside is a burning phoenix heart. A pretty extreme gift for a 7-year-old, but that is classic Mary. She is a powerhouse flag bearer and a 6-star knight, feared as the mad dog of the South. This gift is her challenge. Grow strong and fight her one day. Consuming a phoenix heart is a massive cheat code, granting complete fire immunity and boosting growth. Naturally, Jin starts to wonder if he could actually summon a phoenix of his own in the future. Just then, Gilly brings in some hot soup, but before Jin can take a bite, his bratty twin brothers show up, greedily eyeing the bowl. They are too proud to ask nicely, so our main character offers them a sweet deal. They can have a taste if they do him a quick favor. Little do they know, that favor is absolute manual labor. The Daytona twins are so desperate for a bite that they agree. They have to dig up a specific spot to uncover a secret underground chamber. After hours of exhausting work, the brothers finally finish. They return completely wiped out, eagerly expecting their reward. Instead, they find Jin has eaten almost everything, leaving them a miserable single spoonful. It is a hilariously petty move, and the twins are absolutely fuming. With the manual labor done, Jin heads down the hole. He smiles, realizing one simple spell will shatter the final barrier. He is thrilled to finally use mana again as he blasts right through the hollow wall. Behind it lies the Runcandel clan's legendary secret library. In his previous life, he never even knew this place existed. Recalling the secret passcode, Jin confidently speaks the phrase to calm the defensive magic. The massive door slowly slides open. This vault stores rare relics stripped from the clan's fallen enemies, strictly off-limits to everyone except flag bearers. Luckily, Jin learned the key phrase from Dickus in his past life. That ancient memory pays off, but even Jin is left speechless when he spots a giant figure sealed in a capsule. Seeing the strange, scaly skin, he realizes this is no human. This is Murakan, the legendary dark dragon. Legend says the first patriarch defeated this beast and forced it into an eternal slumber. Ignoring the sleeping giant for now, Jin starts hunting through the library's ancient books. The moment he finds them, he begins studying the secret techniques of the Kongan clan. The text is incredibly complex, and smuggling the books out is way too risky, so he decides to painstakingly transcribe them by hand. Day after day, he copies everything. This routine continues until one night, everything gets flipped upside down. A sudden presence enters the library. Murakan has finally awakened. Jin forces himself to stay calm, knowing the dragon is technically a clan ally. Jin greets him with utmost respect, but calling him a dragon only triggers Murakan's explosive temper. The beast is absolutely furious to be treated like a mere watchdog for the Runcandel family. He angrily rants about his pathetic current state, but it turns out the only reason he woke up is because of Jin. Murakan is utterly shocked to detect shadow energy. He knows only Solderet's contractor could carry that distinct scent. To test the kid, the dragon unleashes his aura, only to immediately stammer and deflate in pure disappointment. Finding out his new legendary contractor is just a tiny child absolutely crushes him. Murakan explains he swore an ancient oath to the shadow god, binding him to serve whoever became the next contractor, which is Jin. Promising to explain details later, he finally gives the boy a proper introduction, unveiling his magnificent true form. He is the loyal servant of Solderet and the last shadow dragon. Having sworn his oath 1,000 years ago, he is now bound to partner with our young protagonist. Since Jin is indeed Solderet's chosen contractor, the deal is sealed. Our young master introduces himself as the youngest Runcandel sibling, respectfully greeting the ancient beast. In fact, this entire mountain was named after Murakan, who ruled this domain for centuries before being defeated by the first patriarch. They were never actually mortal enemies. See, any contractor of a god receives a guardian dragon, which explains why the world always wondered where the legendary black dragon vanished to. No one ever guessed he was sleeping right here. Now that Murakan is awake, Jin realizes he finally has his own ultimate guardian. Shifting into human form, the dragon can easily chat and answer his questions. For months, Jin sneaks back to the library to uncover why Temar Runcandel and Murakan fought in the first place, but the dragon cannot seem to recall the actual reason. Honestly, all he cares about these days is strawberry pie. Jin mentions he has been diligently transcribing the library's books. He confesses he still cannot understand the ancient texts, but Murakan is deeply impressed by his sheer persistence when any normal kid would have given up. Jin humbly claims he is just average for a Runcandel. With so many overpowered siblings and legendary parents, his goal is to surpass them all. Curious, he asks how much the great Temar understood at his age. Since Temar was the strongest warrior in history, Jin wants to know how far behind he really is. But the dragon tells him that even Temar could not read a single line at 7 years old. Temar did not get strong from books. He assures Jin that his raw talent is actually on par with the first patriarch. Still, Jin wonders if he will ever reach those legendary heights, and Murakan urges him to keep training. In time, he might even eclipse the founder. To fuel his ambition, the dragon shares Solderet's secret, Alias. The god of shadows is known as Solderet the Infinite, because his divine power knows no bounds. That means Jin has limitless potential. Eager to unlock it, Murakan decides to teach him an essential technique, Shadow Force Release. This is the cornerstone for any shadow user, but because it is highly volatile, Murakan warns him to proceed with extreme caution. His first task? Release his mana. Jin is slightly confused, so Murakan explains that this technique relies on two fundamentals, mana release and mana transfer. It typically takes a normal mage 3 years to master, and he refuses to teach advanced magic to a beginner. But our main character completely stuns him by performing a flawless mana release that looks suspiciously like a Rasengan. Somehow, he seamlessly executes mana transfer too, leaving Murakan absolutely speechless. This little kid is an absolute prodigy. With both conditions met, Jin is ready for the real deal. Since every shadow is born from Solderet's energy, the god is the ultimate source, and Jin is his sole contractor. Whispering shadows begin to flood the chamber as Murakan explains Jin can dominate them all. Jin watches in awe as this incredible power unfolds. Meanwhile, the story cuts to his eldest sister, Luna, who is wrapping up her brutal mission. She estimates she will be done in about 4 months. Standing amidst piles of slain monsters, she ponders what perfect gift to bring her cute little brother. 6 months later, the Daytona twins officially come of age and pack their bags. That leaves Jin, who happily celebrates his 9th birthday with a cake baked by Gilly. He insists everyone has a slice, but then Khan suddenly arrives with urgent news. Luna has arrived to see him. As the family's first flag bearer, she is the eldest and an absolute powerhouse knight. But, unlike her power-hungry siblings, she has zero interest in the throne. In his past life, Luna rarely acknowledged Jin, making this sudden visit highly suspicious. Our protagonist wonders if something went wrong in the family, or, even worse, if she discovered his secret library training. But to his shock, Luna gently pats his head, treating him with incredibly sweet warmth. Jin cannot help but feel she is acting exceptionally cautious around him. Luna sighs, realizing he probably views her as an enemy and a rival for the succession. That misunderstanding deeply saddens her. Desperate to reassure her cute little brother, Luna does something completely unexpected. She drops down to one knee, offering a sincere apology and showing him genuine, formal respect. She asks to speak with him in private. Though completely taken aback, Jin smiles and leads the way. Once alone, she warns him that ever since he started standing out, their power-hungry siblings have been watching closely. And stick with me, because the moment he leaves Stormcastle, they are definitely going to strike. His supposedly cold big sister suddenly softens up, admitting she is terrified. Jin will lose his smile in their toxic family power struggles. Turns out, she absolutely despises the brutal Runcandel rules. Hearing this, Jin finally gets why Luna abandoned her shot at leading the clan. Though, in his previous life, she never showed this side. Was his past self just not worth the effort? Regardless, one thing is certain: Luna is genuinely terrified that their power-hungry siblings are targeting him next. But our main character is no coward, proudly declaring he will never run from his brothers. Still, she insists she is not doing this for her own sake. Jin smiles, knowing that, but drops a total bomb some coward already tried to assassinate him. That sets off her legendary Runcandel fury. The sheer thought of anyone touching her little brother inside Stormcastle triggers her massive aura as she demands names. Jin assures her he is safe for now. Honestly, having one sibling care feels great. Suddenly, Luna pulls Jin into a tight hug, tearfully apologizing for the brutal curse of their family name. Locked in her embrace, he realizes he had no idea she could be this warm. Meanwhile, she pulls back to hand him a gorgeous blue pendant. She tells him to turn around to put it on. If he ever shatters this necklace, she will instantly teleport to save him from danger. It is the ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card. After a sweet, fleeting birthday celebration, the busy big sister must head back to work. Once she departs, Jin takes the mysterious pendant straight to the secret library. Seeing it, Murakan nearly loses his mind because this is Orgel's pendant, a legendary treasure belonging to the demon beast king that people literally slaughtered each other to possess. It shrugs off mid-tier spells while boosting his own magic. Jin casually mentions Luna gave it to him. The real kicker is realizing Luna probably already knew the giant black dragon was hiding here. Yet, she never ratted them out because her love for Jin is unconditional. She knows some crazy magic business is going down, but she chooses to trust her little brother, no matter what. Honestly, Jin assumed his first 10 years in Stormcastle would be incredibly boring. Instead, he gained overpowered treasures, learned ancient secrets, and forged deep bonds with people who actually care about him. His tragic past self could only dream of having a life like this. Finally, the big day arrives. Jin turns 10. To prepare for his departure, he spars with his instructor, Khan. Jin's raw power absolutely blows the Guardian Knight away, proving exactly why their terrifying patriarch keeps a close eye on him. Even the highly critical head instructor has to admit Khan is a genius. When they finish, Khan bows respectfully to his young master. He vows to push Jin's limits until the absolute last second. Plus, by now, our boy has developed a hilarious immunity to fire. All thanks to that spicy phoenix heart Mary gifted him earlier. He can feel the mythical warmth circulating through his body, getting ready to fully assimilate. But tomorrow, Jin leaves Stormcastle. Seeing his massive stack of books, Gilly offers to pack them. Naturally, Jin demands she bake his favorite strawberry pie. Late that night, he sneaks off to visit the ancient library one last time. He needs to say goodbye to his scaly roommate, Murakan. The lazy dragon is already waiting. Jin asks how they will communicate, but the dragon acts too cool to care, despite being incredibly weak. He explains his mighty power will slowly return as Jin levels up. As a guardian, he expects his contractor to match the legendary Tamar Runcandel. Suddenly, Jin asks about their forgotten history. He heard they were once mighty magic swordsmen, with their founder being the absolute strongest magic user alive. Now, that is dismissed as myth since the modern clan only cares about swingy swords. Murakan explains everything changed due to a shady pact made a millennium ago. Back then, they practically worshipped him as their guardian, but today they might just try to slice him. He jokes that Jin would be swimming in gold for waking him up, though knowing his family, maybe not. Still, Murakan promises he will easily track the boy down outside. As for the glass coffin, he plans to leave behind a flawless illusion of his sleeping dragon form. Since his mana is currently low, it will eventually fade, but it should buy them enough time until Jin grows up. To celebrate, Jin reveals he brought some expensive booze and snacks. The ancient dragon instantly transforms into a happy drunk. He even agrees to meet Gilly if she keeps feeding him strawberry pie. But reality checks in as they prepare to move to the main Runcandel estate. Gilly warns the dragon that life is about to get chaotic, meaning she cannot cook delicious meals for him daily. She promises to bring food whenever possible. Soon after, 2 powerful guardian knights arrive to escort our young master. Finally, Jin officially departs Storm Castle, heading toward the Garden of Swords. A massive snowstorm slows down their carriage, forcing them to travel by land instead of using a convenient teleportation portal. Suddenly, the carriage screeches to a halt as the knights shout they are under attack. Gilly remains calm, trusting their 7-star escort to easily handle any bandits. But the massive horde outnumbers them 20 to 1. Jin notices something fishy and immediately warns Gilly that they must escape right now. Their protectors are either filthy traitors or fake imposters, which means this carriage is likely a giant bomb. Furious at the betrayal, Gilly unleashes her massive power to shield the boy. They dive out just as the carriage erupts in a massive explosion. Gilly blames herself for the oversight, but Jin tells her to focus. Oddly, the mysterious attackers seem to be actively targeting the fake knights, not them. Our boy finds it highly suspicious that they are ignoring him. Soon enough, the true saviors reveal themselves. It is the legendary Black King mercenary group, hired secretly to keep Jin safe. Their rugged leader, Vice Captain Mura, bows respectfully and explains they are on a top-secret protection detail. Meanwhile, those fake 7-star Guardian Knights are getting absolutely destroyed by actual professionals. Once cornered, one of the bloody imposters sneers that he will never talk to a mere servant. Cold as ice, Jin calmly tells his forces to execute one so the other talks. Gilly moves with absolute, blinding speed, decapitating the first guy and neatly slicing off both arms of the screaming survivor. Talk about a brutal maid. She drags the limbless spy over to Jin. The enemy foolishly assumed she was just a housekeeper, completely forgetting she is a 7-star beast. If you want to assassinate a Runcandel, you better bring some actual gods, not these amateurs. The armless spy spits out a desperate threat, claiming the age of the Runcandels is over. To his utter shock, Jin actually agrees with him, mocking his family leaders for being arrogant fools. Screaming in terror, the captive confesses he belongs to the infamous Zipful magic clan. They are the global superpowers of the magic world and longtime rivals of the Runcandels. Historically, after Tamar passed, the greedy Zipfuls forced a harsh magic ban onto the Sword Clan, effectively sealing their spiritual potential. This birthed an intense feud that lasted over 1,000 years, and this pathetic fake knight was merely a disposable tool. Realizing the trash holds no more value, Jin turns his back and lets Gilly finish him. The assassin begs for a quick end while Jin ponders the bigger picture. This feels way too sloppy. It was probably a rogue Zipful faction, but since Gilly got easily fooled, there must be an inside traitor within Runcandel. Putting that aside, Jin formally thanks the mercenaries for his rescue. He promises they will be heavily rewarded once they reach the main estate. Vice Captain Mura is utterly dumbfounded. What kind of 10-year-old speaks with such cold, calculated authority? He realizes this kid is genuinely aiming to become the strongest beast in the world, quickly ordering his men to show absolute respect. Time to move. As for the armless corpse, Jin orders them to leave it as a bloody warning for the traitors. They still face a freezing 2-hour hike to the village. He ensures Gilly will not face any blame for this. After all, even a 9-star legend would have fallen for that disguise. Gilly still tearfully apologizes to her young master. In this brutal family, his nanny was always his only true parent. They mocked her for being stuck with a useless kid. But Gilly never blamed Jin. Even when they both got kicked out of the clan on the same day, she actually apologized to him for letting him down. Gilly was the only one who stayed loyal. Now, our main character needs her ready for the storm ahead. Since she keeps blaming herself, he looks her in the eye and says she is the only knight he trusts to watch his back. Later, Gilly remembers how the main character scolded her. It hits her he did that just to stop her self-pity. Now, she is more determined than ever to do right by him. Soon, they arrive at a village inn. Jin is almost certain a transfigurator is pulling the strings. We are talking about Bubor Gaston, a man who wields a dragon's transformation powers at a terrifying level, far beyond any normal monster. That insane skill let him commit crimes across the entire globe. If Bubor is really mixed up in this, things are going to get ugly fast. In Jin's past life, that rampage only stopped after Bubor was finally captured. Now Jin is actually wondering if he should recruit the guy this time, despite almost dying to his schemes before. Exhausted from thinking, our main character collapses onto the bed. Gilly tucks him in. When he wakes up, he assumes his brutal training is finally catching up to his body. But then, he spots a highly annoying cat tapping at the window. A second later, the truth hits him. It is Murakan. This giant shadow dragon actually turned into a tiny cat just to stalk him. Murakan gets offended and hisses, but Jin lets him inside anyway, thoroughly annoyed. That is when Murakan shifts back to human form and starts lecturing him, but the dummy is so clumsy he faceplants right into the desk. Hearing the massive crash, Gilly bursts in, sword drawn, ready to slice the intruder to pieces immediately. Luckily, Murakan realizes this is the magical lady who bakes those heavenly strawberry pies. To him, she is an absolute saint. Jin, already regretting his entire life, decides to just be honest and introduces Murakan as the clan's ancient guardian dragon. Gilly freezes, instantly bowing and apologizing. But what really gets her is why this legendary beast is calling her strawberry pie. She quickly figures out Jin had her baking pies for him, for Murakan this whole time. Once Jin explains the truth, Gilly is utterly shocked. Magic? A contract with the god of darkness? It is insane. But she stands by him no matter what. That loyalty is exactly why he trusted her with this secret. He warns her that Murakan and his shadow powers must remain hidden. She tries to respect the great guardian dragon, but after watching how easily the big lizard trips over his own feet, she seriously doubts his legendary status. Soon, they reach the teleportation portal, where Murakan's escort duty officially ends. The dragon says he is eager to see Jin's growth. Murakan also asks why an elite fighter like Gilly abandoned her old clan for the Runcandel family, but she keeps quiet. At the portal station, the staff realizes they are serving top-tier members of the mighty Runcandel family. Thanks to that, they get first-class teleportation seats. While waiting, Gilly gets anxious about Jin's magic. How on earth can they explain this to the family? Jin simply plans to keep his cards close to his chest. But then, he spots a smug noble mage from the rival Zipful clan sitting nearby. The guy openly sneers at them, but suddenly gets curious about the cat. Murakan answers by clawing the rude noble's face. The guy is stunned, especially since Jin stays completely unbothered. The noble, Veridin, introduces himself and offers a handshake. Jin remembers him well. In the future, Veridin Zipful becomes a genius mage and the prime candidate to lead his entire clan. Knowing his own current limits, Jin plays it extremely cool and stays on guard. He casually points out that Veridin's bodyguards almost drew their swords, a mistake that would have gotten them killed. Veridin tries to laugh it off, but Jin's cold eyes prove he is dead serious. That sends a literal shiver down Veridin's spine. Still, he warns Jin not to spark a feud between their two great families. Jin replies that their fathers are way too busy to start wars over a childish spat. Veridin is secretly impressed, even as Jin keeps verbally roasting him. Jin finally tells him to shut up for the rest of the trip. Instead of getting mad, Veridin is oddly drawn to him, but friendship is too complicated for their families, so Veridin decides Jin is his new ultimate rival. Meanwhile, Jin is just sitting there thinking the Zipfuls are absolutely nuts. Finally, the teleportation sequence starts. Just before they vanish, Veridin smiles and says he can't wait to meet again. Jin definitely does not share the feeling. At long last, he arrives back home. Petro, a second-class butler, welcomes him back to the Garden of Swords, the ancestral home of the Runcandel family. This is where the clan's legendary warriors leave their swords behind when they retire. For any Runcandel, having your weapon honored here is the ultimate peak of pride. Jin used to chase that exact dream, but back in his past life, his weakness made him foolish. This time, with his mind sharp and his powers ready, surviving this snake pit will be a breeze. He soon meets his mother, Rosa. She is surprised by the cat he brought along, but his absolute refusal to back down makes her proud. Jin proudly announces the cat's name is Kitty Runcandel. His siblings instantly lose their minds, claiming a mere animal doesn't deserve their prestigious name. Jin counters that if he claims the cat, he must take responsibility for it. He boldly declares that if anyone messes with his pet, he will unleash absolute hell on them. The patriarch, Chiron, is highly amused by how quickly the boy makes enemies. Jin calmly adds that, family or not, he will crush anyone who crosses him. His father loves that ruthless spirit and warns the older siblings. 4 years fly by. Jin is now 14, a certified 2-star knight. After finishing a brutal session with Garen, his next training is with Luna. Skipping the family dining hall, he decides to grab lunch with Bellup. Bellup is a commoner cadet who is on the verge of being kicked out. Yet, he stays completely humble and keeps praising Jin. Jin tells him to cut it out. Being too humble just invites people to walk all over him. He urges Bellup to hold his head high because he is still a Runcandel cadet. Bellup just sulks, muttering about his trash grades, but getting into this academy is already a massive achievement. Even a bad Runcandel cadet is leagues above ordinary warriors. Jin simply can't understand how this timid boy becomes a terrifying monster in the future, or why. Eventually, Bellup ended up taking his own life. This time, Jin is determined to rewrite that tragic future and ensure Bellup stays in the clan. Later, he reflects on his own progress. He expects to reach 3-star swordsmanship within the next couple of years. For now, though, Luna completely shifts his training routine. She commands him to visualize the entire combat sequence in his mind. The mind's eye is the ultimate weapon for any elite swordsman. It is a legendary form of advanced meditation, typically only mastered by high-tier 7-star knights. Naturally, Jin is completely baffled. Why teach him this so early? And since Luna also banned him from using his aura, he is utterly clueless about her true goal. Still, he trusts his big sister and concentrates with everything he has. The session finally ends, leaving Luna absolutely speechless. Jin's focus is terrifyingly advanced for his level. She knows it is only a matter of time before he becomes an absolute beast. Next up, the big sparring exam. If Jin can defeat 10 elite cadets, he officially moves up to the intermediate class. He is relaxed, but poor Bellup is a trembling mess beside him. The instructor orders everyone to fight 3 different opponents. The top 10 survivors will get to challenge Jin. The battles begin, and these cadets show some serious skill. Once the top 10 are decided, everyone sits down, and our boy steps onto the stage. Up until now, his record was 8 consecutive wins. The one threat here is Mesa, the top cadet. She charges instantly, and Jin barely blocks her, feeling just how much stronger she has become. Even if he wins, he still has 9 other challengers waiting. Mesa is completely thrown off, though Jin is only using basic, clean moves with 0 flash. Mesa suddenly realizes he is holding back against her. Enraged, she rushes him again, unleashing her full power. She is absolutely determined to crush him. Mesa goes in for a decisive final strike, but Jin shatters her sword, winning instantly. She is left speechless. He repeatedly struck the exact same spot on her blade until it broke. Their raw stats were close, but his technique, it all came down to perfect timing. Mesa vows to train like crazy to impress him next time. And with 10 cadets waiting, Jin is glad he crushed her first because it completely breaks their confidence. He easily sweeps the remaining cadets and clears the trial, locking in his spot in next year's intermediate class and getting real training under a proper Runcandel instructor. But as the test wraps up, Jin demands one more match, calling out Bellup by name. The shy boy tries to back out, but our main character warns him that keeping up this cowardly attitude will only cut his stay in the clan short. He bluntly states his goal to completely crush Bellup here. Shaking like a leaf, the poor kid steps up. He can barely hold his sword straight and wonders if Jin is just torturing him for fun. Honestly, this should be an easy win since Jin is exhausted from fighting 10 cadets already. But he still plans to overpower the poor kid, launching forward without warning. Bellup barely manages to block the heavy blow. Jin notices the solid parry and is secretly impressed. Bellup struggles to survive as our main character relentlessly presses him with raw power, warning him that the last strike almost killed him. Jin gives him one final shot to show his true worth. Bellup stands back up, but the vibe suddenly shifts. A brilliant golden aura flares around him as he prepares to strike. Mesa frantically warns Garen that Jin is in actual danger here, but Jin tells the crowd to keep quiet and orders Bellup to unleash his aura at full blast. Instantly, Bellup charges ahead with absolute desperation, thinking the exhausted protagonist is a goner. Yet Jin somehow blocks the heavy strike, shattering his own sword in the process. He knew the kid had potential, but this is insane. Who knew the shy kid could already wield aura? Even weaponless, Jin retaliates with a heavy blow, trapping Bellup in a tight headlock before abruptly letting him go and completely throwing him off guard. Our main character decides to lay his cards on the table, admitting he hated having to push him like this. He might not know Bellup well, but he genuinely wants him to grow stronger. After all, sweet talk and kindness won't keep you alive in a place like Runcandel. Showing a rare gentle side, Jin tells him to stand proud, get stronger, and protect his ideals. Then, lunchtime, Jin actually grabs food for both of them, a hilarious role reversal, since Bellup usually plays the servant. Back at headquarters, Sciron is absolutely stunned by Khan's report of Jin being so thoughtful. Sciron is highly pleased to see his son showing leadership by looking after the weak. Delighted with this growth, he decides Jin is ready for his first mission in the first month of 1795. The protagonist finally hits 15, earning a promotion to a 3-star knight and a sweet break from endless training. In the intermediate class, they finally graduate to using real, deadly swords. While most cadets are still waiting for their custom blades to be forged, Jin needs a weapon right now. Turns out, his sister Luna was waiting for this moment even more than he was. Jin completely trusts her taste until she drags out a ridiculously oversized colossal sword, leaving him utterly speechless. Luna proudly claims she wielded the exact same style at his age, having designed it herself. In fact, it is the prototype of her own signature weapon. Unsurprisingly, Jin cannot wrap his head around wielding this monster. He politely declines, making Luna look super adorable yet deeply hurt. Sensing his regret, she shifts gears to find a weapon that actually fits his style. Luna had been planning this ever since Jin picked the Barasada as a baby, choosing Bradamante as the next step. This legendary sword belonged to their very first patriarch. Jin falls in love with it instantly, knowing it is one of their greatest treasures. He always hoped to earn it, so this gift feels unreal. Receiving it now is an absolute dream. Both of these swords synergize beautifully with Shadow Force. Since sibling rivalry is cutthroat, Jin never could have claimed this legendary blade on his own. Snagging it this easily from his big sister feels like a direct blessing from above. Luna tells him he owes her nothing, knowing he still keeps his guard up. Pouting slightly, she orders him to close his eyes. She wants to teach him a lesson, reminding him that while Runcandel's siblings are always at each other's throats, he must remember one crucial thing. No matter what, she will always have his back. She says this because she knows the soul-crushing weight of being completely alone. Above all, she wants to protect Jin from ever experiencing that bitter isolation. After their sweet moment, it is back to training. Afterward, Jin proudly shows off his legendary new sword to Murakan. Unsurprisingly, the ancient dragon is not impressed. He scoffs that Jin is way too weak to awaken Bradamante's true hidden power. Our main character admits his current weakness, but confidently promises to reach 3-star Shadow Force shortly. Annoyed by this massive ego, Murakan warns him that handling the first Patriarch's holy weapon is incredibly dangerous. He insists Jin should wait until he hits 5-star power instead of rushing it, but our stubborn main character refuses to wait that long, swearing to master it by next year. This only annoys the dragon further. To shut him up, Jin grabs Murakan's favorite book and threatens to rip it to shreds. Fortunately, Gilly interrupts the bickering with a message from Garen, who has a mission brief ready for our protagonist. Jin is shocked that his very first assignment begins the second his break wraps up. He is thrilled but highly confused by the rush. Gilly warns him that these missions are notoriously brutal, even for intermediate cadets. Intrigued, Jin heads straight to Garen for answers. Upon entering, he learns he will be leading a squad of 10 novice cadets, working in pairs to scout the highly dangerous Runcandel border territory. Such a frontier is normally completely off-limits for beginners. Jin knows this will be a massive headache with these weak teammates, highly suspecting his father set this up as a cruel trial. He even wonders if rescuing Bellup was the trigger for this madness. Regardless, he is ready to prove his mettle to his legendary father and show that his resolve will never break. 4 days later, the mission begins. Their objective is to rescue Sember Vil of the prominent Vil family. Setting up camp near the border, they establish a system where one scout group returns daily to share intel with the base camp. Acting as their leader, Jin demands absolute respect from the rookies, ordering anyone injured to rest immediately for the mission's success. He confirms there are no werewolves around, highly impressed by Bellup's sharp analytical eyes. Acting as the squad's central hub, our main character pushes their scouting deeper into Zone 13. Yet, a bad feeling keeps gnawing at him. While Cyron set this up, everything has been going far too smoothly. He starts questioning his own paranoia, but beyond Zone 13 lies the territory of the Beastmen, an absolute death trap for rookie cadets. Jin wants a clean, painless victory without wasting unnecessary energy. Suddenly, Bellup rushes in with horrifying news. Group 2 has been ambushed, prompting Jin to move immediately. Bellup reports 3 human assailants, though there could easily be more lurking. Jin orders the remaining cadets to fall back to base camp, while he leads the chase solo, trying to decipher the enemy's goal. Nothing about this makes sense, but he is fully prepared to make them pay. The fresh blood splattered along the trail absolutely terrifies Bellup, who fears Mesa's squad has been completely slaughtered. But Jin disagrees, pointing out that the lack of severed body parts means there is still hope. Finding a discarded bloody bandage, he deduces Group 2 redirected their course to avoid another threat. Jin sends his extra scouts to loop back while he and Bellup sprint ahead to track down the survivors. They finally catch up to the surviving squad mid-battle, but Mesa is nowhere to be found. Jin instructs Bellup to handle the enemy on the left, then coats his own blade in dark shadow force. He hurls the infused weapon, skewering one assailant instantly. Bellup lunges at the second target, but Jin easily outspeeds him, slashing the man down from behind. Just like that, the threat is neutralized. That is when he learns Mesa was taken alive. Jin offers the surviving attacker 2 choices, both ending in a painful death. This savage 15-year-old is ready to slaughter everyone to get answers. Terrified for his family, the captive confesses he works for the notorious Kenzilo group. In Jin's past life, these terrorists were the ones who orchestrated the brutal murder of the king of the Jin kingdom. They hide behind the banner of revolution, but their true goal is absolute global domination. Jin demands details on their master plan, but the low-level grunt only knows about a nearby hideout holding 20 hostages, martial artists and mages. Jin's final question is why they snatched Mesa, and it turns out they wanted female cadets for political leverage. Once he gets his answers, he wastes no time and deletes him. Yeah, no mercy for the bad guys here. An hour has already slipped by since Mesa was taken, so he tells the crew to heal up and call for backup while he hunts down all 20 enemies, alone. Naturally, his team objects, wanting to back up their leader on this suicide mission, but Jin completely shuts them down. Defending the clan is his job, he knows how strong he is, and there is zero point in arguing. He leaves Bellup Schmids in charge until he gets back, then bolts to find Mesa. He just hopes he is not too late, because now he is hunting down high-tier threats way above his actual level. Sure, he is powerful, but taking them all head-on is basically suicide. So, priority 1 is saving Mesa, not a full wipe. Our main character activates detection magic and mixes it with wind sensing to boost the range, tracking down the enemy trail. He is sprinting through the woods when a bunch of goons suddenly ambushes him, and they are completely flabbergasted that a Runcandel cadet can cast magic. Jin instantly drops one, but a mage manages to bind his hand. Too bad for them. He slips behind, slices him up, and ignores the fire thanks to his passive fire resistance. Ice magic is next, but that fails, completely against this absolute beast. Bye-bye, sorcerer. Jin wonders if these fools are underestimating them just because they are novice cadets. He actually knows how the Kinzello ranks work, which gives him a single glimmer of hope. Mesa will not be harmed until she is handed to a high officer. That tiny window is all he needs. He casts massive fire magic, and while they panic over the flames, he slips into the next phase. Reaching their camp, he waits for a mistake. Moments later, Jin spots the leader, who already realizes some intruder started the fire. Sucks to be him, because Jin ends him before anyone can even react. He snatches the keys, breaks into the holding cell, and spots a hidden trapdoor. He yanks it open, and there she is. Mesa is absolutely shocked to see Jin actually came all this way for her. He slices her ropes, but suddenly the entire building begins to rumble. Mesa begs him to leave her behind if things get too dangerous. Jin completely ignores that, carries her out, and witnesses something terrifying. A massive beastman has absolutely butchered a pile of soldiers. The legendary white werewolf. Jin quickly knocks Mesa out so she does not do anything reckless, and the beast asks if he lit the fire. Jin shares his name, proudly declaring himself as the patriarch's son, then squares up. The werewolf is actually amused, finding it funny that a Runnandel brat is standing before him. Flashback time. Days before the mission, Jin was practicing with his sword, but Murakan kept nagging him, calling him insane. He warned him not to awaken the blade prematurely and shatter his own physical vessel. Frustrated, Jin had to yield. Cut back to now, facing his toughest challenge yet. Kirito Truka is a legendary warrior from the White Werewolf tribe. Born killing machines, these guys can easily thrash 6-star knights. Plus, they absolutely despise the Runnandel clan since Tamar Runnandel slaughtered their deity. Jin is backed into a corner. There is no escaping with Mesa while this monster is hot on their heels. Only one option left. Fight. The beast mocks him, asking if a Runnandel will fight or flee like a coward. Jin confidently chooses a head-on clash. That reply pisses off Kuwajujito Truka, who immediately charges. He swings a massive sledgehammer, but our main character barely evades the first strike. But the reprieve is short-lived. The werewolf's speed and brute power are just ridiculous. Jin is struggling to survive, but he knows there is still a slim chance if he plays his secret card. He really does not want to rely on Luna's pendant. He wants to break through this barrier with his own raw power. Low-tier magic will not scratch a werewolf, and exposing his hidden abilities is far too risky. Right now, his only real choice? Shadow Force. Jin tries to unleash the true awakening of his sword, because if this fails, he is dead. The monster actually complements the weapon for surviving the impact, but still, Jin is getting utterly overwhelmed. Gripping the hilt with everything he has, he forces the energy to spark. A brilliant flash erupts as the sword awakens, completely blinding the wolf. Jin swings with absolute maximum power. The massive werewolf collapses, his stomach completely torn open. Jin declares his victory, standing tall as the winner. But wait, the sword's brutal recoil hits him immediately. And this is precisely the nightmare Murakan warned him of. Ghostly voices and dark memories begin dragging him under. A vision of Murakan stands before him, reminding him of the terrible price for forcing the blade to awaken too early. As dark shadows wrap around his flesh, the spirit urges Jin to resist or lose his sanity forever. He knows he must discharge the shadow force, but the pitch-black energy flooding his veins makes it feel totally impossible. Forcing his mind to steady, he slowly channels the agonizing pain away. Thankfully, he avoids permanent damage, but his body is still vibrating with residual shadow force. Gritting his teeth with what's left, he struggles to stand and check on Mesa. Suddenly, he senses someone hiding nearby. The stranger quickly surrenders, explaining he is not with Kinsolo. He is actually Semberbil, their target. Jin informs him that the Runcandel clan sent him to extract him. Sember is beyond relieved. After patching up Mesa, Jin asks how Kinsolo even caught a guy like him. Sember reveals he fell for a woman who tragically died 2 years ago. But then, he saw her walking around completely fine, leading him straight into their trap. Jin immediately connects the dots. This is definitely the Transfigurator's trickery, tied to Bubari Geston and Kinsolo. Now, our guy wants to hunt them down and uncover their grand scheme. Spare is incredibly thankful, promising to return the favor down the road. Finally, the mission wraps up, and when Jin returns to safety, Gilly warmly congratulates him. Of course, that sneaky little cat immediately chomps down on his hand, so Jin just chucks the furball straight at the window. Meanwhile, Murakan is extremely pissed that he risked awakening the blade early. He literally beats up the sword's former contractor for behaving like a brainless idiot. Gilly tries to intervene, but Murakan barks at her to stay back. Jin defends himself, arguing he had to avoid wasting his precious pendant, especially with tougher bosses waiting down the line. Plus, he is curious how Murakan even felt the weapon wake up. Murakan explains that the activation caused his shadow energy to spike dramatically. Overload is no joke. Out of 11 users, 9 were completely obliterated by the sheer pressure. Only Murakan and our main character made it out alive. Still, Jin is visibly rattled by the sheer torture of it. Murakan suddenly demands a strawberry pie, pouting like a kid when he is told no. Meanwhile, rumors about Jin taking down a white werewolf start spreading, triggering massive doubts. Everyone knows he is barely a 3-star warrior, so soloing that monster is physically impossible. They assume the beast must have been weakened or sick, but Mew is not buying it. The siblings corner the Tona twins, demanding to know if he actually beat something that terrifying. Besides, now that Jin is entering the intermediate division, Haytona and Daytona are sweating bullets. Mayu and Anne break out laughing, though Anne quickly glares and warns the twins not to lie to her. The brothers confess they are absolutely terrified of him. Anne decides to offer some help using their network of servants. See, the intermediate class is pure survival of the fittest. Only the elite, from 3 to 5 stars, survive in this arena. Anne and Mayu already control a bunch of those top-tier cadets as underlings, and they are fully prepared to sick them on Jin to solve Daytona's problem. Meanwhile, completing this trial has bumped Jin's shadow power up to 4 stars. Wielding that much energy is highly risky, so his goal is to reach 6-star swordsmanship over the next few years. From there, he intends to reach 7 stars to become a genuine master. But the real heavyweights are the 8-star knights and up. Out of 2 billion people on this continent, only about 100 exist, and surpassing 10 stars is a whole different ballgame. That is the divine star rank of the patriarch Terran, basically demigod territory. That is the peak Jin wants. He aims for that god-tier rank to surpass his father. But for now, his immediate hurdle is the intermediate class. The Tona twins will be an absolute pain, not to mention his other ruthless siblings. The novice group was basically tutorial mode since everyone was green. But the intermediate tier is a real bloodbath, where only power and talent keep you alive. His goal is simple: dominate the entire intermediate division and leave an unforgettable mark. Later, he is summoned by his mother, who commends him for nailing his debut mission. However, her butler mentions a little detail. Jin refused to move into the new quarters. You see, that specific chamber is reserved solely for potential successors to the patriarch. Since it's empty, she offers it to our main character. But he casually rejects it. Big spaces aren't his thing, and what he has is already plenty. Hearing his humble answer, Rosa sends him away, totally unsure if this kid is insanely ambitious or just has zero drive. See, accepting would give Jin major backing, but it'd also paint a massive target on his back for his siblings. The offer was a trap, and he passed. Later, our main character warns the newbie cadets about the intermediate class factions. Since they're with him, they're going to face massive bullying. But Jin isn't the type to just take it. He's planning to take over the entire intermediate class immediately. For now, he tells them to stay sharp and stick together. The next day, Jin Runcandel, an 8-star knight and the patriarch's brother, addresses the new class. He warns them that they're stepping into real danger now, and he's only there to grade their swordsmanship. He barks out the family's brutal reality: only the strong survive, and trash gets discarded. Jin knows this speech is just to terrify the rookies, but then he spots the Tona twins standing with some sketchy-looking warrior. Jin immediately connects the dots. Anne and Mayu are clearly behind this scheme to bully the newbies. Mesa watches closely as Jin marches straight toward those annoying Tona twins. He draws his blade and slices clean through the guy standing next to them. Heads roll well, actually an arm flies off, proving our main character is the boss here, not them. The bleeding cadet gasps out his name, Jin Romero. The Tona twins try to act tough, but Jin instantly shuts them down with a cold glare. Infuriated, one twin blurts out that Romero belongs to their faction. Hook, line, and sinker. That's exactly what Jin wanted. He provokes them further, claiming he took the arm for a totally petty reason. The Runcandel sibling war has officially begun. Zed realizes the twins just walked into their own trap. Since Kaijin is in their group, Jin's sudden strike isn't a random crime. It's officially a rank war, proud Runcandel tradition. Jin announces his name to the entire crowd, warning everyone in the intermediate class that he'll butcher anyone who challenges him. But this absolute flex pits him against an powerful 8-star knight. His uncle Zed is absolutely livid. Jin boldly challenges his authority, prompting the offended powerhouse to summon his weapon. He warns our hero that if his excuse isn't flawless, he will end him. Our main character counters that since Zed runs this place, he should have stopped the ambush earlier. Hearing this, Zed flashes his sword right at Jin's face, leaving a tiny warning scratch. Unfazed, Jin says there are no hard feelings. He admits he didn't fight Zed directly because he's not stupid. He knows he'd lose instantly, otherwise he'd have done it. Zed boasts he'd gladly execute even the patriarch's favorite kid. Jin acknowledges the massive power gap, but notes a Runcandel never backs down when honor is at stake. Zed bursts out laughing, clearly loving the response. He respects his grit and holds him up as a prime example of a true Runcandel warrior. With the class dismissed, Jin leaves, but not before giving those twins a final warning. Soon, they'll fear him way more than their older siblings. Later, in his quarters with Murakan, our young Runcandel explains the rules of rank warfare to Gilly. He's positive that Mayu and Anne are pulling the strings. The cadet Jin sliced was the one who overstepped, and he used to serve Anne's faction before defecting to the twins. That's a huge taboo, since a faction leader shouldn't be weaker than their subordinates. Gilly is completely baffled by what Anne and Mayu are scheming, but our main character actually welcomes the rivalry. It keeps him sharp. Sure, they might sabotage his future missions to force him to fail, but honestly, as long as he crushes every threat one by one, their little schemes won't matter. That's his ultimate plan. If they send impossible missions his way, he'll just use them to farm experience and grow stronger. Gilly suggests bringing Murakan for backup, but Jin has another task for him. The next morning, Jin and the twins gather before their uncle to begin the exclusive training for pureblood heirs. It's notorious for being brutal, designed to mold them into elite members of the family. Runcandel swordsmanship ignores standard logic. They wield secret techniques reserved strictly for flag bearers. This bizarre, overwhelming style is what sets them light years apart from rival clans. Yun knows it's because their Runcandel bodies are physically superior. Their genetics grant them an unmatched affinity for the blade. They are literally born different. So, this training targets the absolute fundamentals. Their mission? Just hold a simple steel sphere. But our hero immediately senses a strange energy from it. These are singing stones, capable of producing distinct sounds, depending on how they are struck. Zed demonstrates, unleashing a deafening screech that hurts their ears. But with his next strike, the noise transforms into a beautiful, harmonic melody. It all depends on precise force and control. Their goal is to strike the stone perfectly, producing that beautiful chime every single time. Jin realizes how effective this is for training. Still, it feels almost too simple to be a legendary family secret. Suddenly, Zed prepares to show them the third, final sound. Jin watches intensely, and the millisecond the sword connects, his danger sense flares. He tackles his brothers away as the sphere violently detonates. The twins are paralyzed with shock, while Zed is highly impressed by Jin's reflexes. He explains that applying too much force causes an explosion, meaning this training is literally lethal. Every single one of their older siblings survived this trial. Curiously, Jin asks how their legendary sister Luna managed. Zed laughs and says she didn't dodge. She just took the explosions point blank because her defense was that insane. Talk about a monster. That revelation leaves the boys completely speechless. Zed then gives them their ultimate target practice until they can flawlessly produce that beautiful chime on command. Meanwhile, we check in on Luna, who has just received reports about the attempt on her little brother's life. She suspects Mayu and Anne are behind it, but doubts they'd be foolish enough to strike inside Stormcastle. If their father found out, they would be executed immediately. Her maid suggests that Jin might have exaggerated things back then. He was just a child, and after 5 years of searching, they found zero evidence of any assassin. Luna remembers the sheer terror in his eyes. Recalling his expression, she is absolutely certain he wasn't lying. She orders her maid to keep a tight watch on Mayu and Anne's every move. She also wonders what her little brother is plotting, reminiscing about her own grueling days with those singing stones. Cut to the next day, and Jin can barely stand. Every muscle in his body aches from the most intense training of his life. He realizes his initial theory was wrong. This isn't about genetics. It's about microscopic aura control, and he desperately needs to refine his aura to compensate for his young body's limits. He forces himself to focus. It's brutal, but if those idiot twins mastered it in his past life, he can too. Zed observes them, noting that Jin is adapting at an unreal pace. At this rate, the kid might actually break Luna's legendary record. By sunset, the twins are completely brain-fried, but Jin secretly respects their grit. As for our main character, his uncle is low-key irritated by how incredibly talented the boy is. Slowly but surely, Zed is turning into his nephew's biggest admirer. 1 month passes, and the class is finally assigned their first real-world missions. One squad is sent to escort apprentices from the legendary blacksmith guild. As the various factions receive their orders, it's finally Jin's turn. His 10-man squad is tasked with hunting 25 orcs, double their own head count. For fresh cadets, this is basically a suicide mission. Naturally, rival factions start laughing at them, which is exactly what Jin expected. Mesa shuts down the gossip, urging their group to hold their heads high as Runcandels. They don't complain about orders, they execute them and silence the doubters with results. Back in training, one of the Tona twins strikes a stone too hard, triggering an immediate explosion. Jin barely dodges the shrapnel, highly annoyed that these fools have zero spatial awareness. The twins continue blowing up their training gear like idiots, but Jin experiences something entirely different. His senses sharpen to an extreme degree, allowing him to perceive danger from far away. Now, our main character is absolutely sure he can dodge exploding rock shrapnel. He starts wondering if this ties back to his mind training with Luna, but his thoughts are cut short when Jed suddenly busts in. Jed drops the mission details, and the Tona twins are absolutely furious. Their assignment is just attending a boring ceremony with the Vimeth Empire. Sure, it is totally safe, but it is going to be incredibly exhausting. Jed lectures them that every mission is crucial, even the boring ones. Elite warriors from all over are attending, including some legendary Runcandels, and he wants those whiny twins to see the real competition. Jin's assignment is a straight-up assassination. He has to take out the beloved lover of Terrace. This target lives in the Secret Palace, a giant tower ruled by elite leaders, whose current boss is Cirrus, a woman who brutally destroys anyone who even touches her men. Jed makes it super clear that this mission is a death wish. The poor guy our main character has to kill is Alcaro, who is heavily guarded by elite Secret Palace agents. Usually, only legendary Guardian Knights get sent on jobs like this, which completely shocks the twins. But Jin is just intrigued, asking if Alcaro's family really wants their own relative dead. Jed explains they tried bringing him back to protect their family secrets, but after failing repeatedly, they ordered the hit. Our main character accepts without flinching, and even Jed is stunned because this mission is way too high level for him. Still, the mentor rolls with it, giving the boys 3 days to prepare. Surprisingly, even the Tona twins are actually worried about Jin, since even those two idiots know this is a suicide mission. They tell him to just reveal he is a Runcandel to save his own skin. Jin is genuinely touched by their concern, but then he strikes the singing stone beautifully, producing a clean, clear note. He has already mastered the training. When he returns, those twins will have no choice but to fall in line. Honestly, even Jed thinks backing Jin is the smartest play, way to stay alive in this crazy world. When departure day arrives, our guy heads straight to the notorious Mammoth Lawless Zone, wearing a simple disguise to blend in. Meanwhile, his other squad is supposedly just hunting monsters, but they have no idea they are about to face 25 giant orcs. The entire squad looks utterly miserable, already preparing their wills, but Jin calmly promises them he is coming back in one piece no matter what. Gilly finds their dramatic, worrying pretty adorable, while Murakan tries to brag about being a mighty shadow dragon, completely forgetting he is currently just a chubby little cat. Jin tells Gilly to enjoy her vacation while he is gone. She is stressed because Mammoth is a literal death trap, but he promises to return safely. Honestly, the place is packed with pure scum, vicious outlaws, and cruel backstabbing criminals. But Jin arrives ready to clean house. The local thugs have never seen this kid before, yet he struts in like he owns the tavern. One guy even wonders if he is a 9-star knight in disguise. The idiot tries to lecture Jin about how things work around here, but Jin has zero time for trash talk. He instantly drives his sword straight through the guy's head, plunging the entire tavern into dead silence. Nobody even blinks for the dead guy. They are all monsters here anyway, exactly like his master said. Jin makes it clear that he is not the one to mess with. He calmly downs his drink, not caring if it is poisoned, tosses some coins on the counter, and starts eating. When the bartender asks if he is looking for someone, Our guy nods and asks about the Hister family. The answer is a flat no. Nobody by that name is here. Jin then asks for a place to stay, and the bartender points him toward the Moonlight Well, a secure inn used by Mammoth's elite. Since Alcaro grew up filthy rich, he would obviously pick a luxury spot like that. The guy is just a spoiled idiot ruled by his desires, staying here only to get the ruler's attention, but she has already lost interest. That leaves him hiding out in the only place where he feels safe and pampered. Jin figures Alcaro must be packed with bodyguards, so he waits in the lobby to spy on him. Pretty soon, he spots Alcaro throwing a tantrum at his own guards. They refuse to let him wander off, but the spoiled brat only cares about chasing women, even threatening to have them executed. Sick of babysitting this obsessed idiot, one of the guards straight up knocks him out with a massive punch. These guys are no joke, each easily around 6-star level. Killing Alcaro is easy, but escaping afterward is the real nightmare. Poison is too risky in Mammoth, and a direct assault against those 6-star guards is suicide. Jin is stuck until he gets a brilliant idea. The next day, Cirrus Domar, the ruler's daughter, hears that 6 elite warriors are babysitting Alcaro. She already views him as a complete clown and is annoyed enough to go end his life herself. But as she approaches the inn, a massive bolt of lightning crashes down, blowing the entire building to pieces. Instead of panicking, Cirrus gets excited. Something spicy is going down, and Jin's plan is working. It was simple but genius. Cast a spell, then supercharge it with Shadow Force. This created a 6-star tier blast, making everyone think an archmage attacked. Nobody would ever suspect a young kid, especially since even the genius Veridin Zippel has only just reached 6-star magic. To make it look like an outside assault, lightning was the perfect cover. Channeling his shadow energy, our main character unleashed the lightning spell, and the massive strike detonated before anyone could even blink. Instantly, they assume a high-level sorcerer is attacking. Cirrus immediately realizes how serious this situation is. Even if that trash Alcaro dies, she still needs to protect her own crew. But as they move in, another massive thunderbolt blasts them backward, making them wonder if the Zippel mages are starting a war. Then, boom, a third bolt slams down. Cirrus desperately prays there is no 4th strike and that her team is safe. But our main character is also severely injured from enduring the backlash of his own spell. The guards survive, but Alcaro is nowhere to be found. Jin crawls to finish the job, but Cirrus spots him and tries to help. She does not actually care about saving Alcaro anyway, and would honestly prefer him dead. Still, she orders her squad to hunt down the rogue sorcerer. Jin is relieved he might not even have to finish Alcaro himself. But with Cirrus and her crew crawling around, things could get extremely dangerous if she figures out he is a Runcandel. Soon, the guards report that Alcaro died in the blast. As the ruler's daughter, Cirrus takes control of the Moonlight Well, but the local thugs try to test her. She answers them by instantly slicing them apart with her ice blade. She offers to pay for the damage if the target was her palace. If the real target was just some low-life criminal, she promises to make everyone involved suffer. With the inn secured, Cirrus turns her focus to finding the attacker. Knowing they must be among the survivors, she begins questioning everyone, furious that they provoked such a dangerous mage. Jin's slow, limping movements irritate her, so she calls him a total coward and decides to personally treat his injured leg, a massive favor a normal guy could brag about for a lifetime. Knowing he can never repay her, Cirrus leaves him with his thoughts and walks off. Jin waves goodbye, then gets serious. He completed the assassination and hid his true identity perfectly. Meanwhile, the story shifts to the orc mission. Mesa's squad just took down an orc, and some rookies think they can breeze through this without a single casualty. Mesa is not that naive. There are still 7 orcs left, and she warns them not to get sloppy. What really bothers her is their bizarre behavior. They usually pack together, but now they are scattered and alone. Mesa wonders if Jin's blessing is guiding them. While the squad focuses on hunting, Murakan is just celebrating his incoming freedom. Turns out, the reason the orcs are acting so weird is simple. Murakan threatened to incinerate them if they grouped up. Terrified, they stayed apart. Still, the grumpy dragon cat complains that he is probably going to get dragged into more annoying chores later. He is definitely demanding comic books as payment. He is glad they are alive, but suddenly, he senses an ominous dark energy. Something massive is hunting Mesa's squad, and Murakan quickly casts a shadow barrier that only Bellup notices. He then prepares to unleash his true form to obliterate this annoying intruder, daring to flex its power in his territory. Tomb giants were supposed to be extinct for nearly 2,000 years, and he has no clue why one is here. So, he fires a lethal beam and completely deletes it. Unleashing that massive pillar of darkness completely drains Murakan. His ancient body is screaming because he hasn't flexed this much power in ages. Still, he is absolutely certain of one thing. Those pesky Zippel mages are definitely behind that tomb giant. The entire situation smells incredibly fishy. But Murakan decides to keep Jin in the dark for now. He knows the kid will have to face the entire Zippel clan eventually anyway. And that is where our story takes a turn. We cut to the dark magician, who is completely losing his mind because his precious tomb giant got absolutely vaporized in seconds. While he is throwing a tantrum, Vishkel is sweating over something much worse, a legendary shadow dragon. It slaughtered the beast as a clear warning. Now, Vishkel needs to contact the Zippels immediately. Meanwhile, Chiron is practically beaming with pride when Jin returns after pulling off such a massive win, which totally embarrasses his haters. Specifically, those petty flag bearers who sent him on a suicide mission. Once their class gets dismissed, Jin catches up with his squad and learns they all crushed their trials too. But of course, the other trainees are not happy. These jealous intermediate knights think this Runcandel pureblood is just carried by sheer luck. Since they are hard stuck in their ranks, they cope by mocking Jin for being a mere 4-star knight. But since he is royalty, they can only gossip. They're just waiting around for fresh orders from Mew and Anne. When suddenly, our main character strolls right up to them with a smug grin on his face. He casually lets them know he heard every single word of their trash talk. He singles out Kajin, who actually has the nerve to admit he was gossiping. Jin calmly acknowledges that on paper, his rank is not higher than theirs. Kajin just laughs it off, claiming our boy only survived his mission because of dumb luck. Jin does not deny that Kajin is a 5-star knight while he is ranked at 4. But instead of debating, he challenges Kajin to a duel with full aura allowed. Kajin eagerly accepts, thinking this is going to be an easy win. Kajin swings with pure rage, but Jin has faced literal monsters, so this is nothing. The angry guy tries to end it quickly, putting on a big show. Jin easily blocks the strike, even though the heavy aura still pushes against him. But here is the thing. Jin is already predicting the path of every strike. He has memorized the sword patterns. Our main character reads him like an open book, while Kajin is too blinded by rage to notice. As their blades clash, Jin prepares to wrap this up. He tells Kajin he is completely predictable and never stood a chance. Kajin frantically unleashes 3 key strikes, but Jin shuts down every single one of them. Then comes the grand finale, a massive aura slash that completely obliterates Kajin to seal the victory. Our main character finally confirms his true progress. He is officially strong enough to step into 5-star territory. It was all a trap from the start. He wanted Kajin to underestimate him, so he would leave massive openings. When the Tona twins arrive and see the aftermath, they are completely speechless, but Jin just shrugs it off. He does not care about the drama and simply walks away. Later, when Kajin reports his defeat, his faction bosses think he is joking. They are stunned that a kid this young has reached 5-star knight status. Both Mew and Anne realize this is a direct declaration of war. Furious, they immediately start cooking up a much deadlier plot to take him out during his next mission. Meanwhile, the entire Runcandel clan is buzzing with rumors. Everyone is whispering about how insanely overpowered Jin has become. Only legendary prodigies reach this level at 15. Honestly, even Jin is surprised by his rapid growth. He is barely focused on pure sword training outside his special lessons, but leveling up one skill naturally buffs his other stats. As his shadow force got stronger, his aura and mana control skyrocketed too. In the entire history of the clan, he is the only master of all 3 powers. Back in his room, Jin spots some strange, unfamiliar flowers. He decides to leave them alone since they do not seem hostile. But one thing is certain, after his latest stunt, his siblings are going to be even more desperate to end him, and Joshua is leading the charge. Ever since Luna gave up her claim to become the patriarch, he has been the uncontested heir to the throne. Now, Joshua is desperately trying to secure his position with the help of their mother. At first, our protagonist planned to hide his true strength, but he quickly changed his mind. Soon, his power will be common knowledge. But this isn't just mindless flexing. What Jin really wants is to catch his father's eye. You see, Chiron was never satisfied with Joshua as his successor. He preferred Luna, but she walked away despite her god-tier talent. Once Luna stepped away, Joshua was just the default choice. But that was before Jin arrived. Now that our main character is proving he deserves the throne, things are shifting. Jin knows his father will eventually test him with a brutal trial. Chiron might even shield him until then, so nobody assassinates him first. Because of Chiron's sudden interest, our protagonist has a shield against his siblings' deadly schemes, and with a massive family banquet coming up as soon as his father returns, Jin is expecting some major fireworks to go off. Sure enough, invites from elite clans all over the world start flooding in. For now, the sibling alliance leaves our main character alone. The flag bearers know starting drama while he is in the spotlight would stain the family name. Just then, Petro bursts in with urgent news about Jin's next assignment. It turns out their mother is absolutely furious, disgusted by her children's plotting. They had essentially sent Jin on a suicide run straight into enemy territory. When Jin walks into the meeting room, Luna, Ran, and Vigo all stare at their youngest brother. Rosa immediately cancels the suicide mission, completely crushing Anne and Moo's scheme. She then proceeds to absolutely tear into them. She bashes them for trying to get their own blood killed. Mew and Anne talk back with attitude, pretending it is no big deal, but they are playing with fire. Sure, sibling competition is allowed in this family, and yes, they all survived brutal training in the intermediate class. Rosa agrees that rivalry is necessary, but points out that neither Anne nor Mew managed to reach 5-star status at such an incredibly young age. Our boy Jin is just built different. Rosa refuses to let a generational genius get wasted over their sibling games. As a result, Ran and Vigo are also punished for playing along. They must return their prized swords. Rosa warns them that if they resist, she will confiscate every single weapon they own. With the hammer thrown down, she turns to our protagonist, waiting to see if he will quietly accept this outcome or exploit it. She is testing his resolve. To everyone's utter shock, Jin speaks up and declares that he will take the suicide mission anyway. Rosa is completely stunned that he would willingly walk straight into such a deadly trap. Sure, enemy territory is a literal death sentence, but our main character is fully confident he can pull off a win. He smiles and says he is thrilled to accept the lovely mission his dear sisters prepared so carefully for him. He even thanks them for the challenge. Rosa scoffs at his bravado, but the 15-year-old counters that canceling the mission now would make the clan look weak. Rosa sees right through him, knowing his sisters are using him, but that is exactly what Jin is counting on. He cannot fight his sisters head-on yet, so he will ruin them by surviving a mission where they expected him to rot. Rosa warns him to be careful, and Jin agrees. He will go under one condition: when he returns, those confiscated swords belong to him. Ran and Vigo desperately try to bribe him with a weapon right now to stop him, but Jin is not buying their fake brotherly concern for a second. If they actually cared, they would have stopped Mew and Anne from the start. Rosa accepts his terms. She secretly fears our protagonist might become like Luna, but for now, she is highly impressed by his resolve. As the meeting wraps up, Anne throws one last insult, claiming his survival streak is just dumb luck. She even boasts that her personal lackeys could easily put him in the ground. Jin completely ignores her toxic trash talk. His only plan is to shut them up permanently by coming back in one piece. Too bad his escort squad consists of the same toxic knights who have hated him from day one, including Kajin Romero. Jin keeps his guard up. He plays dumb, but he knows these snakes are just waiting for the perfect moment to slip a dagger in his back. The objective is to infiltrate and steal relics, a mission Jin remembers clearly from his past life. Back then, the Zippel mages were hunting for a highly classified relic, a secret mirror. Later, a bold journalist exposed the details using accounts from the local people. This mythical magic source is incredibly broken. It can instantly boost a mage's mana to 7 stars, allowing the Zippels to mass-produce a terrifying army of high-ranking sorcerers. In this current timeline, they still haven't located it, and Jin plans to keep it that way. The item is locked in the 3rd warehouse under tight Zippel guard, surrounded by lethal sentry spells. Kajin steps up, offering his full cooperation, but our protagonist knows it is fake. The squad suggests they travel together. They want to travel together, but Jin has zero interest in playing happy family with assassins. He casually slips sleeping drugs into their food, and they pass out instantly. Knowing their intentions, he goes ahead alone. Our main character dives straight into the action, dodging enemy guards. After taking out 2 defenders, he reaches the main vault and cracks the magic lock. He opens it up. You and I see our boy easily spot a magic circle. Rumors say only elite bloodlines can activate these, but that rule is only for humans. Jin cuts a fallen guard's hand for some quick donor blood. He could use his own, but leaving evidence is a rookie mistake. The circle boots up, but then, oops, it totally glitches out on him anyway. Even with guard blood, the circle goes haywire. Jin realizes these generic guards are actually secret monsters. He leaps back, blasting them with wind magic, even though he wanted to hide his mana. These freaks leave him no choice. He lands a clean sword strike, but gets shoved right back. Time to pull out the holy blade, making the creepy duo flinch. Too bad they regenerate crazy fast. Jin knows these are not ordinary demons. They were literally human just minutes ago, here in Zippo land, surrounded by mages. Something much worse is happening behind the scenes. The truth is simple. They are biological golems. The Ziffils are using Colon's people as lab rats. Fortunately, these monsters are only around 4-star knight level, so our main character can handle this. He goes straight for the core, their ultimate weak point. But stabbing one through the skull does absolutely nothing except make it extremely angry. He tries piercing the stomach next, but no luck. Still standing. Turns out, the real target is the heart. Jin finally puts the golem down, feeling bad for the poor soul inside. He quickly finishes off the second one the exact same way. With both threats dealt with, the surviving human remnant begs for death, and Jin mercifully grants it. Now he is certain some dark force is mutating innocent citizens. This nasty truth about the Xiphals absolutely infuriates him. He even wonders if his own sisters knew about this. Still, Jin presses on. He cannot stop the Xyls just yet, but making biological golems is highly illegal, and hard evidence will definitely destroy them later. So, he pockets what he can. The fact that mages are not rushing in proves this is just a standard warehouse. Sneaking further inside, the main character finds the relics locked behind protective barrier spells. He could disarm them carefully one by one, but after seeing those gross golems, he is totally out of patience. Combining shadow energy with massive flame magic, he blows the entire warehouse to pieces as a little warning to Xiphal. Meanwhile, back at Runcandel Castle, Luna is busy slapping Anne and Mayu. That was basically a suicide run. She asks if they are actually insane enough to wage war on their own little brother, who is not even a flag bearer yet. Anne immediately snaps back, telling Luna to stop lecturing them since she never cared about family hierarchy anyway. Luna calmly drops a massive bomb. Our main character actually cleared the mission, retrieved the relics, and already sent his report to Rosa. That is why they are complete idiots. They literally made Jin look like a total legend. She warns them that he always pays back his debts twofold before sending them away, genuinely fearing he might wipe them out someday. Back in her room, Luna's maid agrees. Our main character never forgets a grudge, and at this rate, will easily surpass his sisters and potentially end them. Luna wonders who actually ordered the hit on him because she doubts Anne or Mew would go that far. And it wasn't the Tona twins either. Her suspicions shift to Joshua and the other high-ranking siblings, but investigating them is a political nightmare, so she decides to wait and see. Jin is growing incredibly fast anyway, which gives her peace of mind. Finally, our boy returns home safely. Gilly is practically crying, terrified she almost lost him, ready to die for him. He hands in his official mission report that lies about getting massive outside help. Then he pulls out the golem heart as proof. Murakan claims Jin just got lucky, but even he looks terrified seeing the human-made core. Learning these things were once human makes Murakan seriously worry about the Xiphals, who are definitely behind this. Because of that, he insists on joining Jin on his trip to the Cohen lands. Now, here's where you and I have to agree. He has a terrible gut feeling, but having Murakan along makes our main character feel way safer. He also needs an excuse to enter Seafil territory again. The three losers he beat up crawled back to the clan, only to get instantly kicked out. Jin keeps training, completely mastering the singing stones while he is at it. Soon, Chiron tells him to stop training with the cadets. Next week, Jin is meeting the patriarch. The Tona twins are completely shocked, suspecting he might become a reserve flag bearer already. Jin is thrilled about getting some actual freedom to move. He is about to get much stronger. Meanwhile, the patriarch is traveling when Knighton mentions they will arrive in 2 hours. The patriarch complains that his youngest son, born so late in his life, keeps interrupting his training. He planned to stay in the Black Sea for 10 years, but Jin ruins that plan. Knighton notes that he always knew the boy was special, just not this crazy. What Jin did in the Garden of Swords completely shocked him, especially his ruthless fighting spirit. He remembers meeting a very young Jin at Storm Castle, noting that his eyes held a strange, deep regret. The boy tried to hide it, but Knighton saw right through him. He recalls how the kid provoked his older siblings the moment he arrived. To Knighton, that was not just acting out. The boy naturally knew exactly how to break his opponents. Jin has a natural killer instinct. Others noticed this and kept sending him on suicide missions, but he survived them all, already reaching the level of a 5-star warrior. But what interests Knighton most is not Mammoth or the Kellen ruins, but Jin's very first mission, where he fought a White Wolf tribesman one-on-one. Knighton expected him to hide behind his soldiers, but Jin won with pure skill, proving he meant every word he said. Then, Knighton asks if the Patriarch really believes he won completely alone. The Patriarch smiles, admitting it probably was not entirely solo if we are being exact. He calls his youngest an interesting kid, looking forward to questioning him in person soon. Soon, they arrive at the palace where Rosa is waiting at the gates. The Patriarch greets her, praising her management, but she modestly claims she did not do much. He laughs, saying if his adult kids could actually run things, he would still be in the Black Sea. He also notes that having so many guests watching will make things tough for them. Rosa agrees and ushers him inside, mentioning she prepared his absolute favorite meal. The Patriarch smiles warmly, genuinely looking forward to a good dinner. Once inside, the Patriarch spots the 2 swords Jin is carrying and immediately calls for Ran and Vigo. They step forward. He asks if those were the swords he gifted them. Vigo explains that Jin actually stole them, They only agreed to let him keep them if he cleared his mission at the Akalan ruins. The patriarch just pats Vigo's shoulder, amused. He tells him to just steal them back next time. Laughing, he admits his youngest is so sharp that he sometimes wonders if Jin is even actually his own son. Later, the patriarch stands with Jin by a window, asking if this is his first banquet. Jin nods. In his past life, he only attended a few hosted by rival clans. Back then, whenever banquets happened, he would hide away in the shadows like a total outcast. But now, he is standing right beside his father, as the absolute guest of honor. His father mentions that their clan rarely throws banquets. They only celebrate massive achievements, which means Jin's recent victory is a very big deal to the family. Jin thanks him politely. The patriarch asks how many guests he thinks showed up. Jin guesses around 1,000, and you and I know he is exactly correct. That is 200 more than the party 7 years ago. When asked what that means, Jin replies that the family power has obviously grown immensely in those 7 years. Sure, other clans can pull a crowd of 1,000, but every single guest at this banquet is a massive big shot. While the patriarch spent 7 years straight training and slaying shadow beasts in the Black Sea, Runcandel's power only grew. Why? Because he is the only Genesis Knight alive. But if he disappears, this crowd will scatter like rats, and Jin knows it. Take his dad out of the equation, and Runcandel's legendary status takes a massive hit. Right now, they share the absolute top spot with the Zippel clan. Without his father, that power gap would widen in a heartbeat, letting Zippel completely take over. Jin, being the savage he is, tells his dad something completely unhinged. If a single man's absence makes everyone run away, he would gladly disown this useless family. While his dad is stunned by the disrespect, Jin lays down some harsh truths. If Runcandel crumbles without one guy, it just proves the next leader is completely incompetent. Jin has zero plans to die under trash leadership, so he asks about their weaknesses. The patriarch is intrigued. Jin explains that by trading back a stolen sword, he got his hands on the secret files only flag-bearers can access. And boy, did he find dirt. Turns out, the Vera clan scammed the emperor, stole imperial treasures, and still had the nerve to show up today. Oh, and they also hired Runcandel to assassinate Zippel mages. Then there's Harold's daughter, who pawned family relics to fund her gambling addiction, begged Runcandel to get them back, and still hasn't paid the bill. Talk about absolute chaos. Jin notes that with one quick look, he has enough blackmail to rule the room, and those files are just a tiny fraction of the dirty tricks up Runcandel's sleeve. His dad asks if Jin plans to keep the clan alive through blackmail instead of raw power. Jin replies that if the next leader isn't a god-tier knight, they'd better be a mastermind. The patriarch agrees, but notes that Zippel has plenty of skeletons in their closet too. Jin nods, knowing that's true, but points out one crucial difference between the two houses. Zippel could never play dirty like they do. When asked why, Jin simply smiles. Runcandel's entire brand is being the villains, but if the next leader is too soft to use these weapons and waste their arsenal, Jin would dump the family instantly. After that, he'd dedicate his entire life to destroying Zippel, even if it took him decades. Absolute savage mentality right here. His dad laughs, loving the sheer malice. None of his other kids would ever dare talk about the clan's downfall to his face. They usually just kiss his boots or whine. But Jin just speaks his mind with zero fear. The patriarch actually regrets that Jin was born so late. The kid has Luna's monstrous talent, unmatched drive, and fierce fighting spirit. He estimates he has maybe 10 to 15 years left on the throne. Just enough time to see if his youngest son completely wrecks the line of succession and takes the crown. Shifting gears, he notes the guests have arrived, so it's time to head inside. Jin nods. His dad adds that they need to chat again after the banquet, so Jin must wait. As they walk, Jin realizes that becoming a reserve flag-bearer means one major thing. He is going to have to leave the estate for a while. And this 4-day party? It is going to feel like an eternity. Suddenly, Heinz sprints over, completely out of breath. The patriarch asks what is wrong, and the servant drops some shocking news. Some uninvited guests just crashed the gates without warning. The patriarch is furious. Who would dare? Heinz reveals it is 5 members of the Zippel family, led by Andre. The patriarch clicks his tongue, calling Andre a brainless fool. He orders Heinz to kick Andre out while letting the rest in, but tells him not to deliver the insult himself. Let the low-tier guards handle the trash. Heinz bows and leaves. Jin realizes that while Andre is a fool, publicly humiliating Zippel's second-in-command at the front gate is incredibly savage. His dad asks if he went too far. Jin just grins. Not at all. It was actually beautiful to watch. He knows if Andre throws a tantrum and leaves with his squad, he is basically rejecting the clan's hospitality. And throwing a fit like that in the Garden of Swords? Big mistake. It goes exactly how Jin predicts. Andre Zippel will either swallow his pride or leave on a stretcher. Smiling, Jin steps forward to start the party. Soon, the patriarch stands before the massive crowd. He welcomes everyone, proudly introducing himself as the master of Runcandel. He announces this feast is to celebrate being blessed with a genius son so late in his life. He demands a round of applause for Jin, and the crowd goes wild. Then, he lays down the law. There are only 2 rules at a Runcandel party. First, start a fight, get dragged out. Second, the loser must submit, and the winner must show restraint. After all, this is a civilized feast, not a war zone. Over 1,000 powerful figures are gathered in one place. Normally, these elites would just fake smile, trade subtle threats, and call it a day. But this is the Garden of Swords. Here, the tension is dialed up to 11. No killing is allowed, but beating your rival to a pulp and asserting dominance is totally on the table. The patriarch raises his glass and tells them to enjoy themselves. Jin shakes his head at how unhinged his family is. His dad tells him to go wild, even suggesting he recruit any guest he likes, but warns him not to bully weaklings, unless they specifically insulted his name first. Jin promises to be careful, knowing deep down that failure is not an option. Losing is simply not in his vocabulary. If he fails, he'll lose everything he worked for, including his trusted nanny. Bowing respectfully, he promises to remember. He realizes this is the first real chat he has had with his father, something that was completely impossible in his previous tragic life. This actually felt like a warm father-son moment. But Jin is not looking for a happy family. He has zero desire for parental love in this timeline. His only goal is to completely surpass his dad. Period. Later, as Jin joins the party, Daytona approaches him. He congratulates Jin on reaching 5-star warrior status and asks to hang out for a bit. Jin nods, casually asking how their special clearstone training is going. They mention it is improving rapidly, thanks to a custom weapon their uncle suggested. Jin plays along, hoping to escape this tedious conversation as soon as possible. Just then, an annoying new guest from the Ken clan interrupts them with a loud greeting. Daytona takes this as his cue to leave, wishing Jin luck with his training. Jin plays the polite host, telling the newcomer he's heard legendary tales of his deeds since childhood. The guy laughs, totally flattered. But then, a wild idiot appears. Some loudmouth named Huger grabs Jin by the hair from behind. He yells that he wanted to see the famous 15-year-old 5-star prodigy, mocking how young he looks. Jin keeps his cool and greets him politely. But Huger keeps pushing, aggressively asking if Jin is truly a genius or just a hype job designed to make others look bad. He demands Jin respect his martial arts seniors and stop acting so smug. Still incredibly calm, Jin looks him dead in the eye and delivers a chilling warning. He warns Huger that this childish stunt just insulted every single person who showed him respect today. Suddenly, Dia steps in, telling Huger he needs to watch his mouth. If he wants to talk about seniority, he should look around. The highest-ranking commanders and legendary mercenaries here are all Huger's seniors, and they all treated Jin with absolute respect. Alright, you and I know Huger messed up big time here. Difa lets it slide with a warning, but another clan member steps in, reminding Huger that Jin literally saved his life once. He tells him to take our main character's warning seriously. Someone else chimes in, saying Huger's big mouth was bound to get him in trouble anyway, so Huger finally backs down. Since his senior insisted, he grittingly apologizes to the youngsters, hoping Jin will forgive him. Jin says sure, no problem. Just then, Sister Luna drops by, teasing him about his enemy magnet talent. He wishes he could just act like a normal kid for once. But Jin is all business, saying he represents the Runcandel clan tonight. Luna respects the hustle and clinks her glass against his. She then asks what he would have done if Huger demanded a duel, since that guy is at least a 6-star warrior. Jin calmly replies that the Tuco clan leaders would have stopped it. They had their eyes on him the whole time anyway. Luna is impressed, he thought ahead, teasingly asking if some secret master taught him how to play people like a fiddle. Having someone that calculating around is honestly a great idea. In a world where sword power is everything, does anything else matter? Jin explains that as the family's black sheep, he needs more than just swordplay. As the youngest, he needs every trick in the book just to survive. Luna wonders if that is true, noting his genius brains and talent are exactly why someone tried to assassinate him before. Jin quietly wonders which of his lovely siblings tried to take him out so early. Luna adds she only came to congratulate him, but fancy banquets bore her, so she is off to find real fun. He asks if she is already leaving, and she teases that he is still too short to be her dancing partner. She promises him a real dance later, but he grabs her hand and starts dancing anyway. He says he is holding her to that promise. Before walking away, she decides she should send a little warning message to the rest of the family too. When he asks how, she suddenly hugs him tight. This huge hug shows everyone exactly how much she treasures him, so they will think twice before messing with her little brother. With a quick goodbye, she heads out. Nearby, Bubar is absolutely green with envy. He wishes he could get some affection from Lady Luna too, declaring he will write her a love poem tonight. Vishkel tells him to shut his mouth, but Margella tells him to be nice. To Bubar, this is serious business, and since he has been keeping Vishkel occupied, she got to enjoy this boring party in total peace. Because of that, she thinks they owe him some slack. Bubar is deeply touched and vows to serve Margella forever. Meanwhile, Jin is already sick of playing host, looking around with pure annoyance. Where on earth are those Zippels? Does he have to find them himself? Just as he is about to go hunting, Cirrus approaches, asking to share a drink with the legendary rising star of the Runcandel clan. Jin asks for her name, and she introduces herself. He says the honor is all his, fully aware she is the hidden palace master's daughter, and pours her a glass. Cyrus points out they are both 15 and asks how he got so strong. She admits she is incredibly jealous of the Runcandel bloodline. Jin replies that it is a blessing, but notes the hidden palace is also highly favored. He wonders how much her father treasures her. Cyrus smiles, agreeing that her father cherishes her above all else. After all, she is not just some random heir, she is his one and only daughter. She then asks if that sounded too arrogant. Jin laughs it off, saying not at all. Everyone knows he has a mountain of siblings, and honestly, he is the jealous one. Having a massive family is completely exhausting. Still, something is off. It is weird she has not brought up Mammoth yet. Did she seriously not recognize him just because he had a little ash on his face? Right then, Cyrus says she has a question. Jin tells her to shoot. She asks about his supposedly injured leg. He smoothly replies it is perfectly healed, thanks to a beautiful savior, though he has no idea how to pay her back. He calls him incredibly shameless under her breath, then demands to know why he was at the Moonlight Well in Mammoth. She wants answers. Jin shrugs and asks why she thinks he owes her anything. Cedric explains her squad failed to capture the magic terrorist, which completely crushed her pride. It got her thinking if the boy she let go was the actual culprit. Jin scoffs at the accusation. He is a proud Runcandel. So how does he look like a magic user? She knows his family is all about swords. Cedric admits she does not think he did it, but she has another theory. What if he was on a secret clan mission and hired a mage to do the dirty work? Since the only people at that inn who mattered were from the hidden palace, she cannot ignore it. As a captain of the 7 swords, she has a duty. Jin realizes she thinks he was targeting the hidden palace. Honestly, she is not entirely wrong, but she cannot prove a single thing. He calls it all wild guesswork. She asks if he is going to play dumb forever, then decides she will handle this her own way. Her solution? Drag him to the arena and beat him down. She wants a duel. Jin retorts his father told him not to pick on the weak, but since she is begging for a beatdown, he accepts. A bit later, he arrives at the arena. He confirms the match, kicks everyone out except the medical staff, and requests 2 sharp swords. The guard agrees, locking the arena doors tight until their battle is fully finished. Jin knows that after midnight, a bunch of curious noble guests will start snooping around. Since she is the master's daughter, publicly destroying her in front of an audience would be way too cruel. Before they clash, Cirrus demands a promise. If she wins, he must reveal exactly what went down in Mammoth. No lies. Jin agrees, but if he wins, she must pretend they never met. She scoffs that he is obviously hiding something juicy, then tells him to make his move. He lunges first, but she counters with a blindingly fast strike. He immediately recognizes the technique. It is the Endorma family's signature, myriad ice blades. He did not expect her to unleash a secret art so quickly. Since he has not learned his own clan's secret techniques yet, this is trouble. Cedric tells him his lack of skills is not her problem, launching herself forward as the real fight begins. She can feel his raw power. He is definitely a 5-star warrior. At first, she thought he was barely keeping up, but his defense is solid. Still, she believes a 1-star gap is totally manageable if she unleashes the 3rd form of her ice blades. She knows her stamina is lower, so drawing this out is a terrible idea. She needs to finish this before he adapts to her style. Jin, on the other hand, is completely calm. He realizes that despite her fancy secret art, her basic combat stats are way below his. He can feel she is setting up a massive attack to force a quick ending. It is definitely her ultimate move, and since he is not sure how lethal it is, he decides to pull out one of the secret techniques he picked up back at Stormcastle. Out of all of them, this one is the most devastating. Cyrus charges, yelling that it is over as she unleashes her ultimate form. Jin blocks, feeling the insane pressure of condensed aura. He just smirks at her. Infuriated by his smug face, she activates Avalanche. This move is so powerful that even a 15-year-old 5-star genius should not be able to survive it. Yet, a sudden chill of dread hits her. He aims a deadly slash straight for her eyes, forcing her to dodge in panic. But wait, His own technique might be way too dangerous here. The Atella family's Stormblade is too destructive for her to block. If she had not dodged, she would have been torn to shreds. Cyrus collapses to her knees, breathing heavily as reality hits. Her pure survival instinct is the only thing that saved her from a brutal end. Jin casually walks over and apologizes for almost ending her life, wondering why she did not back down. She is a proud and honorable fighter, but at 15 years old, nobody can fully crush their will to live. He sighs, admitting that if she had not moved, things would have ended terribly. Jin steps back, knowing she would have done the exact same thing in his position. He suggests they just drop the subject and move on, hoping that will calm her down. But instead of listening, she reaches out and pulls out a tiny medicine box and points straight at the cut on his cheek. She insists on treating it to repay him for saving her life. Jin sighs, asking if the sole heir of the Ice Palace values her life that cheaply. Princess of the Ice Palace. But she replies that she once begged for this life, so she intends to treasure it. He does not need to worry. Leaving, Sira suggests they treat today as a fresh start, a clean slate before seeing him tomorrow. The next day, Jin sips his wine, and you and I can see the grand hall is unusually empty, with everyone saving their energy for the public duels kicking off today. This is where the real show finally begins. Fewer crowds mean it will be way easier to track down those Zippel kids. They should all be around his age, somewhere between 15 and 20, which gives him the ultimate chance to test their magic against his own. He briefly considers asking them about Kiliak Zippel, but decides to wait. Once he secures his spot as a reserve flag bearer, he will have all the freedom he needs to dig deeper. Maybe with Murakan's help, he can investigate Kiliak better. He won't let them stay ahead. That's when he spots Murakan sitting off to the side in cat. Margella is playing with him, wondering why on earth a cat is wandering a Runcandel banquet without its owner. She lifts up his little collar pendant and reads the name out loud. Finding Butterfly, Jin confirms that's Butterfly Runcandel, prompting Margella to ask if he chose the name. Right then, Barak Zippel strolls over, laughing that he knew following the cat would lead him to Jin. They finally met again, so how could Jin ever forget his face? Instead, Jin blankly asks who he is. Stunned, Barak asks how he can be so heartless after all this time. He's literally thought about Jin every single day to remember. He hints his name starts with B. Margella finds him totally bizarre and walks away with Murakan. Barak begs again, asking if Jin remembers now, but Jin just says nope. Completely frustrated, Barak reminds him they first met back at the Middle Kingdom teleport gate. Jin still plays dumb, claiming zero memory. Annoyed, Barak grabs his shoulder and snaps that Jin's memory is absolute garbage. He tells him to listen, carefully this time. His name is Barak Zippel. Jin quietly warns him that if he is playing dumb, it is to prevent anyone from learning they are connected. Why can't this blockhead just get the hint and stop bothering him? He even squeezes his hand hard to drive the point home, but Barak is completely oblivious. He just asks again if Jin remembers. Jin seriously wonders how someone this dense became a licensed magician so young and is already in line to lead the Zippel family. Barak rambles on, complaining that he searched everywhere for Jin yesterday and spent the last 2 hours searching without finding a single clue. Jin deadpans that, while the banquet hall is massive, it is still just one single room. How do you manage to get lost for 2 hours? Barak argues that if magic were allowed, he would have found him instantly. But this is Runcandel territory, where cast spells are strictly forbidden. Jin can't tell if he is lying or just has zero sense of direction. Second option. Grinning, Barak says he is thrilled to see him, amazed that 5 years have passed. He also can't believe Jin is already a 5-star warrior, claiming he always knew he would achieve great things. Barak then proudly boasts that he hasn't been slacking off either, having already reached 6-star rank as a magician. That is one level above Jin, leaving him completely stunned. The hyped genius of the Zippel clan is only a 6-star magician at 18. Jin thinks if he had those massive resources, he'd be at 7 stars by now. He even wonders if Barak is hiding his actual strength. Noticing Jin's skeptical expression, Barak assumes he's just deeply moved by how hard he searched for him. He promises a legendary future duel, telling Jin to train hard and catch up. Jin figures Barak isn't hiding his power after all. If he really hit 6 stars at 18, then besides Zusi and Zippel, Barak is the absolute closest to mastery, giving Jin a solid benchmark for himself, for his own talent. Jin snaps, telling him to shut up and save his breath, as he's said this before. Barak just chuckles, claiming he is only passing along some wise words from his father. Anyone in his shoes would do the same. Jin then asks why the Zippels even crashed the banquet without an invite. Meanwhile, Bouvard watches them silently from afar. Barak admits he came solely because of Jin. He confesses he nagged his uncle Andre Zippel until they came. Jin finds it absolutely ridiculous that a vice-patriarch would march into enemy territory just to cater to a kid's childish tantrums. Barak's whining. Barak adds they were already vacationing nearby when they heard about the banquet, making it feel like pure destiny. Jin raises an eyebrow, asking if that is really the whole story, and Barak nods. Jin warns Barak to be thankful this is a peaceful banquet, telling him to stay quiet and leave peacefully. Barak pouts, asking why he's so harsh when his father once spared his uncle. Then he asks for a promise. He wants Jin to crash a Zippel banquet in the future. Jin dryly asks what happens if he actually shows up and starts causing chaos. Barak replies he would still spare him, even promising not to join the fight if one breaks out. Jin calls him a complete idiot. But stick with me, this is where things get really wild, as Jin notices an unpleasant gaze staring at them. Out to Bouvard Gaston. Bouvard politely asks if he needs something, then asks when Lady Luna will visit again. Jin repeats the question, totally baffled. Bouvard confirms he means Luna, asking if she is returning soon. He wants to gift her a poetry book he stayed up all night writing. Overflowing with his feelings, he's sure Luna will see past his looks once she reads it. He even hints he might soon become Jin's brother-in-law. That delusional claim makes Barak spit out his wine in pure shock. Deciding this fool needs a lesson, Jin snatches the book and rips it to shreds. Bouvard screams in protest. Jin snaps that Bouvard threw the Runcandel name around like trash and dared speak of joining their family. He acts as if their noble clan means nothing. Furious, Jin orders a soldier to drag him straight to the arena. As the guard steps up, Bouvard nervously laughs it off, calling Jin young master and asking why things escalated so quickly. But when two soldiers grab him, he panics, begging them to stop and crying that he only confessed his love, which is every man's right. He demands to know how they can treat a guest so terribly, loudly preaching about basic hospitality. He even complains that Jin is completely ignoring the fact that he was just praising his sister's beauty. The guards instantly slam him to the floor. Jin announces they will settle this with a brutal fistfight. Bouvard is utterly baffled, whining that all he did was call his sister pretty. Why is this guy being so merciless? Internally, Bouvard is panicking. If Jin ever uncovers that he was the master of disguise who transformed those Zippel agents 5 years ago, things will get infinitely worse. He still can't figure out why Jin is targeting him. Ignoring the whining, Jin repeats that they are settling this with bare fists and sheds his coat. Watching from afar, Vishukel is absolutely speechless. Margella eagerly asks what is going on, realizing Bouvard and Jin are actually about to duel. Calling Bouvard a brainless fool, she moves in for a better look. Sidri complains, grumbling that she wanted to challenge Jin first before this random nobody ruined her plans. She can't comprehend why Jin would waste his time on a fat slob like Bouvard. Meanwhile, Barak boasts that begging his uncle to come was totally worth it, especially after spotting the Ice Palace's heir. He greets her warmly, only for her to tell him to buzz off. Barak shrugs it off, loudly announcing that the star of the banquet, the young master, Jin Runcandel, is stepping into the ring. He wonders who Jin's opponent is, noting he has never seen him around since he arrived with the Yulan group. Barak guesses this average-looking guy might secretly be a powerhouse. In the arena, Bouvard begs Jin to at least let him introduce himself before they start fighting. Jin's reply? A massive punch straight to the face, telling him to shut up because he doesn't care about a dead man's name. Bouvard fires back, unleashing a wave of aura and charging at Jin. Jin easily reads the strike, sizing up his opponent's power at 6 stars. Sira notes that Jin picked a fight with someone stronger, built entirely for war. Barak chuckles, hoping Jin doesn't break Bouvard too badly. But as you and I can guess, this won't be easy, as Bouvard lands a heavy hit, screaming that a weakling dared strike him. He vows to make Jin, begging and crying on the floor for forgiveness? Not on Jin's watch. You and I both know the young master answers with brutal punches, declaring this fight officially over. A relentless chain of attacks, exactly what they expected. But Margiela turns to Vishkel, completely baffled by Jin's sheer brutality. Wasn't the winner already decided? She just can't believe her eyes. Why is Jin still beating down someone who's clearly lost? Vishkel agrees, calling it straight-up bullying of a weaker opponent. He asks Margiela if she's really just going to sit there and watch. Besides, Vishkel's confident he's not the weaker one here, but his little sister pouts, saying she's disappointed in him. She wants her brother to teach Jin a real, honorable lesson. So, does she want him to fight? Exactly. A challenge. The bystanders notice how worked up she's getting, urging Vishkel to just listen to his sister. So, he steps forward, shouting at Jin to let the poor guy go and fight fairly. Free Bouvard and face a real opponent. Soon, Jin and Vishkel stand eye to eye, blades unsheathed. No matter the outcome, Our young master knows that trading blows with a 7-star knight is absolute gold. Gaining direct experience against the legendary Ivaliano sword style is priceless. Even Patriarch Sciron once acknowledged their strength. But as they prepare to clash, Jin can't help but find Margiella's antics hilarious. She literally forced her own brother into a duel just for some entertainment. Jin remarks on how much Vishkil must adore his sister. Vishkil doesn't deny it, that should be obvious to anyone. Jin, having sisters of his own, totally gets it. But Vishkil adds a condition. Because he loves his sister, he expects Jin to keep his rowdy subordinates under strict control from now on. He makes it clear Bubar Gaston isn't some servant, but a companion who simply made a mistake. He explains Bubar was just helping Margiela, who struggles to move. Granted, his behavior was totally unacceptable. It definitely didn't fit a Runcandel banquet. Still, Jin plays along, suggesting there was no real malice, and asks to let it slide. But internally, our boy is secretly plotting. He knows Bubar's true identity, the infamous transformation sorcerer. In his past life, when Bubar was arrested, there was zero mention of any connection to the Ivaliano family. So, does Vishkil actually know who his companion really is? The mystery deepens. Rooted. Raising, Vishkil commands him to bring his absolute best. He even claims he hopes to learn a thing or two from Jin. Then boom, Vishkil lunges forward. Jin blocks the strike, but that single clash reveals everything. Vishkil isn't a true 7-star knight yet. His skills feel closer to Uncle Zed's tier, yet the sharp path of his blade is still incredibly tough to read. The crowd's tension explodes. Baron gasps as the young master is immediately pushed back. Others argue Jin is holding his ground incredibly well. They whisper about the Ivaliano style being notoriously deceptive and strange, a style you never want to face twice. It is purely chaotic. Baron just scoffs at their ignorance. To him, their opponent's sword is a sly snake, but the Runcandel blade, it is a charging rhino that never stops, even with a broken horn. Jin attacks fiercely. Vishkil ducks, narrowly evading the blow. Jin senses his opponent is holding back, yet keeping pace as a mere 5-star swordsman is pushing him to his absolute limits. Suddenly, his willpower surges like crazy. Vishkil strikes again, forcing Jin to retreat. But inside, something familiar sparks. Channeling his intense sword aura, Jin smiles, declaring it a great match, before thrusting forward to shatter Vishkil's blade, snapped right in half. Yet, Vishkil keeps charging with the broken metal. Jin nimbly slips aside, leaving a tiny graze on him. Baron quickly steps in, declaring Sir Vishkil the official winner of the duel. But Vishkil is left utterly baffled by what just happened, suddenly collapsing face first onto the ground. Panic erupts. Soldiers rush to carry him straight to the infirmary, while Vishkel's mind races in his unconscious state. He remembers the clash. The exact second his blade shattered, a cold, sharp presence brushed his throat. He's stunned. Did Jin really tap into the heartsword style that quickly? It is terrifying. A tenth of a second faster, or if Vishkel had been a fraction slower, his head would have rolled. Later, Jin finally wakes up in his quarters, only to find Murakan literally sitting on his face. Jin immediately grabs the fat dragon and shoves him off. Looking around in confusion, he asks if he blacked out after fighting Vishkel. Gilly walks in with a sigh, revealing he's been asleep for 2 whole days. 2 days? The banquet is over, and Jin regrets missing the guests. But here's where you and I see the real impact. For 2 straight days, the entire estate has been buzzing. Specifically, that insane heartsword move at the final second. Word on the street is that Vishkel was inches from death. A 5-star swordsman executing the heartsword? Absolute madness. The hype is unreal. Everyone expects massive things from Jin now. Back in his room, Gilly reminds him that awakening the heartsword against an 8-star knight is a legendary feat. Still, Jin knows his technique is still incomplete. Yet, it saved his life. He recalls Luna's bizarre training advice never to open his eyes and finally realizes just how much that weird tip paid off. It forced him to feel the sword, even if the heartsword only triggers in desperate life-or-death moments. Standing his ground against an 8-star monster is a massive win. Now, it's time to review his spoils from this banquet. First up, he confirmed the connection between Bubar and Zipfel, befriended the Ice Palace heir, and discovered the link between Bubar and Vishkel Ivaliano. As for that transformation sorcerer, Jin decides to let the mystery simmer. He needs more solid clues before taking action. Just then, Gilly places a beautiful pot of Runcandel flowers right on his desk. When Jin asks where they came from, she reveals Cirrus left them. Murakan immediately starts teasing him, suggesting the Ice Palace babe has a crush on him, but Gilly ruins the fun. According to their customs, these flowers don't represent love. They actually mean something far worse, an endless duel. Jin sighs, realizing Cirrus is basically demanding a rematch. Murakan laughs, pointing out that getting flowers from a girl is still a win, even if it's a threat. He asks Gilly's thoughts, but she completely ignores him, delivering a message. The patriarch wants to see Jin the moment he wakes up. Jin is shocked. Did his father really summon him? Gilly nods, hinting this is his ultimate chance. Jin agrees. He knows this meeting might mean leaving the family estate for a long time. Later, standing inside a pitch-black chamber, he asks for his father. Out of the darkness, Siron's voice echoes. Siron notes it's been ages since any of his kids visited him dressed so casually, like they're packing to leave. Jin calmly confirms he is indeed departing. Funnily enough, Siron seems much easier to read now. Regression really changed Jin's perspective. Siron then asks if he recognizes this sacred chamber. Jin answers immediately. It's the legendary mausoleum, restricted only to those deemed worthy by the Garden of Swords, where the family's greatest heroes are buried. Siron nods. This ground belongs to the legends who guarded Runcandel for thousands of years. But then, Siron suddenly asks about their first patriarch, Tamar. Specifically, why he has no grave here. Jin replies that he already knows Tamar isn't buried in the garden or anywhere else. Siron explains that Tamar's forbidden shadow magic is why he's denied an honor. Following his death, the family struck a shameful deal with Zipfel, sacrificing their magic and their ancestors' glory. Zipfel then aligned with the gods to cast a permanent curse on the Runcandel bloodline. As a result, no Runcandel born after him could ever wield magic again. Changing the subject, Siron brings up the day Jin beat the Tona twins using aura, noting he never asked where it came from. Jin nods, remembering how he lied back then, claiming he'd used that power strictly for the clan. Siron chuckles, telling him he was incredibly lucky to be a child then. Today, he wouldn't overlook it. Then, he asks a bombshell question. Has Jin ever heard Solderet's voice? Jin nods calmly, admitting the shadow god called him a contractor. Though he hasn't heard the voice in this current life yet, he knows this divine power feels completely unfair to his siblings. But is using it to crush them and seize the family truly the right path? Jin declares his plan is to leave and explore the world. If he finds nothing out there more precious than the Runcandel legacy, he'll return to claim it. Siron smiles. You and I know Jin isn't leaving for approval, he's leaving to judge them. Will this family ever deserve his loyalty? Jin can't tell if his father is being admirable or just incredibly arrogant. He's given 5 years to prove himself or judge them instead. With that challenge, Jin draws his blade, tapping his forehead in a deep salute of respect. He thanks his father, promising to return in 5 years. Outside, Gilly and Murakan are already waiting. Gilly immediately asks if the talk with the patriarch went well. Jin nods, ready to leave, but then he spots a strange bag she's holding. Turns out, this artifact completely seals her powers. With her aura locked away, she feels completely ordinary. Jin remembers hearing about this rule before. Gilly confesses it's pretty weird going powerless, especially since a caretaker's status depends entirely on their master. Even so, she tells him not to sweat it. Jin vows that for the next 5 years and far beyond, he will be the one protecting her. He even apologizes for dragging her into this. Gilly just smiles, telling him serving as his reserve caretaker is plenty, and her powers will return once his test is over. Jin tells her to stay strong, casting a final glance back. 5 years on the road. This is where his true journey finally begins. Fully resolved, Jin sets off into the wild world. Meanwhile, back in the castle, the patriarch is reflecting on his own limits. Despite reaching a literal demigod status with his blade, he still couldn't shatter the ancestral oath bound to the Zipfel clan. But Jin's divine contract with Solderet changes everything. Wielding shadow energy, this youngest son might just be the family's ultimate hope. He could actually become strong enough to shatter the Runcandel curse, and the patriarch is eager to see it. What kind of future will Jin forge? Later, traveling through a dark forest, our main character lights up the path with magic. Gilly wonders if leaving without saying goodbye to his friends was smart. She worries Luna and the other cadets might feel left out. Jin chuckles, saying Luna is too free-spirited to care, and he's not going to war. Plus, those cadets would just cause a scene. Probably would have lined up saluting with drawn swords. Gilly laughs, agreeing they would definitely overdo it. She then asks about their first destination. As most rookies hunt big targets for quick fame, taking down notorious villains is indeed the fastest shortcut to getting noticed. As a reserve, Jin has to build his reputation from absolute scratch, with zero help from the main family. Take his sister Mary, for example. She absolutely crushed dangerous foes in the South, earning the terrifying nickname Madwoman of the South before she ever became an official flag-bearer. While his other siblings returned in under 2 years, his father handed him a 5-year sentence. And honestly, there is a very specific, brilliant reason behind that long delay. Jin wants to fully master shadow energy before making his grand return. Their destination? The Aken Kingdom. Gilly's surprised, since that place is heavily tied to the Lutero Magic Federation. It is prime enemy territory, after all. But Jin explains that back during the Colin Ruins incident, he heard rumors about unregistered mages running wild and causing major trouble there. They are teaming up with rogue fighters, making life a living nightmare for the locals. Gilly smiles. Sounds like the perfect target. She always loved busting bad guys during her active duty days. Jin is secretly thrilled because this isn't information from his current life. He knows it from his past. The rogue mages and martial artists there are all just puppets of the shady Tessing family. What he is actually targeting is their legendary underground auction. He plans to snatch up priceless treasures others are too foolish to recognize, including some extremely rare grimoires and a special ring. But Gilly points out a major flaw. They can't use a teleportation gate. She only has 10 gold coins, and Jin is forbidden from using his prestigious family name for any favors. So yeah, zero backup for our crew. But Jin isn't worried, claiming things will right themselves once they reach the Zhan Kingdom. How do they get there, you ask? Well, Jin has a plan. They are flying. He turns to Murakan and demands a transformation. The dragon is stunned, and Gilly instantly panics about someone spotting him. But Jin insists they need to try it once. Even if the family catches them, who cares? Murakan leaps off her shoulder, expanding into his massive dragon form. He warns them to hold on tight if they want to reach Zhan by tomorrow. Meanwhile, Luna is strolling down the castle halls when she spots something massive soaring past the window. Stunned, she realizes her little brother is actually hitching a ride on a giant dragon. Leaning against the glass, she can't help but smile at his sheer audacity. Classic Jin, leaving without even a proper farewell. Still, she silently wishes her little brother victory in battle. Eventually, they touch down in the Zhan Kingdom. Poor Gilly is completely green from the high-speed flight. Murakan asks if she is all right, but her stomach is in absolute knots. The dragon immediately snaps, blaming Jin for traumatizing their beloved strawberry pie. Jin instantly fires back, pointing out that his reckless, chaotic flying is the real reason she is about to throw up. Ignoring the lizard, Jin gently tells Gilly to take slow, deep breaths. He holds her steady, helping her lean over to catch her balance while whispering calm reassurance to settle her stomach. Jin asks if he is just being grumpy because people fear black dragons. Murakan shrugs it off, offering to watch Gilly while Jin goes to hunt down some much-needed gold coins. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Zhan Kingdom, a man named Spurbill is chilling on a hill, overlooking wealthy estates. He complains that they threw him a banquet he didn't even attend. Still, Jin saved his life, and he desperately wants to thank him in person. He vividly recalls Jin's parting words to find him if needed. Spurbill honestly wonders when he'll ever repay that debt. Right on cue, a familiar voice calls out from behind. Spurbill whips around in shock, only for Jin to casually rest a hand on his shoulder, telling him to take a breath. Yep, it is the legendary young master who rescued him from those Colin thugs. A stunned Spurbill asks how he arrived, but Jin just reminds him of his promise to help whenever needed. Spurbill admits he could never forget that kindness, since he would be 6 feet under without him. Jin nods, says that is great, and immediately asks him to cough up some gold. Spurbill is totally blindsided by the sudden shakeup. Usually, reserve flag bearers must hide their identities and survive purely on their own grit, never relying on their famous family name for handouts. These young Runcandel heirs are supposed to live like dirt-poor beggars, grinding out cash from low-level mercenary work or hunting bounties just to eat. They usually scrape by on absolute pennies, but our trio, they do things a bit differently. They actually get to feast. Soon, they are walking down the street, with Gilly praising the local cuisine for being surprisingly delicious. She thought they'd be starving on the streets like typical training flag bearers, but Jin made their start incredibly easy. Murakan cracks up, reminding Jin that he literally called it extortion yesterday. Yet here he is, completely thrilled with the results. Jin defends himself, claiming it was just Spurbill paying back a very legitimate debt with that massive sack of gold coins. Jin looks over, asking Murakan if stuffing his face is a good idea. Since they are using a teleportation gate, he warns the dragon that he might throw it all up again. The dragon tells him to shut it, explaining he's a binge eater who must feast. Even if he pukes later, it is totally worth it. Plus, if Jin hates barf, he can just ride him. No thanks. Jin is sticking with the teleportation gate. Gilly agrees, saying they can handle a little motion sickness. But Jin reveals that Gilly feeling nauseous is the absolute least of their concerns. The real threat is where they are heading. The Aken Kingdom belongs to the Lutero Magic Federation, which is firmly under Zippel control. Worse, 80% of active dragons serve them, so flying Murakan in there would be an open declaration of war. But you and I know those enemy dragons will absolutely panic when he arrives. Annoyed by the Zipfels, Murakan mutters that these magical show-offs strut around like they own the sky. Seriously, He warned the Black Dragon not to transform out in the open. He considers how the god contractors and their legendary dragons are all backing the Zipfel clan. Meanwhile, Jin is the only Runcandel with a contract. If Jin's legendary father did not exist, the Zipfels would have destroyed the Runcandels ages ago. Seriously, how did they hoard so many contractors in one generation? It cannot be pure luck. Talk about a cheat code. Soon, our main character stands before a border guard demanding identification. Smiling, Jin hands over 2 fake cards, introducing himself as Gray and Gilly as Gilly McPeon. He lies that they are just simple tourists heading to the Akin Kingdom. Right on cue, Jin waits with the crowd for their teleportation gate to open. A warning blares about dizzy spells and nausea during transport. Gilly whispers that the forged Runcandel identity cards actually worked. Of course they did. Jin calmly notes that a premium Runcandel fake can bypass even the most elite security. As the teleportation magic fires up, Gilly squeezes a very annoyed Murakan in his adorable cat form. Jin stares ahead, remembering how this country defined his tragic past life. 15 years later, they land safely in the Lutero Magic Federation's Akin Kingdom. Welcome to Akin. Stepping outside, Jin realizes the capital looks exactly like it did before his regression. 15 whole years, and absolutely nothing has changed. The bustling streets are packed with vendors and desperate, hollow-eyed beggars lining the brick roads. Gilly points out that the town feels incredibly depressing despite the sunny weather. Jin knows it is the Tessing Gang's heavy-handed oppression and recalls that this was the absolute worst era for the citizens. He suggests they secure a base of operations first before starting their raid. Gilly nods in quiet agreement. They stop at a complete rundown shack. Murakan complains about sleeping in such a trashy dump, but Gilly defends her master. Murakan groans, pointing out they have plenty of gold. Jin pushes open the door, explaining that unregistered mages showing off cash in this ghetto would basically invite trouble. Murakan snorts, snapping that even stinky orcs would refuse to sleep here. Jin tells his noisy companions to shut it as they enter the dark tavern. At a table, our favorite scammer Jet is fast asleep. Jin wakes him up, asking if he owns the joint. Jet blinks, sizing them up. A weird teenager, a rookie warrior, and a gorgeous maid. Jackpot. He eagerly welcomes them, offering free drinks, and claims they have the finest rooms available. He serves them his suspicious specialty orange juice, telling them to relax. Murakan grabs a glass, while Jet silently smirks, planning to sell these naive fools directly to the slave market. But Murakan instantly sniffs the cup, calls Jet a brainless clown, and throws the juice right in his face. Before Jet can react, Murakan delivers a brutal punch, roaring about the poison. Jet stammers out a pathetic lie, but Murakan promises to beat him to death, landing a savage kick straight to his face. Watching this, Jin fondly remembers Jet from his previous life. This guy was a shady informant with actually decent intel. When Jin was first exiled and completely broke, Jet helped him survive in Akin. However, their relationship was completely toxic. Jet scammed him repeatedly, promising entries to the Tessing auctions while stealing every single penny. Remembering those naive days still makes Jin boil with rage, but this time? Oh, it is different. This time, Jin will exploit the scammer instead. Jet tries to act tough, whimpering that he has powerful connections and will not be bullied. Murakan clocks him again, shouting that nobody cares. Jet instantly folds like a lawn chair, confessing it was just a cheap sleeping drug. Murakan growls that it is the exact same thing. Jin finally steps in, telling his dragon to halt. Murakan grumbles, wondering why they are bothering to negotiate with a trashy kidnapper. Jet squeals for mercy, promising absolute obedience, but Murakan barks at him to stay quiet or get crushed. Jin leans in, laying down the rules. Lie and you die. Tell the truth and you live. Oh, and his judgment is based purely on his mood. Jet swallows hard, thoroughly terrified. Murakan shrugs, letting Jin take the lead. Our main character asks Jet about his actual line of work. Shaking, Jet confesses he is an informant, a fake innkeeper, and a human trafficker. He begs for his life, pleading that he knows every dark secret in Akin and can be extremely useful. Jin asks why the dirty scammer tried to drug them in the first place. Jet apologizes profusely, admitting his plan. When Jin asks for the location, Jet reveals he was going to sell them to the Tessing underground auction. He quickly offers them matching masks. Jet warns that while some guy named Sala seems like the boss, the real mastermind is much worse. To survive the auction, hiding their faces is mandatory. Jin demands the true leader's name. It is Spider-Hand Alu. Jet snorts that Alu decorates the entire auction house in luxury just to hide the fact that he is a brainless street thug. Jin motions for him to continue. Jet explains that Alu is no joke. He rules the slums and is a 7-star warrior. Rumor has it, He even has backroom ties with the pure-blooded Runcandel clan across the sea. Murakan scoffed, claiming the legendary Runcandels would never associate with gutter trash. Gilly agrees, but Jin is suspicious. He recalls a key figure linked to both magic and the criminal underworld, the exact mastermind who cursed him as a child, blocking his mana and swordsmanship. If the Tessing gang has ties to the Lutero Magic Federation, then this could finally be a lead. That curse was the infamous 9-star bladed illusion. Jin highly doubts some low-life gangster could cast such high-tier magic. But after 15 years of dead ends, he cannot ignore any clues. He spent a decade locked in Stormcastle with 0 answers. Investigating Alu is definitely worth the trouble, especially since their plan was to completely demolish this place from the start. Murakan asks what the move is, warning that murdering an entire mafia on day 1 is a bit extreme. Gilly adds that the guards outside look tough, and illegal mages are everywhere. Attacking head-on in enemy territory is risky. Jin tells them to relax, he has a genius strategy. When Gilly asks what it is, our clever main character motions for them to lean in. Murakan taps his temple, absolutely flabbergasted by Jin's absurdly devious scheme. Gilly agrees, amazed that a Runcandel could think of something so underhanded. Meanwhile, our trembling informant Jet says they have arrived. Jet guides them to a secluded VIP booth. Pulling back the heavy velvet curtain, he nervously welcomes them to the grand Tessing Underground auction. Let the chaotic bidding show begin. On stage, the flamboyant auctioneer shouts that origin does not matter here. First up is a batch of healthy slaves, ready to be sold to the highest bidder. Cruel eyes watch from the crowd. Jin coldly whispers that they could have easily ended up on that auction stage themselves. Jet shivers, desperately apologizing for his past mistake. Jin sighs in relief, noticing there are no children. Murakan asks for the signal, but Jin tells him to wait. Sometimes rare treasures appear in these filthy auctions. If a valuable item pops up, he will purchase it before executing their plan. Besides, his true target is locked deep inside the gang's vault, and he will seize it once chaos erupts. Suddenly, the auctioneer bangs his gavel, declaring the bidding officially open. Fast forward a whole week. Jin has sat patiently through endless rounds of bidding, watching prices soar. Jet frantically nudges him, whispering that sitting here for 7 days without buying anything looks highly suspicious. Jin casually reminds him that bribing the guards to cover their tracks is literally his job. Jet fake smiles, nodding politely on the outside while screaming in sheer panic on the inside. If Jin does not bid on something today, they will all get kicked out by the guards. He desperately begs the young master to buy literally anything before their cover is blown. Things are about to get messy. The shady auctioneer displays the first legendary spellbook, claiming it was penned by Matthew W.C., an ancient world-ruling wizard. Nobody can read it, but the guy swears it contains ultimate power. A sucker bids 80 gold. While the crowd goes wild, Jin realizes the auctioneer butchered the name. It is not Matthew Walk, it is Matthew Mack, a notorious fraud whose real work is locked under. Jin sighs, thinking this entire week has been a repetitive circus. Shady merchants spout absolute garbage, and clueless wizards eat it right up. Thankfully, the host finally moves on to the next item. Jin laughs at how easily these amateur mages get scammed. But then, the host announces a rare book by Tig Zenem, starting at 50 gold. That immediately grabs our hero's attention. Unknown books like this are basically blind lottery tickets, not famous, but potentially jackpot material. As the bidding kicks off, Murakan taps Jin's shoulder with a smug grin, whispering that he absolutely needs to buy this masterpiece. If it is, genuinely from Tig Zenem, it is an absolute goldmine. Jin raises his bidding paddle, instantly shocking the auctioneer who begs for higher bids. The crowd starts whispering, wondering if this kid is some wealthy aristocrat. Since a literal dragon vouched for it, Jin trusts Murakan completely. The gavel falls at 150 gold. Suddenly, Murakan spots the next item and gasps in shock. The host introduces it as Suhi's magic tome. Murakan is baffled by the weird translation. First Zenem, now Heiser. Jin raises his paddle once more, bidding a whopping 200 gold. The audience mutters, wondering who this weird, crazy high roller is, and why he only buys junk. Murakan asks why he started so high. Jin explains he wanted this specific piece because his former master originated from the fallen Heiser clan centuries ago, so spotting their relic was a massive shock. The book is sold to our boy for 200 gold. He plans to gift it to his master if their paths ever cross again. Then he shrugs, saying that is enough shopping for today. As they exit, Murakan inspects their haul and his eyes go wide. Jackpot. It really is the legendary Zenem book, but it contains a bizarre, advanced code. Jin smiles, noting only he and his master can decipher it. Meanwhile, Jet is just relieved. Jin bought something, muttering it would have been bad to leave empty-handed. Jin calls their guide over, and as the jittery guy approaches, our main character orders him to set up a meeting with Spider Handu. Jet freaks out, stammering that it is impossible even for a high-paying guest. Jin smirks and tells him to send Boss Ailu a message instead. Tell him Baird Zippel waiting to meet him. Jet runs off, convinced our hero is not some random agent, but an actual, high-ranking elite of the Zippel clan. Opening the door, he fantasizes that sucking up to this massive family will finally be his ticket out of this dump. He demands the guards fetch Ailu immediately, because Baird Zippel is waiting. Instead, some massive thug blocks him, asking if this punk is really the elite wizard before demanding they step inside. Jin responds by delivering a brutal fist straight to the giant's face. He asks if they are playing games, conjuring high-level fire magic to demand if this loser is Ailu. The terrified guard stammers no. He explains Ailu only wanted to escort Jin's crew to a private meeting room. Suddenly, a massive blast shakes the area. Jin is absolutely livid. He gave them his grand name, yet Ailu dared send lowly lackeys instead of showing his face. Jin roars for Alu to drag his butt out here and crawl on all fours. Right on cue, a trembling voice echoes through the dust. The speaker introduces himself as Alu, boss of Tessing. He begs for mercy, apologizing for failing to recognize such a prestigious guest. Jin internally smirks. If some random hobo claimed to be a Zippel, Ailu would have gutted them, but Jin is built different. His insane aura and that casual 5-star fire spell proved he is the real deal. After all, only a true genius from the Supreme Zippel clan could wield such devastating magic at his young age. Suddenly, the scene flashes back to a week ago when Jin proposed this crazy disguise. Murakan was completely dumbfounded, while Gilly logically noted that even if Ailu knew someone in the Zippel clan, it would likely be a low-level servant, making Jin's lie easy to pull off. Nobody could debunk his fake identity. Still, Gilly worried about the massive scale of this plan. If the Runcandel family, or worse, their deadly patriarch discovered his little stunt, the punishment would be catastrophic. Back in reality, Jin coldly commands Alu to stand up. The terrified mob boss instantly complies and nervously brings over 2 legendary volumes, begging Jin to identify them. Before our hero can even speak, Ailu quickly confesses they are forbidden spellbooks, pleading forgiveness for acquiring them without Zippel permission. He claims his clan treasures them dearly. Jin simply glares, asking exactly how much cash Ailu has pocketed from these illegal black market deals. Ailu stammers, claiming he is just a simple brawler who did not realize the book's true worth, begging for a chance to make things right. Jin coldly cuts him off. He demands the entire ledger and customer list, threatening that his elite clan will launch a full investigation tomorrow morning. This is the absolute end for Tessing. Even if they are big shots in the local kingdom, they are still just a tiny, insignificant ant compared to the massive power of the Zippel Empire. If the Zippel overlords find any reason to destroy them, Tessing will be wiped off the map. Later, as they review the stolen documents, Ailu insists this represents their entire auction catalog. Jin raises an eyebrow, asking if he is seriously hiding stuff. Alu sheepishly confesses there are more goods, but they are locked away under guard. He asks for 2 hours to retrieve them personally. Jin asks with an icy stare if the mob boss is planning to destroy evidence. He adds that he will easily verify the facts by interrogating Alu's bribed officials anyway, so he should think twice. Go do your business. But remember, my eyes are always on you. Alu bows repeatedly, promising to return shortly. Before leaving, he commands a brown-haired guard to show our fake noble to the secret vaults. Once outside, Alu's expression darkens as he whispers a secret order to lock the brat inside until he gets back. Walking away, he fumes with pure rage over Jin's smug attitude. How dare that annoying kid talk down to him? Thinking of all the heavy bribes he has already paid to the Zippel clan, Alu vows to do whatever it takes to buy them off again. Meanwhile, Jin's crew is happily raiding the private library. Murakan generously tells Gilly to steal whatever she fancies. She hesitates, but the dragon points out all of this is likely stolen anyway. While sorting through the shelves, Murakan casually chucks a heavy book right at the annoying guard's face, complaining that everything here is useless trash. He warns Jin that Ailu will soon realize he's a fake. Jin just shrugs off the warning. His master plan is wonderfully simple. Grab all the cool loot they want for free, and make a run for it before the boss even returns to the mansion. Right then, our hero prees open a hidden chest, spots a glowing ring, and smiles. Got it. Gilly, still sweating over how wildly reckless they are, asks if this is normal. Jin gladly takes it as a huge compliment, just as Jet rushes in with a stack of papers. He found the detailed slave records with their origins, exactly as requested. Jin praises him and announces it is time to bounce. Suddenly, the guard blocks their escape, insisting they must stay until Alu returns. Jin responds with a swift punch, knocking the guy out cold. Jet claps in pure awe of his physical and magical skills. Still, he is terrified as to why they are assaulting the local mafia. Jin casually asks Jet if he has a family. Hearing he has a son, Jin orders him to grab his boy and run. Escape to the Amirbeth Empire immediately. Jet is completely speechless. Jin tells him to hand over the ledger and act as a whistleblower, explaining it is the only way he will survive Alu's wrath. But Jet desperately refuses. He vows to stick with Jin to the bitter end, refusing to throw away this golden opportunity. Begging on his knees, Jet pleads to serve him on his future grand adventures. Feeling a bit guilty, Jin sighs and finally drops the bomb. He is not actually Baron Zippel. Jet's brain completely short-circuits. 2 hours later, Alu returns. Having just learned the real Baron has long, silver hair. Spotting his knocked-out henchman, Alu demands an immediate status report. A panicked lackey screams that the guests stole all the slave and client ledgers before fleeing. This means their entire gang is ruined. Alu shrieks for a full-scale manhunt, but the guard stammers that they are already long gone. Losing his mind with fury, Alu grabs the man's face and hurls him across the room, roaring in. Alu wants every single goon hunting down the frauds, swearing he'll skin them alive. Meanwhile, Murakan is just chilling by the fire, asking why our main character is still hanging around. Worrying gets us nowhere though. What really matters is figuring out if this guy is tied to the Runcandels. Murakan actually agrees for once, treating this like one final goodbye party. He even points out how suspicious the whole thing is. It makes you and me wonder how a low-level boss even recognized something that ancient, especially after panicking the moment he saw that legendary grimoire and masterpiece at the auction. Speak of the devil, a squad of guards suddenly spots them and starts screaming for their boss. Murakan is just annoyed they interrupted his quiet time, but Jin is totally down for a little chat. Boy Jin casually suggests a quick chat, but Alu is already throwing a massive tantrum. He yells that he finally found the scammers, promising to hang our hero in the middle of the market. He wants to make an example out of anyone crossing the Great Spider Hands. Too bad Jin brought receipts, firing back with literal slave kidnapping records and some very dirty business details. We are talking about a secret ledger for the ancient grimoire, and a whole list of corrupt nobles. Jin dramatically throws the papers into the air, looking like an absolute boss. He already sent copies everywhere, thanks to the magic mail system. Talk about fast shipping. Alu is absolutely losing it, spitting out threats that our hero won't have an easy death. He promises to skin him alive and keep reviving him with magic, just to torture him more. Jin just ignores the drama, calling over Murakan because he wants to fight Alu one-on-one. Murakan is just sighing at this point. What a drag. Alu calls him completely delusional, demanding his useless men stop standing around like statues and finally launch their magic crystal attacks. Alu wants the kid alive but orders the rest slaughtered. Too bad for them, Murakan is a beast. He literally shreds through the guards, leaping high to smash one straight into the dirt. That smash was so brutal the entire squad freezes in sheer terror. Alu screams at them to move, but his guard points out they might blast their own allies. Alu does not care. He orders them to shoot the backline anyway. Jin quickly tells Gilly to step back, casting a flawless barrier that easily blocks the incoming fire and water spells, leaving the guards totally speechless. Jin remarks that defending is easy, thanks to his sister Luna. Meanwhile, Murakan looks at the massive crowd, mocking them for needing so many people just to fight because they are so weak. Still grumbling about how annoying this is, he decides they should all just perish together. He unleashes a massive wave of light magic, blinding everyone as Alu madly charges forward. The guards realize their boss has completely lost his mind, thinking this actually makes their escape easier. Murakan casually wipes the dust off, having completely cleared the field of all the weaklings. He did exactly what Jin asked, so now our main character can play around. Alu is furious, demanding to know who hired them, but Jin just shrugs because honestly, the guy is dead anyway. Alu launches a sudden attack, and Jin barely manages to dodge the strike. This guy is ridiculously fast, meaning Jin has to keep his guard up if he wants to win this. Murakan watches closely, realizing Jin actually found a decent challenge. It looks like those rumors were true. This madman might really be a 7-star martial artist. This feels completely different from his last battle, so Murakan yells at him to stay alive. Alu just laughs, mocking Jin for trying to fight on the front line like a warrior. Jin asks if this absolute rookie is seriously looking down on him, immediately charging forward with his sword. Alu manages to block, but his face completely changes as he feels the impact. He realizes Jin is not just some squishy mage. Our hero swings again, but Alu slips into his blind spot. Jin barely dodges as the massive blow shatters the ground beneath them. Alu laughs at the close call, but Jin is secretly sweating. This guy is ridiculously fast, and if he is still holding back, our hero is already pushed to his absolute limit. That is when Alu realizes the fireball from the auction was actual magic, not some cheap artifact. He got completely fooled by a basic trick. But honestly, that is not even his biggest problem. The real threat is Murakan, who literally deleted his entire squad. Alu knows that monster is way stronger than him, yet he is just standing there watching Jin take some heavy hits. Gilly is worried, asking if they should step in. Sure, Jin wanted to test himself against a 7-star warrior, but this is getting dangerous. Murakan just shrugs it off, completely unbothered. He says the kid needs to learn how fragile life really is. Gilly agrees, though Murakan can tell she secretly thinks Jin might lose. Meanwhile, Alu charges back in with pure rage. Alu is absolutely relentless, throwing wild, brutal attacks that shock the onlookers. He screams that this is where Jin dies, but our main character just smirks and starts channeling massive fire magic. He remembers that a 2-star gap means nothing to a true magic swordsman. With a huge grin, he blasts Alu away with a wave of flames, leaving the boss completely stunned. That is when it clicks. Jin is a magic swordsman. Jin summons lightning onto his blade, forcing Alu to block so hard his own sword slams into the ground. Still, Alu sneers. He thinks Jin is wide open, stepping in for the kill. But Jin activates a hidden ring, causing Alu's helmet to completely lock up. The boss panics, having absolutely no idea what is happening. Jin slashes him deep, a sinister dark aura wrapping around his blade as he calmly sheathes it. Even Murakan is surprised, recognizing the magic as the legendary Muto rune. Billy asks what that is, and Murakan explains it was created for the first emperor who fell in love with a demon. It is a legendary masterpiece capable of blocking absolutely anything under 7-star power. He has no idea how a gang got their hands on it. Jin, however, remembers the future. This exact rune was supposed to be gifted to the emperor 5 years from now. He remembers the exact meteor storm when it first surfaced. Delivering one final, brutal blow, Jin looks down at Alu and demands a single answer before he sends him to the afterlife. Our main character asks about his secret connection to the Runcandels. Murakan sighs, pointing out that asking a dying man for a confession is probably a bit too late. Alu laughs, admitting he finally knows who Jin really is. He confesses the rumors were true and that he failed, but warns that he is merely a small fish compared to the others. Murakan asks who he is talking about, while Jin realizes Spider is not even his real name. This is getting way too deep. A 7-star fighter with Runcandel ties is highly suspicious. Murakan jokingly points out that weird ties are normal, since one of his 9-star ancestors literally ran a local pub. Still, they absolutely need to figure out who is pulling the strings, especially if Jin actually intends to rule the family one day. Jin connects the dots, realizing Alu's failure and fear of that mysterious person must be linked to the blade illusion. By mentioning the youngest, Alu clearly knew about the intense sibling power struggle. Jin starts sorting through his family list, trying to figure out which sibling is behind this mess. He rules out his oldest sister since she already left, and the twins are way too inexperienced to pull this off. Honestly, most of his other siblings just do not have the brains. That leaves someone completely obsessed with rank, who started plotting the moment Jin showed real talent. Joshua is the only one with enough power to orchestrate something this incredibly dirty. Either way, you and I know the truth will come out soon. By morning, Paperboys are screaming that the notorious Tessen gang has been completely wiped off the map. Thanks to a joint operation, the gang that terrorized innocent people was destroyed overnight. Jin chuckles at the front page, glad that Jet handled the cover-up, though he might face some backlash. Sure, getting called a bum hurts, but hey, staying alive is what matters. Murakan thinks those thugs got off easy anyway. Besides, letting Zippel and Vermont take all the credit means our main character gets the real reward. Jin completely agrees. He scored a sweet magic ring, some talented mages, and solid experience fighting a 7-star powerhouse. But right then, Gilly ruins the victory high by warning him not to get too cocky. Just because he beat one 7-star knight doesn't make him invincible. She tells him to stop acting reckless after defeating Alu. Jin immediately plays the sweet kid, agreeing he is nothing compared to her. He promises to behave, then thanks Jet for keeping their secret hideout hidden. It's finally time to rest up and move out. When Murakan asks where they are heading next, our main character has a plan. He points them toward Tikon, a totally independent city. Gilly mentions it's famous for its 7 colors, leaving Murakan completely confused. Meanwhile, Jin casually hands some coins to a nearby beggar, while Gilly explains the details. Turns out, Tikon hosts a massive info agency, easily rivaling giants like Runcandel and Zippel. The crew realizes our main character is hunting for intel on future enemies, just like he did with Jet. When they ask if that is his play, Jin just gives a mysterious shrug. Soon enough, the ship horn blows, and they set sail. Jin stares at the water, sorting through his past life memories. Armed with future knowledge and with Gilly and Murakan by his side, he needs to investigate Vaich, Julin, and Alu's suspicious connections to the Runcandels. Seriously, there are way too many loose ends here. Between the Kolon ruins and taboo magic, the Seven Colors Agency is definitely their best starting point. Later on, Murakan brags that he finally figured out Shuri's leftover power. He is convinced it was light magic. Jin is completely stunned. Didn't that stuff go extinct ages ago? Murakan nods, explaining that Shuri was a sworn enemy of the Zippel clan. And we all know how the Zippels handle their problems. They literally erase them from history. If they do not like you, poof, you never existed. Murakan warns that if Jin does not break his limits soon, the Runcandels might face the exact same fate. That makes mastering light magic absolutely crucial. Jin just smiles and tells the dragon he is about to see something wild. He boasts about how fast he learns, telling Murakan to keep his eyes open. Since this is exactly what he needs right now, Jin sparks a glowing energy right in his palm. He tells Murakan not to blink, calling it light magic. Except Murakan immediately asks why it is pitch black. Jin just chuckles, pumping more power into the spark, and asks if his eyes are burning yet. Striking a dramatic pose, he explains this spell is perfect for both offense and defense. He proudly calls it Flashbang, one of Shuri's signature moves. Jin is absolutely thrilled to have stolen this trick, but as he mentions another mysterious mage, Murakan cuts him off, asking why they care. Jin pulls out a mysterious book, complaining that the cipher is so annoying even he cannot decode it. He has no clue if the contents are actually useful, so he decides to bench it for now. Murakan agrees that they will find a nerd to translate it eventually. Fast forward 1 week, and they finally arrive in the free city of Tikan. Gilly is absolutely loving the scenic views. Jin admires the island city, which sits comfortably between major powers without kissing up to Runcandel or Zippel. It is a small place, but highly popular for tourists. Gilly points out how lively the streets are and suggests finding a hotel, while Murakan hops right off her shoulder. Jin agrees but says they should check out the city center first. Murakan suddenly shifts into his human form, whining that he refuses to sleep in another cheap dump. Jin immediately scolds him for casually shapeshifting in public, but the dragon claims humans are too blind to notice. Well, one little girl definitely noticed. She points right at them, yelling at the top of her lungs that a black cat just turned into a guy. She wants to know his secret magic. The entire group freezes in horror. Before they can run, she runs up and calls Murakan her teacher. Jin quickly tries to gaslight her, asking how a cat could ever turn into a human. Happily munching on ice cream, Julia insists she is not crazy, and that the black cat definitely became that man. She demands to know why he is lying to a kid. She keeps arguing that he is indeed a big fat liar. Trying to bribe his way out, Jin reminds her about the free ice cream and begs her to play along. She absolutely refuses. No way she is going to lie. Gilly nervously asks what their play is. They want to return Julia to the garrison, but any rumor about a shape-shifting cat will blow their cover instantly. Murakan just laughs it off, claiming nobody actually believes random stories from a toddler. Gilly snaps back, pointing out that if he had just stayed a cat, they wouldn't be in this mess. Moments later, Julia points out a massive building, calling it the Info Center, while admitting she hates the garrison. When Gilly asks why, she pouts that they constantly bother her and her mother. Gilly worries they are dealing with corrupt guards who bully innocent citizens. Jin, ever the pragmatist, thinks the mom might just be a criminal, so he suggests they head inside to investigate. Right at the entrance, a guard spots the kid and yells out to the boss that little Julia is finally back. Jin politely asks if they are familiar with this troublesome child. The guard laughs, explaining she is literally the garrison leader's daughter. Just then, Julia spots her mother, Elisa, and runs over. Jin carefully analyzes the woman in charge. He wonders if she is actually as simple as she looks. Meanwhile, Julia leaps into her mother's arms. Elisa tries to scold her, but Julia immediately complains that her mom never plays. Elisa apologizes, promising to hang out right after her shift. Julia rolls her eyes, calling her out on breaking that promise before. Elisa swears she is telling the truth this time. She then turns to Jin and the gang, noting that since everyone in Tikan knows her daughter, they should be more careful. She quickly apologizes for the incredibly late introduction. Reaching out, she formally introduces herself as the head of the Tikan garrison. Jin shakes her hand, using his alias, Jin Grey, and claims they are just passing through as simple tourists. Since he is a visitor, Elisa offers to repay him for bringing her kid back and asks what he needs. Jin simply requests a recommendation for a decent inn. Julia whispers something secret to her mom. Elisa grabs a pen, and a guard rushes over with some paper. She quickly scribbles a note and hands it to Jin, explaining it is an official recommendation letter sealed by her office. With this, any inn in the city will treat them like royalty. She thanks him once more, but Jin politely deflects the gratitude and bids her farewell as they head out. Once they leave, Elisa asks her daughter if she really saw a cat turn human. Julia admits she did, but pretended not to notice since her new friends seemed incredibly awkward about it. Elisa smiles, noting everyone has secrets, though privately she suspects only a literal dragon could pull off such a feat. Later, Gilly relaxes on her bed, completely blown away by the top-tier service. Honestly, she has not been treated this well since her days back in Hufester. Murakan starfishes on his own bed, declaring that this is what true luxury feels like. Gilly agrees the letter was a cheat code. They have been riding a wave of pure luck since arriving. Gilly then excitedly asks if she can go grab some of that famous local ice cream too. Jin laughs, wondering why she is asking him. He tells her to go enjoy herself, and she dashes out with a massive smile. Murakan sighs, mentioning it has been ages since they lived in such comfort. It almost feels like a real vacation. The vacation vibe fades when Murakan asks how they are going to contact the Seven Colors. He warns they are incredibly exclusive, but Jin already has a master plan in mind. This elite information agency is run by a legendary figure known as the Noble Sword, Kashmir. Jin remembers him as an elite martial artist, once rumored to train the Runcandel family. That is what the public knows. But Jin has a massive spoiler from the future. 10 years from now, Kashmir will shock the world by revealing himself as the secret emperor of the Vermont Empire. His master plan? Use the Seven Colors information network to siphon power from Amir Beemant, the Zippel family, and the Runendal family. Then, turn Tikkun into an independent kingdom with himself as its first king. To Jin, Kashmir is a master of patience. He is not just an elite swordsman, but a guy who can hide his real identity for years. A great potential ally, but how to approach him is the puzzle. Right then, Gilly bursts in to warn Jin and Murakan that something is incredibly off. The entire inn is completely empty, no staff, no guests, and the whole place feels totally wrong. Then, plot twist. Kashmir calmly drops a hand onto Gilly's shoulder, asking if they are doing well, and hoping they do not mind his uninvited visit. Jin just stares, wondering why this guy is here. Murakan immediately flies into a rage. Jin holds him back, telling him not to kill anyone. But the angry dragon still unleashes his shadow form, mockingly spitting Kashmir's greeting right back at him. Then he answers for himself, absolutely not. He asks if Kashmir is stupid. Meanwhile, Jin cannot understand why the legendary noble sword is here, when they literally just arrived in Tun. To make things worse, Kashmir did not come alone. Armed guards are surrounding them outside. Realizing the danger, Jin desperately tells Murakan to chill because this tiny room cannot handle a dragon fight. Plus, Gilly could get hurt. Murakan reluctantly shifts back into human form, demanding to know if Kashmir even knows who he is. Kashmir is just confused, asking what he even means. Calling him an idiot, Murakan protectively pulls Gilly close. He is totally annoyed by Kashmir's rude tone, complaining that he talks down to everyone just because he has a fancy sword and a squad of followers. Honestly, Jin is shocked. Murakan is actually holding back. Kashmir tries to explain himself, but the dragon cuts him off, furious that he barged in without permission and demanding an answer. When Kashmir admits he has absolutely no clue, Murakan mocks him for acting so high and mighty. Finally, our main character steps in to end the bickering. He tells Murakan to settle down and put away his weapon, then politely addresses the visitor. Is he indeed the famous Sir Kashmir, the noble sword? Jin plays it cool, admitting he knows the legend. Kashmir is thrown off, asking how Jin knows him and who he really is. That is when Jin drops his real identity, leaving both Murakan and Gilly absolutely shocked by his boldness. Jin suggestively invites him to talk somewhere more private. Soon, Kashmir sits across from our main character, while Gilly and Murakan stand guard. Jin starts by thanking him for dismissing his men, taking it as a sign of trust. But Kashmir is secretly sweating, remembering why he brought troops. The report about a dragon was spot on, and the pressure in that room was unreal. An angry Murakan was radiating a terrifying aura that no normal human could ever mimic. Kashmir knows that if he had made one wrong move, everyone in that inn could have died. He also recognizes Gilly from his old days at the Amir Beemant Palace. He remembers her being an absolute beast during training, but now her power is completely hidden, making him wonder what is going on with this strange group. Kashmir looks Jin dead in the eye, asking if he is truly a Runcandel. It does not feel like a bluff, but he needs answers. Jin just shrugs. He tells him to ask away. Kashmir starts with the big question. Why is he traveling with a dragon? Normally, dragons only contract with elite magicians serving a god, or powerhouse clans, like the Zippels, definitely not a Runcandel. He asks if Jin's family knows. When Jin says no, Kashmir warns him that if the clan finds out, they will absolutely execute him on the spot. This is a death sentence level secret, proving Jin is playing a highly dangerous game. Kashmir demands to know why a Runcandel would ever join forces with a dragon. But instead of, Jin directly asks why Kashmir is so desperate to meet the dragon. Kashmir decides to trade secrets, explaining that his young daughter, Julia, claimed she saw a suspicious cat shapeshift into a human. Jin asks if he really trusts a kid's wild imagination, but Kashmir explains Julia is actually a contractor of Osmu. Jin is shocked. The legendary god of sight? Yes, exactly. A contractor of Osmu physically cannot mistake what they see, thanks to god-tier vision. It's a legendary blessing that powerful figures would gladly kill for, which is why he keeps it a strict secret. Sensing something is highly off, Murakan steps closer. He demands to know how she can be a contractor without any dragon energy nearby. Jin chimes in, pointing out that a contracted dragon shares an unbreakable bond with their human. Leaving a young child completely unprotected like this makes zero sense. Something is definitely wrong. Our protagonist realizes the mystery centers around this missing dragon. When Murakan presses for details, Kashmir explains the grim truth. Julia's guardian dragon mysteriously vanished about a year ago, possibly stolen by the Zippel family or the Emir Bemth Empire. Murakan scoffs, calling it absolute nonsense. No dragon would be pathetic enough to get kidnapped, especially for a whole year. He asks if the little girl is around 5 years old. When Kashmir confirms it, Murakan warns that without her dragon's protection, a young contractor will completely lose her mind, or become permanently disabled. Kashmir freezes, completely horrified. Murakan explains that seeing the future is a massive burden on a human mind, causing immense, unbearable agony. Because she's so young, she still mixes up her dreams with reality, meaning the worst symptoms haven't kicked in yet. But if she keeps seeing the future with absolutely zero protection, her power will spiral completely out of control very soon. Jin demands an explanation, shocked that future sight is this dangerous. Kashmir reveals it's tied to causality. If you see the future, you must follow it. Trying to change fate triggers a horrific cosmic punishment, especially when saving lives. Contractors who break this rule are utterly destroyed. Kashmir sighs, explaining his daughter has basically been living in an entirely different reality. Seeing Jin's tense reaction, he knows the boy understands the danger. They absolutely must find her missing dragon, and fast. With no other choice left, Kashmir drops to one knee before Murakan. He explains that even if the tavern manager kept secrets, he still leads the elite Seven Colors Information Agency and trusts his extensive network. Yet, after a whole year, they still haven't located his daughter's guardian dragon. Hearing this, Murakan is now positive that meeting Julia when they first arrived in Tikan was definitely not a coincidence. Osmiel must be urging them to rescue his young contractor. Kashmir begs Murakan to intervene, but the lazy dragon shrugs it off, pointing right at Jin to let him make the final decision. Jin walks up and tells Kashmir Alphen to stand. Sure, they are practically strangers, but a kid's life is on the line. Our main character suggests they team up and find Julia's guardian dragon. Kashmir is beyond grateful, swearing he will never forget their kindness. But even though things went smoothly, he has a bad feeling. If even his massive network couldn't find the beast, they might need intel from the powerful Runcandel or Zipfel clans. Murakan asks if Tikan is allied with the Zipfels, but Kashmir confirms it is just a neutral, free city. Satisfied, Murakan asks if Kashmir's information network is truly that legendary. Can they actually track dragons? Kashmir confidently replies yes, they even know which continents they inhabit. Loving that answer, Murakan demands all records on dragons within the Vermont Empire. Jin tries to stop him from oversharing, but the dragon ignores him, calling it a necessary gamble. After all, dragons should know everything. Meanwhile, Enya runs to Quicantel with a newspaper. Quicantel asks if she finally got her package, but Enya points at another article about Jin. She fangirls over the fact that Jin is their age and already a 5-star knight, asking if she could ever match him. Quicantel reassures her, saying as a god's contractor, she can fly even higher. When Enya doubts herself, Quicantel tells her she has way more potential than any Runcandel kid. She is contracted to Ulta, the god of time, who is far superior. Talk about a massive flex. She orders Enya to stay locked inside her room until she returns. Enya asks if something is wrong. Quicantel senses something sinister has just entered the area. Soon, Jin is seen riding on Murakan's back in his majestic black dragon form. Murakan warns him that once he releases his overwhelming aura, every single dragon in the Vermont Empire will show up. Jin must stay hidden. Jin covers his face, confirming he is ready. Murakan yells that they are starting and dives down like a meteor. In a quick flashback, Kashmir hands Murakan a folder of files. This is the list of active dragons in the Vermont region. Murakan scans the names, noting where they hide. He almost says something, but trails off, telling Jin it will be fine. Jin asks if there is a problem, but Murakan brushes it off. Dragon business is dangerous, so they need to get going. As they depart, Kashmir calls out to the great beast. Murakan complains, telling him he is not a cult leader and to just use his name. Shaking his head, Kashmir bows deeply, begging him to save his beloved daughter. Before leaving, Murakan gives Kashmir 2 crucial instructions. First, until her guardian dragon returns, he must keep Julia active all day. If her energy drains, the god's connection weakens. So, from the moment she wakes up, Kashmir must keep her running around and playing until she literally passes out from exhaustion. Kashmir readily agrees to tire her out completely. Then he asks for the second condition. Murakan simply demands ice candies. Since they missed their sweet treat earlier, Kashmir better deliver. Hearing this, Gilly calls him a true gentleman. Murakan laughs, teasing that she was the one craving ice candies. Gilly blushes and clarifies she meant his thoughtful advice to ease a worried father's anxious heart. How sweet. Murakan grumbles that he does not care about the feelings of mere humans. Back in the present, Jin realizes that despite his cold act, Murakan is actually incredibly caring underneath. That is just who their companion is. Suddenly, Murakan cuts his thoughts off. Something is coming. 2 dragons, Laris and Yunel, fly in. Murakan remembers beating them up back in the day. He tells Jin to put on his helmet. Jin jokes that Murakan must have beaten them pretty badly if they rushed over the instant they felt his presence. Murakan casually shrugs. He claims anyone entering his territory got a beating. Jin wonders if he actually feels proud of being a local bully. Suddenly, Laris roars, demanding to know why he has returned. Murakan greets the Earth Dragon and Yunel, explaining he has finally awoken and needs their help. A highly nervous Yunel stammers, saying he has no idea what is going on, but this is the absolute worst timing, begging Murakan to get lost. Laris adds that a young contractor is nearby, and they definitely do not want to trash the Vermont coast. Murakan snaps back, asking if they are actually trying to order him around. There is nowhere on Earth he fears, but Yunel tells him to scram because things are already chaotic. His massive pressure is causing a scene. Murakan asks what they mean, and Laris warns that Quicantel is currently flying over to murder him. Murakan freezes. Wait. The Silver Dragon? He wonders what the Time God's dragon has to do with him, before finally admitting that Quicantel is actually his ex-girlfriend. Laris begs him to run before she destroys everything. Their young contractor is in danger of getting caught in the crossfire. Yunel warns that the other dragons do not know he has awakened yet. Murakan tells Jin to hold on tight. He charges straight at them, slamming into both dragons and sending them flying. The 2 panic, cursing Murakan as they flee. Jin asks what on earth he is doing. Murakan tells him to focus, because more are coming, launching another attack. Jin realizes even these minor dragons are tossing out crazy, high-tier ultimate spells like it is nothing. They are spamming extreme spells endlessly. Suddenly, Quicantel arrives, screaming curses at Murakan. She rages that he should have died 1,000 years ago, demanding to know why he dared return. Nervously asks if they really have to fight this raging beast. Murakan confirms it, and when Jin asks how long they dated, Murakan casually says 500 years. He instructs Jin to stab her with his sword the moment he gets an opening. Jin hesitates, asking if that is too brutal for an ex. Murakan completely shrugs it off. He claims he does not hang out with classless dragons. If things get dangerous, Jin must pour everything into a single, ultimate blow. That is the only way to pierce her. Quicantel unleashes her dragon form, roaring that it is too late to run. She will bury him in the sea. Murakan begs her to calm down, but she ignores him. She launches a barrage of magic. Murakan dodges and retreats, but she chases him relentlessly, snapping her jaws. Clashing in midair, Murakan asks why she is still so furious. She screams, firing another spell. At close range, Murakan unleashes his pitch-black shadow aura to block her vision and buy them some time. Jin watches this absolute mess unfold. If the Silver Dragon had cornered Murakan alone, he would have been obliterated, but Quicantel easily blows the shadows away, mocking him for thinking his trick would actually work. Shocked, Murakan asks how she did that. She snaps back that he is completely delusional if he thinks he is still as powerful as before, pointing out how weak he has become. Murakan begs her to remember their past, saying he only came to ask for a favor, but she screams that even thinking of their old days makes her want to shred him. Murakan tries to tell her to relax, asking if she is really this mad over a simple breakup. Quicantel roars that the breakup is just the beginning, slamming her fist into his face. Simultaneously, Murakan signals the main character, and Jin lunges in to strike. Quicantel freezes, stunned that a mere human dared to intervene. But her ancient scales are incredibly tough. Alright, you and I are about to watch Jin try the impossible. Even Murakan's legendary fangs barely pierced her scales, so landing a hit won't be easy. Still, he spots a tiny gap. Using shadow energy release, He drives his sword straight through the gap, stabbing her deep. She screams in agony as the strike tears through her arm and wing. Murakan praises him, completely amazed. Jin used up every ounce of his strength, but still delivered a legendary blow. Worn out, he jokes if he just became a dragon slayer. He hopes Quikantel has finally calmed down now. But when Jin asks if the fight is over, Murakan snorts. Not a chance. A normal dragon would be dead, but a dragon that controls time does not go down that easily. Jin worries they'll get stuck, fighting her, instead of finding the missing dragon. Looking at her wound healing, he asks if she is reversing time. Murakan explains that is the power of a god's authority, which is incredibly exhausting to use. He warns Jin to stand perfectly still, especially if Quikantel shifts back to her human form. Then, Murakan asks if she has cooled off, teasing his ex-girlfriend with zero fear about his charm. He jokingly asks if their breakup was really that bad, completely offending Quikantel. She furiously reminds him that he ghosted her and left without giving her a single chance to talk. She sarcastically asks if that's what he calls a clean breakup. Murakan shrugs, admitting she always loses her mind over this, but swears he never cheated on her. They were just totally incompatible. Jin stands there, completely speechless at these two ancient dragons bickering like petty toddlers. Sighing, Murakan tries to change the subject, stating he didn't come here to trade blows, but to ask for help. Quikantel cuts him off, telling him to shut it. First, she wants to know who the kid is and if he's the contractor. Murakan tries to brush it off, saying it's irrelevant. He explains that a fellow dragon is in extreme danger, but Quikantel scoffs at his sheer audacity. She reminds him of the countless dragons he's slaughtered, mocking his sudden, fake concern. To her, it all feels like another sick game. Murakan sighs and concedes she has a point, admitting he only killed her brother's enemy as revenge for a friend, not for fun. He mutters that coming to her was probably a massive mistake, and he should have asked someone else. Taking a deep breath, Quikantel confesses that seeing his face just triggers her emotional side. She tells him to ask his question and even apologizes. Murakan explains that the guardian dragon of Isle's contractor has mysteriously vanished. Quikantel asks if he means Latri, and he nods. Jin realizes they are finally getting some real answers. Quikantel reveals that the wind dragon Violetta took Latri. Jin immediately remembers Violetta is contracted to the god of wind, Melzire, and that he serves Andre Zipfel, making it clear the Zipfel clan is pulling the strings. Quikantel adds that the Zipfels claimed they wanted to teach Latri advanced dragon magic. She warns them to tread carefully in case of a trap. Her plan is to sneak back into the Vermont capital, guiding them to her place. In the forest, Jin introduces himself. He tells Quikantel he is Solderet's contractor. She smirks, saying she already knew he was Temar's youngest descendant. Surprised, Jin asks how she could possibly know that, and she giggles. She explains that his aura is identical to Tamar's. 1,000 years ago, the three of them were close friends, and she guessed his identity based on Murakan's overprotective behavior. Taking a sip of tea, she gets down to business. Violetta took Latri a year ago. Murakan realizes they lured Latri with promises of learning dragon magic, which smells like trouble. Quikantel agrees, noting that Isle's current contractor is far too young to control her authority anyway. She asks if separating a young contractor from their dragon is dangerous, and Murakan nods. Violetta definitely knows the risks. Quikantel suspects there's a darker motive here. Murakan catches her drift and asks if she knows something. She mentions Violetta visited her in the capital too. Now, here is where you and I see the real mystery unfold. Violetta was far more interested in her contractor, asking to meet without a clear reason. Her temper almost took over, but she had to protect Enya's secret. Since many powerful nobles in the empire serve the Zipfel clan, any reckless move would have put her young contractor in grave danger. Jin agrees. He points out how bizarre this is. Enya's identity was somehow leaked while Uria's remained a secret. How the Zipfels tracked them down is incredibly suspicious, and Murakan agrees completely. He wonders if some new contractor finding magic was invented while he was asleep. Quikantel scoffs, saying that's impossible. No one can detect a contractor until they actively use their god's power. Even if such magic existed, she doubts its usefulness. Jin instantly lays out two lethal reasons the Zipfels would want it. First, to eliminate any rogue contractors they can't control. Second, by killing a contractor, they might steal the chance to contract with that god themselves. But Jin suspects it's much worse. He believes the Zipfels have a guaranteed method. In his past life, Ulta's contractor was revealed at a divine statue, yet 10 years later, a pureblood Zipfel held that contract. This proves that killing a contractor lets them steal a god. He's certain Uria's guardian dragon was kidnapped for this exact scheme. He never heard of her in his past life, meaning she was likely erased. Quikantel is skeptical, pointing out that with so many rumors about other god contractors, it's hard to believe the Zipfels are this greedy. Why risk everything for more? She thinks Jin is just being overly paranoid. He scoffs, realizing she doesn't get it. Human greed is a bottomless pit. Even at the absolute peak of the world, people always crave more. The Zipfel clan is no exception. They've ruled for thousands of years, so they will do any atrocity to maintain their absolute grip on power. Quikantel sighs, admitting the Zipfel leaders are definitely cooking up something sinister. He glances at Murakan, teasingly asking why he's acting so clueless. Is the mighty black dragon actually scared of them? Murakan snaps, telling them to chill out before they start fighting. He warns that the Zipfels are incredibly skilled, as much as he hates to admit it. Caution is key, so she needs to get Enya to safety first. Quikantel laughs, amused. She mocks him for actually reading the room for once. Agreeing to send Enya away, she offers to help them directly. Murakan is shocked, but she explains she wants to confront Violetta. She wants the truth from him. If Jin's theory is correct, the Zipfels are just waiting for her to make a wrong move. As Quikantel prepares to leave, she stops. She places a hand on Jin's shoulder. Seeing Temar's descendant fills her with nostalgia and duty. She smirks, noting his sheer arrogance is exactly like his ancestors, then leaves. She says she's going to summon Violetta. Just then, Enya walks in, curious about the guests. Quikantel scolds her for sneaking out, but stops, realizing this might actually be perfect. She introduces Enya as Ulta's contractor and Jin as Solderet's contractor. Enya's jaw drops, and she excitedly squeals, asking if he's really the famous Jin Runcandel standing right there. Jin is totally caught off guard by her intense reaction. Quikantel facepalms, groaning that she forgot to mention Enya has a major, starry-eyed fangirl crush on him. Enya immediately begs Jin for his autograph. Quikantel snaps, telling her to show some dignity as a legendary contractor. Blushing, Enya bows and apologizes, admitting she completely lost her cool. She says she's only ever seen Jin in the newspapers. She introduces herself as a commoner on an academy scholarship. Jin recalls that Ulta usually demands noble bloodlines. He realizes her raw talent must be truly astronomical to bypass Ulta's strict rules. Jin politely tells her there's no need to apologize, though he has no idea how to handle a fangirl. When she asks if she can get even more excited, he quickly says no. Stick with me because Enya's hilarious antics are just starting, and Quikantel is already losing her mind. She honestly believed hanging around Quikantel would solve her problems, but running into Jin in the flesh? Well, she calls that a massive stroke of luck. Our main character just sighs, remembering she's a commoner on a scholarship. Jin already knows those snobby nobles at the academy probably bullied her, completely clueless about how incredibly important she actually is. But honestly, that doesn't surprise him. In fact, that's the exact reason he avoids those pathetic brats like the plague. Enya asks Jin what brought him here, and he looks her dead in the eye. I'm here for you. Someone is after the contractor of Ulta. He offers to protect her, extending his hand with a smooth, hero-like charm. Enya is completely stunned. Is this really happening? She gasps, wondering if he's actually taking her with him. Her face lights up instantly, crying out that her desperate prayers to the great god Ulta have finally been answered. She begins fangirling hard, completely losing her mind. Quikantel tries to shut her up, but Enya is already packing her bags, chanting praise to Ulta, the mighty god of time. To stop the madness, Quikantel literally knocks her unconscious. Talk about a reality check. The silver dragon sighs, admitting she worried Enya might refuse, but at this rate, she'd gladly follow him into the legendary Runcandel underground prison. Jin just blinks, claiming his family has no such place. Quikantel tells him to stop playing stupid. There's even a dragon locked up down there, leaving both Jin and Murakan utterly speechless. Suddenly, Murakan faceplants onto the sofa, completely passed out. Quikantel just rolls her eyes, mocking him for not staying awake even a single minute. She then explains that assisting Jin isn't just about protecting Enya. The real issue is the pathetic, exhausted dragon currently drooling on her couch. Murakan has absolutely no clue how terribly weak he's become. She didn't want to hurt his pride earlier, but if they end up fighting Violetta, Murakan will get completely wrecked. She offers to fight in his place instead. Jin asks if Violetta is really that dangerous, and Quikantel admits he is, but Murakan's weak state is the actual disaster here. Even her mild attack earlier, which the ancient Murakan would have shrugged off, nearly ended him. Since they need a hideout before Violetta arrives, she decides to offer up her own house as a sanctuary. Jin is touched, asking if they can really accept such a huge favor. Quikantel shrugs, but warns him to prepare for Murakan's endless whining about being forced to crash at his ex-girlfriend's place. Jin realizes this silver dragon is actually a total sweetheart. He agrees to handle the stubborn dragon. Quikantel smiles, saying it's about time. When Jin asks what she means, she simply points out that Enya will wake up in exactly 10 seconds. He better prep a great explanation. Jin is stunned. There's no way someone knocked cold wakes up that fast, not even a hardened warrior. Sure enough, Enya sits straight up, calling his name. Quicontel laughs, saying some people defy all logic, and Enya is definitely one of those weirdos. With that, she vanishes, leaving Jin to do the explaining. A bit later, Enya sits across from Jin, wide-eyed. Is some evil shadow group really hunting down Ulta's contractor? She admits she only believes it because it's coming from him. Honestly, to her, giant conspiracies, dragons, and a handsome hero rescuing her sounds incredibly romantic. Jin sweat drops, admitting he can see why she'd think that. Enya giggles, saying it's best to stay positive, and either way, she needs to pack up her family and move to Tikon immediately. When she asks about the timeline, Jin tells her the sooner, the better. She smiles, promising she can be packed by tomorrow. Turns out, her family is just her 7-year-old brother and an ancient dog named Poofy. Jin nods, saying that's easy to manage, so she should get moving. Quicontel urges her to head home and pack before it gets too dark. Enya waves goodbye, promising to see them tomorrow. Quicontel points out they need a cover story for the Magic Academy telling them Enya got sick is the safest bet. Jin agrees completely, because claiming she abruptly dropped out would raise too many red flags. Quicontel sighs, noting that only leaves one major problem dealing with Violetta. Suddenly, a strange man's voice calls out from the yard, asking if anyone is home, because he brought firewood. Quicontel frowns, there's literally wood lying everywhere. Jin holds her back, asking if she truly believes this guy is just some lumberjack. Not every dragon is as dense as Murakan, after all. The guy outside is likely a spy from the Vermont Special Affairs Division. Jin quickly slips on his mask. Quicontel is shocked, demanding to know why elite Imperial forces would target her. Jin explains it's because of Enya. They've probably been tracking her, and now they want to identify the mysterious guests Quicontel brought home. Jin grumbles, amazed they dared to spy on him. Quicontel swings the front door open, and the man stammers that she's inside. In a flash, Quicontel grabs him by the throat, hoisting him up. Speak up, are you with the Vermont Special Affairs Division? The terrified man chokes out a denial, insisting he's not involved with them. She snarls, demanding to know who sent him then. Right on cue, Raz steps out of the shadows, admitting he did. He calmly tells the Silver Dragon to drop the servant, warning that killing him will bring the entire Special Affairs unit down on her head. She tosses the spy aside, snapping that Raz is the boss anyway, so she'll just kill him instead. She lunges with lethal force, hoping to vent some of her legendary rage. Raz doesn't even flinch, asking if murdering him will truly satisfy her. Quicontel freezes, shocked to see him take her blow head-on without a scratch. This guy is no low-level scout. She spots his red mask, a symbol exclusive to commanders of the Vermont Special Affairs Division, and his iconic curved blade. Connecting the dots, there is only one option. This is Raz, the Emperor's right-hand man and leader of Division 3. He's a legendary master whose name even the Runcandels know. Jin senses his immense energy, placing him easily at 8-star level, and is deeply relieved. He hid his identity, using the Mu rune. Quicontel scoffs, admitting Raz is pretty tough for a mere human, even after taking her attack. Raz politely apologizes for the intrusion, explaining they had no choice but to confirm the identities of the guests sneaking into the capital. Since that's done, he offers to leave, but Quicontel is furious. She spits that a cheap apology won't make up for breaking into her home, calling his sheer audacity completely shameless. Raz ignores her anger, casually adjusting his gear. He offhandedly mentions seeing Enya rush out of the house just a short while ago, then asks the Silver Dragon she really believes it's safe for the girl to be wandering alone in the dark. He smiles coldly, warning that if she fights him now, she might win, but Enya will likely pay the price. So, does she still want to gamble? The threat is crystal clear. Raz offers to walk away and overlook her hostility, but warns that next time, she'll have to bet everything she holds dear. All those things she has protected for so long, gone in an instant. He warns her to be prepared to lose everything over today's choices, bidding her farewell. Later, as Raz retreats into the forest, he tells his men he verified the intruder's location. He orders his squad to identify them, but commands them to immediately halt all surveillance on Quicontel. A confused subordinate asks if they should really pull back from monitoring the dragon and her guests, but Raz snaps no. Pushing a dragon further is just asking for a massacre, and he will take the blame. Ordering a full retreat, he stares at a cut on his hand, realizing these intruders are insanely dangerous. He orders his men to halt all close-range spying unless they spot something highly unusual, warning that their lives are on the line. The guard salutes in agreement. Back inside, Quicontel is absolutely livid, slamming her fist onto the table. She curses her own stupidity for leaving Enya in this wretched city. If Jin and Murakan hadn't arrived when they did, She honestly dreads to think of what might have happened to her. Jin calms her down, pointing out they stopped the worst-case scenario and that Enya's immediate safety is now their #1 priority. Cantel nods, agreeing they need to smuggle her out tomorrow. The next morning, they stand at the docks, watching the ships. Jin admits he is relieved to have secured a reliable merchant ship headed for Tikan, and he paid the captain a fortune to ensure her safety. Murakan is acting as her escort, though Quikantel admits that Lazy Lizard actually makes her worry more. She prepares to leave, promising to contact Violetta immediately so Jin can meet him. A week passes after Murakan finally returns. Standing outside their temporary base, Jin praises him for a job well done. But Murakan just grumbles that Quikantel is way more bitter than he ever expected. Jin raises an eyebrow, asking why he's bringing up his ex-girlfriend now. With a smirk, Murakan reveals this cozy house was actually their old love nest, and Jin starts teasing him. Murakan is finally softening. He plays it cool, claiming old feelings do not return so easily. Yet, stepping into this house floods him with memories from 1,000 years ago sweet times with Timar and Quikantel. He confesses that despite all their struggles, those days were pure joy. Now, a strange sadness creeps over him, which Jin notices immediately. Murakan brushes it off, claiming it is just a sudden headache. Then, Quikantel appears, immediately teasing her ex by asking if a short flight already exhausted him. He snaps, telling her to shut up. Even weakened, a simple trip would never tire him out. Jin tells them both to focus. He reveals that Vita finally sent a reply. Their fateful meeting is scheduled for tomorrow night on a deserted island just off the southern coast. He wonders what she will do upon meeting Vita. Quikantel bluntly declares she will demand answers about the guardian dragon, Latre. If he plays dumb, she will use brute force. Jin loves her direct style. Murakan admits it is a decent strategy, though he would usually avoid such a hassle. Remembering that Enya is not around to hold Quikantel back, he hastily warns her not to do anything incredibly reckless. Murakan scoffs, telling his ex that even in his weakened state, he does not want her pity. She snaps back, claiming this is strictly for Enya, especially since their opponent values dragon honor. Quikantel assumes Vita will arrive alone, mockingly asking Murakan if he honestly thinks she would lose to such a weakling. She tells him to relax, but Murakan is highly suspicious. He believes the enemy is bringing backup. If they captured Latre to exploit the contract, they will come armed to the teeth. Quikantel shrugs it off, shifting into her massive dragon form before launching. Later, Andre Zippel gracefully greets Quikantel, expressing his deep honor at meeting the legendary Silver Dragon of Time. Beside him stands Vita, the formidable Wind Dragon, and the powerful vice leader of Zippel. Introducing himself as Andre, he smiles. Quikantel immediately glares at Vita, reminding him of his promise to meet alone. Vita casually claims Andre was already visiting when her letter arrived. Since Andre was curious about the contractor, Vita brought him along, hoping she would overlook the intrusion. Ignoring her irritation, Andre suggests they skip the pleasantries and discuss the contract. She cuts him off, demanding to know where Latre is hidden. Vita bursts out laughing, finally realizing he was played. This hostage search was her real objective all along. She orders him to speak. He abducted Latre a year ago, leaving the contractor stranded without her protector. Vita sighs, wondering what kind of response would actually satisfy her. He reassures her that the dragon is safe. Quikantel is furious that he is making jokes. Vita coldly warns her that whatever her ties to the contractor, she must stay out of Zippel business. She snaps, calling him completely insane. Kidnapping a helpless young dragon is an unforgivable crime. Meanwhile, hiding safely behind the nearby cliffs, Jin and Murakan watch the tense standoff unfold. Murakan curses Vita under his breath while Jin notes just how incredibly arrogant the dragon is. Realizing talk is cheap, Vita summons a massive howling windstorm, offering her a survival deal for the contract. Quikantel mockingly laughs, calling him a pathetic old lizard. Enraged, he strikes instantly, telling her to prepare for death. She swiftly shifts into her dragon form, dodging backward. She counters, demanding Latre's return in exchange for a quick, painless death. Watching her shrug off the attack, Andre Zippel chuckles and begins channeling massive mana into his staff. Andre boasts that it has been ages since he fought with such ultimate power and backup. Witnessing this, Jin realizes it is his first time seeing a 9-star mage unleash mana since his regression. He recalls that Andre was rejected by the Runcandels, yet he remains a powerhouse within the Zippel clan. Jin wonders about his true strength as Andre summons Vita to his side. They prepare to strike the Silver Dragon of Time. Sensing immense danger, Quikantel attempts to evade, but her body suddenly freezes. Andre gloats that the very wind has turned against her. He claims every air current on this island belongs to him. Proclaiming himself the god of wind, he declares that nobody flies without his consent. To him, she was never an equal. Vita unleashes an attack, but Quiquentel merely sneers, asking if this is their absolute best. Andre warns her not to underestimate him, revealing that wind is far from his only trick. Suddenly, he releases a devastating storm of lightning, roaring for her to perish. Jin frantically urges Murakan to intervene, but the black dragon hesitates, noting that both sides are acting too cocky. As the strike connects, Quiquentel activates her innate ability, freezing time itself. She effortlessly redirects Andre's lethal magic elsewhere. Andre is left utterly speechless by this rare time manipulation sorcery. She furiously promises to rip his arrogant face apart. Andre mockingly points out how easily she loses her temper, ordering Vita to launch the next strike. However, Vita remains completely frozen. Andre screams at him to move, but Vita realizes his body is entirely paralyzed by her time-stop magic. Seizing the perfect opening, Quiquentel grabs Andre by his tail and throws him. He crashes violently into the rocks, screaming in agony. Andre frantically rages at Vita for failing him, but Quiquentel mockingly tells him to keep whining. To her, he is still just a lizard. Andre commands her to stop, but she tells him to shut up and watch. Vita is next on her hit list, but she realizes she has exhausted too much power and needs backup. Andre declares that she has crossed the line, claiming only the truly powerful have the right to be arrogant. From the shadows, Murakan gasps, spotting a legendary relic in the mage's hand. It is the Origin Stone. This mythical artifact should have been destroyed ages ago, making its presence here impossible. Andre boasts that Quiquentel lived her life falsely believing she was the strongest. He proclaims that humans, dragons, and even gods will eventually bow to the Zippels. Quiquentel tells him to stop dreaming. Meanwhile, Murakan is absolutely positive that the relic is the Origin Stone. Created by ancient gods as a final safeguard against absolute ruin, it harbored enough raw magic to destroy the world itself, leading to its supposed destruction. Why does a mere mortal hold it? Murakan yells out a warning to Quiquentel as she stares at the glowing artifact in sheer confusion. Andre laughs maniacally, stating this is the ultimate gap between the weak and the absolute strong. Quiquentel tells him to back off. Suddenly, Andre notices Murakan approaching. Recognizing the signature dark energy, he realizes only 2 black dragons still exist in this entire world. Since this dragon recently awoke from a 1,000-year slumber, the boy beside him must be his contractor. Andre smirks, realizing this teenager is none other than Jin Runcandel. Andre came to kidnap the wind contractor, but now his prize has grown far bigger. Deciding to play dirty, he prepares to unleash a sealed power, apologizing to an old friend. As Vita transforms, Murakan gasps, tauntingly noting he assumed his old rival was long dead. Vita growls, telling him to shut up and get lost immediately. Vita vows to fight anyway, blocking Murakan's incoming attack with ease. The enemy dragon sneers, saying it would be incredibly disappointing if the legendary Murakan had grown too weak to fight. He tells Murakan to feel honored, as he is about to slay a living legend. Murakan snaps, telling him to stop talking crazy. Andre then asks if they seriously want to continue this fight. Andre boasts he planned to go easy, but seeing Jin's face makes him want to kill him. Suddenly, a cold female voice cuts in. Andre sneers, claiming a little girl won't save him, as an attack strikes. Vita shouts a warning for the kid to dodge, but the newcomer effortlessly catches the incoming chain, snapping it instantly. She complains that Jin never writes, even when in deep trouble. She looks down protectively at her little brother, Jin Runcandel. Andre stares in absolute horror, wondering if she is the legendary white whale. She proudly confirms she is. Representing the Runcandels, she is more than a match for any wind dragon. Smiling, she asks her youngest brother if he really survived this long against these clowns. She asks if her precious little brother is hurt. Jin admits he was right at his limit and thanks her for arriving. Then she glares at Andre Zipfel, asking if he plans to just stand there like a mute. She wants him to explain exactly what business he has with her darling brother. Jin realizes their enemies are no joke. The Zipfel vice patriarch and a wind dragon resurrected by an artifact overflowing with divine power. With that god-level toy on their side, even having his big sister here felt like a gamble. But now, he finally breathes easy. This fight? Done. Andre Zipfel tells them to back off, but Murakan swoops in and snatches him up. Andre gasps in recognition, while Murakan awkwardly apologizes. Those mages had total wind control, so he was late. But hey, Jin has one awesome sister. If she had been a second later, they would have been history. The main character credits Murakan for their survival, admitting he never saw this coming. He expected the great white whale, but now, one thing is absolutely crystal clear. Meanwhile, Andre Zipfel claims they broke their sacred treaty. Luna Runcandel used magic, and they will pay. She casually laughs it off. Sure, whatever, but it is not like the truth will ever crawl back to his clan anyway. Andre glares as his monster roars. She charges in, drops him flat in a single hit, and scoffs. Every zipful is just hot air, and this vice-patriarch is no exception. Then she asks Violetta if he plans to stay in his dragon form. If so, it just means she has more meat to carve. Violetta quickly shrinks into human form while Andre screams for him. Violetta grabs his magic spear, realizing her power is absolute authority, with a dark, demonic vibe woven right in. No wonder the wind dragon is sweating bullets. She reminds him he still needs years to master that artifact, mocking them both. A vice-patriarch, of Zipful, and a legendary wind dragon, both clinging to a cheap plastic toy for survival. Do they actually think that garbage will save them? Violetta snaps, calling her an arrogant brat, and lunges at her, screaming about how she dares look down on them. She matches his energy, and they clash furiously, exchanging lethal strikes. Soon, the dragon starts bleeding. She tells him this is his pathetic limit. Since he is completely out of tricks, she is going to wrap this up. She unleashes the third ultimate technique, Meteor Shower. Jin explains that Runcandel swordsmanship is meant for absolute conquerors. Violent, endless, forged through raw struggle, evolution, and pride. The spirit of their clan breathes in every slash. Their swords do not have stiff stances. They have one goal, only, to slaughter the enemy. There are secret styles and ultimate arts too. Looking at that glorious meteor shower, Jin realizes it is both breathtakingly beautiful and absolute, terrifying destruction. But when the white whale strikes, Violetta frantically checks on Andre, who tells him to snap out of it. Andre is losing his mind. She has no god contracting her, no legendary relic, so how on earth can a mere human possess such monstrous power? Violetta tells himself survival is all that matters. As long as they breathe, there is still a chance to flip the script. With that Source Stone, they can easily turn the tides. Even if he dies shielding Andre, the stone can just bring him right back to life. It is not over. He believes that with this artifact, he is immortal. He is basically a god. Meanwhile, Luna sighs, muttering that she is still ages away from her father's mastery. Standing over Violetta's broken wing, she thinks this is perfect material to study, and should definitely provoke the old man. She knows that even if she cannot match their father, her little brother will learn immensely from watching. Suddenly, a beast creeps up behind her, making her sigh. Because this is seriously hurting her pride. If this thing keeps acting tough in front of her cute brother, she is going to lose her temper. She slices the beast. Jin gasps, asking what that thing is, and Murakan groans. It is clear now. The Zipfuls manufactured an artificial source stone. Jin asks what that even is, and Murakan explains it is a weapon designed to keep actual gods in check. Fortunately, this one is an incomplete prototype, but it is still lethal. The Black Dragon warns they must evacuate immediately, but Jin hesitates. He wants to stay and fight alongside his sister, refusing to leave her, to face such danger alone. But Murakan snaps that she can handle it, and they will only slow her down, so they must retreat. As they flee, Jin reflects on his contract with Solderet. He was born with luck and talent that left everyone in the dust. Yet here he is, running away without even swinging his sword. If this keeps up, he will end up just like his past life. Never again. He refuses to feel that suffocating despair ever again. He needs more power. Murakan knows Jin is a reckless idiot, but seeing that fiery spirit makes him feel surprisingly proud of his kid, proud enough to tease him. As long as that burning talent inside the young boy keeps glowing, he will rise to the very top. Until that day comes, Murakan will always have his back. He remembers his contractor from 1,000 years ago. Meanwhile, Luna asks Andre if he honestly thinks a little cosmetic makeover means he can kill her. To her, he is just a pathetic old man trapped in a delusion. He strikes, but she blocks, effortlessly, telling him she has 12 gods sealed within her soul. He laughs it off, asking what fairy tales she's babbling about, then mocks her tiny sword, claiming it is too small to scare a god. He tells her to surrender, boasting that even if her legendary father showed up right now, nobody could match him. Luna calmly replies that a true swordsman needs only one blade. She points out that if he had relied on the magic he spent his life perfecting, he might have actually witnessed half of her martial power. Out of pure pity, she decides to show him what his crude toy can never touch, and what a blade truly achieves when fully mastered. Violetta stares at her radiating red aura. He has survived countless brutal nights, but never a monster like her. Still, he vows to make this arrogant woman taste absolute despair. Luna strikes with her ultimate blood moon. The resulting explosion is so massive that she almost gets caught in her own shockwave. Jin screams, reaching out to grab her hand as she falls. Today, the youngest brother is going to rescue his legendary big sister, and she gladly reaches back. Elsewhere, Agent Raz reports to Amir, who asks if the island has completely vanished. Raz says yes. explaining that a bizarre vortex sucked in everything nearby. A massive spike in mana was detected in the ocean. Humans were definitely on site, but one detail is locked. The Silver Dragon and Wind Dragon were both active there. Amir asks what he means by the Wind Dragon, and Raz explains their intel points to Violetta of the Zipfel family. Before the chaos, Violetta was spotted crossing the southern border. Now, it seems the legendary Wind Dragon is dead. Amir frowns, asking about that mysterious human mana. Did they identify the owners? Raz reports they seem to be powerful contractors. Amir demands clarification, and Raz elaborates that they detected contractors, guardian beasts, and a highly disturbing demonic presence. He suspects it relates to their secret experiments. Amir asks about Andre Zipfel, but Raz admits they are still digging. Amir complains that recent reports are full of holes. He asks if they discovered who Quicantel's guests were, and Raz can only apologize. Amir sighs, muttering that if his top agent cannot find them, nobody can. He orders him to keep the media completely quiet. If Myron does not turn up by tonight, file a missing persons report. Walking away, he dispatches more elite investigators from special affairs into Zipfel territory. Only the finest, even if their clans are technically allies. Raz notes that Amir is taking this too far, knowing he is incredibly impatient. But Raz keeps quiet, thinking he understands perfectly. He promises to deliver exactly what the Emperor expects. Sometime later, two figures meet in a dark room. Bashal begs for forgiveness, admitting they deployed a source stone. The response comes instantly. They did indeed, sparking a catastrophic war on the Bent Coast involving two legendary dragons. Now, a whole island is gone, leaving nothing but an empty vortex. The source stone is definitely destroyed. Vargas snaps in absolute rage, screaming how they dared to ruin his masterwork. He warns them never to waste his prototypes before they are perfected. Shoving food into his mouth, he furiously chews and spits it directly toward his partner's face. He snarls that this is unforgivable, wanting to throttle those brainless Zipfel mages immediately. They have no clue what they just destroyed. Bashal shields himself from the flying debris, silently cursing the Zipfel idiots for ruining his schedule. Now he must wait to slaughter this pig. Meanwhile, Baristan grumbles that he knew this would happen all along. Bashal is absolutely seething, feeling the thick wave of killing intent. He warns that their furious leader is reconsidering their whole alliance with the Zipfel family. So, for now, they are ignoring all their messages. Meanwhile, Luna is casually blowing things up with a magic sphere. She casually drops the news that Andre is dead. Kajin thinks he fled with Vader, stealing the Devil Stone, but Luna knows it is one of two things. Either the Silver Dragon's power was completely off the charts, or an uninvited guest crashed the party. Kajin wonders who that could be, then remembers the legendary Shadow Dragon who absolutely obliterated the Graveyard Giant. If it was indeed Misha, she would not care about the Devil Stone at all. Luna, completely clueless, asks who this Misha even is. Kajin reveals she is actually Murakan's sister, adding some spicy family drama. Apparently, Quantel was Miran's ex-lover, making Misha practically family. Luna nods, finally getting the picture and deciding her next move. When Kajin asks if he should go track her down, Luna immediately shoots the idea down. Finding a hiding black dragon is impossible. Luna just laughs, telling him to stop whining like a kid. Sure, losing the Devil Stone is a bummer, but Kajin is shocked by how chill she is about everything, even though her younger brother literally just died. Luna admits she is sad, but this lifestyle has risks. Honestly, she is way more shocked that he dared to sneak into Chiron's banquet without her permission. Kajin rolls his eyes, saying they should just manufacture another Devil Stone. Without its overpowered magic, taking over the Runcandel family before Chiron kicks the bucket is going to be an impossible dream. The same goes for the Black Kings. Luna notes everyone is probably throwing a fit right now. Kajin tells her to grow up, because if she wants to rule the world, she has to handle setbacks, especially if her ultimate goal is to become a literal god. Later, Jin knocks on Gilly's door. Hearing a voice, Gilly tells him to hold on. When she opens up, Jin happily announces their return. He begs Gilly for some homemade food since they starved on the flight back. Plus, Lady Luna tagged along. Right on cue, Murakan pops in, demanding his absolute favorite, a giant strawberry pie. Meanwhile, Gilly is practically hyperventilating, crying out that the young master is doomed to be exiled. Cornella tries to calm her down, saying she is just overthinking. Jin smiles, knowing Gilly just cares too much. Just then, Kashmir Alphen Runcandel walks in, completely stunned by the random guests. Jin introduces Luna as his terrifyingly powerful oldest sister, and she politely greets the legendary noble sword of rumor. Kashmir is totally flustered, saying the title is embarrassing and hosting her is his greatest honor. Jin then introduces Enya, the guardian of the Silver Dragon, making Kashmir realize another dragon is involved. He bows politely, introducing himself as Kashmir, leader of the Seven Colors and a loyal ally of our favorite young master, Jin. This time, he mentally vows not to mess up. Jin quickly apologizes for the surprise visit, but Kashmir just laughs it off. They are partners after all. Quantel then asks about Latri's whereabouts, and Kashmir says he was just about to explain. Latri actually returned 3 hours ago. When Jin asks if it was really today, Kashmir nods. Latri is currently with his daughter and Enya, but there is one major catch. Something is very off. Latri has zero memory of the entire time she was missing. Jin wonders if she was kidnapped, but Kashmir doubts it. Still, she knows something went down, mentioning Vyra refusing her dragon magic lessons. Murakan points out that Latri looks way too healthy for someone supposedly threatened by the Zippel family. Maybe she never was kidnapped, but Luna instantly shuts that theory down with a cold stare. She personally squeezed a confession out of them. Kashmir realizes they are desperately covering their tracks, likely erasing every single trace of the Zippel family's dark operations to keep their hands clean. That is their signature move whenever a plan goes south. Kashmir then asks about the Devil Stone. Jin explains it is a secret Zippel artifact, and Quantel adds it belongs to their vice leader. Tied to the Wind Dragon, this creepy stone can practically absorb contract holders of gods. Kashmir is stunned by their sheer greed, wondering why they would resort to such extreme measures. There is only one logical answer. By copying the real stone, they are trying to play God. They want to harvest the power of every single deity, crushing anyone who stands in their way to become the sole rulers of the world. Kashmir advises everyone to get some rest first. With Luna's blessing, his Seven Colors intel network will dig deep into this. He also offers to guide her to Enya, which she gladly accepts with a nod. He leads her away, leaving Gilly to frantically ask Jin if she is doing okay. She claims she is fine, but immediately passes out again, leaving Murakan to dream about his precious strawberry pie. Later, Luna relaxes with some wine. She notes that since Jin wiped out the underground gangs, the Free City has become incredibly peaceful. Even better, the Zippel vice leader and Vyra are officially dead. He pulled off all this chaos in just 2 months as a mere reserve flag bearer. On top of that, he illegally cast magic. If the clan had caught him, it would have been a death sentence. Gilly confesses she thought they were doomed when she got caught, but Luna apparently knew everything all along. Luna lets out a loud laugh, accidentally scaring Gilly, before promising to let it slide just this once, as long as their terrifying father does not find out. But she warns that Chiron already knows about everything, from the gang war to Andre's demise. Soon, he will trace her involvement too. Gilly begins to panic, but Jin suddenly arrives and tells her to relax. He has a brilliant plan. He is going straight to face their father, accompanied by his big sis. Luna asks if this was his play all along. He proudly nods. When she asks what his pitch is, both of them fall silent, leaving Gilly completely lost. Jin says he trusts Luna to hold him back if things go south, since even their own family fears her. Gilly must have had a rough time dealing with her. Luna agrees to accompany him, asking when they depart. Jin plans to take the very first teleport gate tomorrow morning, and Luna agrees speed is key. Before Gilly can protest, Luna points out that since their siblings are always trying to murder each other, she should at least act like a loving sister and serve as his ultimate shield. She knew he had already calculated every single risk, and Jin simply smiles, saying, "Of course." Later on, a wizard mocks Luna for bringing him back instead of stopping his reckless behavior. She demands they show Jin proper respect, and Luna completely agrees. One of the Runcandel siblings calls this whole stunt pure madness, asking if the kid has lost his mind to return like this. Why would he dare walk right into the Garden of Swords? Another sibling grumbles that he only got this far because Luna coddles him, but Luna fires back, accusing them of dodging their duties. Another sibling demands to know if she thinks this has gone way too far. It is clear everyone came fully prepared for a fight, but they all wonder if their almighty father already knows about this. They wonder if the youngest has officially thrown away his claim to the throne. She jokingly asks if he is just eager to experience the afterlife. Either way, she says he is not allowed to die yet. He still owes her a duel once he actually grows up. She demands to know why Luna brought him here. Luna coldly responds that she did not bring him. He walked in completely on his own. The sibling snaps back, saying she should have stopped him instead of acting untouchable. When Luna casually mentions she does not even know where their father is, Jin realizes even his big sister is a handful. Luna asks if he came to face their father. Jin confidently nods, addressing his second oldest sister, while another brother bursts out laughing, claiming the kid must have a massive death wish. Did he seriously get cocky just because he beat some low-tier opponents? Suddenly, Luna draws her massive sword, pointing the cold blade directly at her sibling's neck in a split second. She orders everyone to stand down immediately. It is the patriarch's absolute order. Their father demanded to see the reserve flag bearer completely alone, and if Luna refuses to yield, nobody is moving. This is their final warning to back off. Disobeying this direct command means death. But Jin calmly steps forward, telling his big sister there is absolutely nothing to worry about. As the tense atmosphere builds, she looks back at him. Speaking proudly as a Runcandel, Jin declares he has a message to deliver, and nothing will stop him. Luna smiles and tells him to go. Our protagonist steps into the castle, convinced his siblings don't get their terrifying father. Sure, a reserve flag bearer shouldn't just stroll home, but Jin knows Sciron couldn't care less about rules. He recalls the last time his father patted his head and praised his question. Jin figures if he can just get that same chance to explain his side again, everything should go smoothly. Optimism locked in, Jin knocks and enters the study, but the mood instantly freezes. Sciron sighs, saying maybe he expected too much. He gave him 5 years, so why is he back early? Jin swallows hard. He knows his father's terrifying sword energy can disintegrate anyone instantly. Staring at that glowing aura sword, Jin wonders if this is a silent warning to stay in his lane. One wrong move, and he's history. Sciron looks deadlier than ever as he coldly repeats his question, demanding to know why Jin returned. Our main character knows a generic apology won't save him. So, Jin gambles his life on a bold move. He looks his father in the eyes and says he returned simply because he missed him. Sciron is stunned. No child has ever dared say that. Deciding it's actually refreshing, Sciron scoffs that the outside world made Jin soft. But Jin doubles down, claiming he has always just liked him. Talk about a risky play. Is Jin crazy? Jin sweats, praying his dad doesn't mistake this for provocation. But Sciron actually lets out a rare chuckle. Shattering the tension, he tells Jin to cut the crap and report what happened. Jin drops the bomb. Andre Zipfel, the arrogant vice head who insulted him, is dead. Sciron raises an eyebrow, asking if Jin killed him. He admits Luna did the heavy lifting, but he helped. Jin asks to explain the whole crazy story, and surprisingly, Sciron agrees. He invites his son to sit, joining him face to face. He notes that Jin has been incredibly busy lately, specifically, making major waves from the arena to the banquet. Sciron asks if Jin is worried about Zipfel retaliation now that their second-in-command is gone. But Jin reveals Andre wasn't the real boss. Jin acknowledges Luna is strong, but Andre felt way too weak to be the second-in-command of their biggest rival. Sciron actually agrees Andre was just a title holder, not the true power. There's a hidden powerhouse lurking above Andre, right under Patriarch. Sciron holds back the details for now, but Jin is satisfied. His suspicions are confirmed, but there's a bigger shocker. Jin grins, telling his father he hasn't even heard the most crucial detail yet. Intrigued, Sciron asks what he means. Jin reveals the Zipfels were secretly experimenting with a bizarre, forbidden artifact. Jin explains it's called the Demon Stone. According to his sources, it is actually an artificial replica of the Origin Stone, the legendary relic crafted by the gods themselves in ancient times. Sciron narrows his eyes. Did the black dragon Murakan feed him this info? Jin nods, then boldly points out that he also knows his father can secretly use magic. Sciron is unfazed. Did Jin really think he could hide a giant dragon? Jin admits he knew his father was too sharp, but he's still shocked his dad already knew all about Murakan's secret return. Sciron confesses it was a hunch until now. Then, he bursts into laughter. He asks who Butterfly Runcandel is, finding it hilarious that the legendary shadow dragon got reduced to a pet cat. Still, the fake Origin Stone is massive news. Sciron orders him to brief Luna. Jin agrees, deeply troubled by the scale of this threat. Just how deep does the Zipfel family conspiracy go? Do the rulers of the Black Sea know? Jin realizes he might eventually have to investigate that abyss himself. Suddenly, Sciron offers a deal. He'll overlook Jin's illegal homecoming for a price. Sciron asks what Jin wants in return. Jin requests a complete ban on any other Runcandel members entering the free city of Tikon. Sciron raises an eyebrow. Is that his secret base? Jin confirms it. Sciron agrees to the terms, but there's a catch. Jin must pass a test from Tikon's hidden powerhouse, Kashmir Alphen, to prove he's actually strong enough to claim it. If Jin succeeds, Tikon is his exclusive territory. Sciron gives him exactly 1 year to win over the legendary swordsman who once flat-out refused to even train Runcandel knights. Enter Kashmir. He actually arrives and agrees, sealing the deal. Later, Kashmir is left in awe of Sciron, thinking nobody on Earth could possibly look more imposing. Seriously, the guy is terrifying. Just being near Sciron gives him a nervous stomachache, but he tells himself he's just a guest here, so there's no need to panic. Surprisingly, Sciron greets Kashmir with utmost respect. Flustered, Kashmir begs Sciron to drop the grand titles and just call him Kashmir. He feels way too humble next to the legend. Jin chimes in, and his father nods for him to speak. Jin boldly declares that his bond with Kashmir is a shared destiny, and he's already proven it. Now, it's time to seal the pact. Kashmir sweat drops, wondering what destiny Jin is talking about. Sairon is skeptical, noting that it sounds like Tikhon is practically becoming Runcandel property. Kashmir instantly panics, realizing his city's hard-fought independence is hanging by a thread right now. Yet, Sairon stands firm, despite wondering if his clever son just played him. Jin quickly steps in, denying any trickery and claiming he was simply incredibly lucky. Nice save, kid. Sairon accepts it. He officially decrees that no Runcandel can enter Tikhon without Jin's express permission. Jin thanks him and exits, leaving Kashmir realizing their fates are officially locked. There's no backing out now. Sairon dismisses Jin to speak with Kashmir privately. Jin agrees and heads out to wait. If you think the drama is over, you're dead wrong. As they talk, the scene shifts outside. The Daytona brothers, Daytona and Haytona, rush over to Jin, looking incredibly anxious. Jin just stares, asking what on earth these two are doing here. They ask how he dared pull such a reckless stunt, and if their father let him live. Clearly, they were hiding nearby, terrified by the heavy atmosphere. Jin decides to use this. He asks them for a small favor. When they ask what, he tells them to watch over his faction's cadets while he's gone. Daytona spits out his drink, completely stunned by the request. Recovering, Daytona asks if Jin is actually okay. Jin just walks off, mocking their sudden concern while leaving them in charge. Haytona sighs, calling Jin way too carefree after facing their father. Daytona agrees, shuddering at how terrifying Sairon always is. As they watch him leave, Jin spots another sibling outside. He calls out, mentioning he still needs to speak with their father. He has some lingering questions about that fateful day. But Mayu angrily calls him out, demanding to know why he's blatantly ignoring them and the entire situation. Jin casually apologizes. He says it's too complicated to explain right now, which only makes Miu more furious. Just then, Kashmir arrives. Jin asks if his meeting went well, and Kashmir nods in relief. Miu snaps. She demands to know why an outsider like Kashmir is casually standing in the sacred Runcandel garden. Luckily, the legendary Luna steps in, telling everyone to cool it since their father is done. Luna sheathes her massive sword, making it crystal clear that the argument is over. Jin breathes a sigh of relief, thanking his favorite big sister. Luna just smiles, telling him it's fine. Luna asks if he's heading out already. Jin nods, explaining he needs to focus on some intense training. She tells him to stay safe, and he bids his siblings farewell for now. 1 month later, inside Kashmir's underground training hall, Jin is currently getting absolutely thrashed. Kashmir notes that in Jin's 30th spar against Elisa Betts, Jin has officially lost again. That's 30 consecutive defeats. But Jin doesn't care, he immediately demands a 31st round. Meanwhile, in August 1795, the Zipfel family officially announces some major deaths. Andre and Violetta are confirmed dead. Since the Zipfels hide the cause of death, wild rumors explode. Was it an internal power struggle, or a clash with the rebel Cole group? Some claim they angered the Vermont emperor. But the most believable rumor? They fell to the Runcandels. Now, the entire world is bracing for an all-out war between these two giants. Zippel versus Runcandel is the ultimate magic versus swords showdown, and it all depends on who picks a side first. Meanwhile, a blonde aide reports that some prince and 5 basic mercenary groups want help. They even sent bribe gifts. But Kashmir Alphen tells them to reject the gifts, accept the mission, send the kingdom a shiny sword, and make sure that Prince gets his throne. The aide promises to send an 8-star guardian knight. Meanwhile, Chiron Runcandel grumbles that this whole mess started because his youngest kid caused a massive scene on some random deserted island. Honestly, the kid is already pulling the family strings. He orders Knight Khan back to the Black Sea, adding that if Kashmir Alphen sends any mail, it goes directly to him. No exceptions. Khan salutes and leaves. Elsewhere, our obsessive main character Jin is swinging his sword for the 1000th time, trying to make it feel fresh. But surprise, surprise, he is still not happy. Let us be real. Without his big sister Luna, he would be worm food. Looking back at 15 years since his reincarnation, he is officially a 5-star master in both swords and magic. His shadow energy is almost there too. But with major threats looming, he needs a massive power-up. In the 5 years his dad gave him, he must absolutely crush his siblings. Right on cue, Kashmir Alphen tells him to take a chill pill. He warns that training like a maniac every day will break even a legendary Runcandel body. Then, our hero asks, what are he and Misha doing here anyway? Misha gasps at his bloody, torn-up hands and grabs them immediately. Jin sighs, admitting that he is getting a little too impatient these days. Kashmir points out that while he is a prodigy, his future enemies are actual monsters. This rush is pure poison and will only ruin his progress. Jin looks down, feeling pretty embarrassed. It is hard to slow down, you know? As Misha heals his hands, Kashmir reassures him. He is doing more in 24 hours than normal warriors do in a lifetime. It is incredible. To help him chill out, Kashmir suggests a totally different style of training. Jin asks what he has in mind, and Kashmir smiles, suggesting a spar with someone way out of his league. Jin asks if he means Kashmir himself. In response, Kashmir casually draws his sword, slices a concrete wall in half, and dramatically introduces himself as the legendary noble sword, Kashmir Alphen. He tells Jin they can spar once he can actually block that crazy slash. Until then, he gets to fight Tikon's fiercest guard, Elisa Betts, the Badger. She shows up right on cue. She teasingly greets her husband's star student. Kashmir sets a wild goal: beat her within 6 months using swords, magic, and shadow power combined. Then, little Julia asks her mom a question. Is she going to beat up Big Brother Jin? Elisa laughs, saying they are just bonding. Julia, who absolutely hates violence, is asked by her mom who she is going to cheer for. Her mom or her favorite brother? Julia instantly picks Jin. Elisa dramatic gasps, complaining that her own daughter should support her once in a while. Meanwhile, Jin thinks Elisa looks pretty harmless. But Julia brutally drops some truth, saying Jin is clearly the weaker one here, and her mom always told her to cheer for the underdog. Elisa just laughs at her savage daughter. Jin just takes the roast in stride. Elisa then suggests they spar every single day after she finishes work and dinner. Jin is totally shocked by the daily schedule. He worries he is taking up too much of her precious free time, but she just chuckles. 2 days later, they stand face to face, and Jin wonders if she is secretly a monster. Before they clash, she drops a warning. She is an ex-member of Beeman's Special Affairs Division. Translation: she has zero chill and will not be holding back. So, he better not cry when she beats him up. Jin realizes this 6-month challenge is the real deal. He prepares himself, but Elisa suddenly blitzes forward with a terrifying punch. The impact almost sends him through the wall, but he barely blocks it. He unleashes his energy, draws his blade, and slashes back, but she casually dodges his counterattack. Jin asks, should we call an ambulance? She smilingly says yes, and then punches him so hard he literally flies across the room. Elisa is actually surprised she landed 2 hits so easily. He notes her first punch was pretty light, then asks if he was secretly weakening the arena floor. Jin confesses she caught on, and explains the weird blinding light from earlier. It was an ancient flash spell he cast on his sword. But Jin admits his sneaky moves did not work. Elisa corrects him, saying those are brilliant combat tactics, not cheap tricks. She realizes our boy does not just rely on pure luck to win. Jin knows that every single opening he created came from insane planning and reading her movements ahead of time. And this was just a friendly practice match. In a real life or death fight, he would be totally dead. This is his very first absolute crushing defeat since his regression. Even with all his tricks, he still got destroyed. Is this the power of Beeman's Special Affairs? To beat her in 6 months, he has to keep getting beaten up. But instead of crying, Jin gets super excited. Meanwhile, Kashmir writes a progress report. 1 month later, out in the stormy Black Sea, Khan slays a beast and kneels before Chiron. Handing over Kashmir's 10-day-old letter, Khan introduces himself. Chiron opens the mail, finding a ridiculously long and dramatic apology from Kashmir, who is basically kissing his feet. The letter literally says the stars themselves are singing Chiron's praises. Signed, Kashmir, your humble fanboy. Chiron dryly notes that he only asked for updates on his youngest son. Kashmir is clearly doing way too much. Chiron decides to tell him to write shorter reports next time. Still, he reads on, tracking how his youngest is doing back home. It turns out Jin has been getting absolutely wrecked by Kashmir's wife daily. But his survival rate is skyrocketing, going from 3 hits in the first spar to 40 hits later. By the 40th match, Jin lasted over 120 hits. Khan watches Chiron smile and asks if watching the kid get beaten up is actually that entertaining. Chiron explains that Elisa is an elite veteran from Beeman's Special Division, so luck is completely useless. Surviving 120 hits means the kid is shattering his limits. Chiron admits it is almost a shame. If Jin had been born first, he would have handed him the entire family dynasty without a single second thought. But life is unfair. Khan is stunned. This is the first time the patriarch has ever spoken so openly about the family inheritance. After years of service, Khan has never heard his master talk like this. He reminds Chiron that Joshua only got the heir spot because Luna stepped down, not because Chiron chose him. He thinks Joshua is still way too untested. Chiron actually agrees. Joshua is insanely talented, but power is not everything. When Khan asks why, Chiron replies with a cold truth. Joshua is simply too soft, too gentle to lead this family. To rule the Runcandels, you must be cold enough to sever your own blood ties. That ruthless edge is what makes a true leader. Khan nods, getting ready to head back. Before he leaves, Chiron asks why a letter sent 10 days ago took so long to reach him. Khan sweat drops, apologizing and blaming a massive horde of annoying sea monsters. Chiron lets it slide, but demands he arrive a day earlier next time. Meanwhile, back at training, Elisa notes it is already day 93, praising Jin for his insane progress. Jin chuckles, saying he still has a long way to go to hit his 6-month goal. Elisa offers him some sweet ice cream upstairs, but our dedicated protagonist actually turns it down. He still has more training to grind. When she asks if he is really going at it again, he confidently grabs his sword, declaring he is nowhere near his peak yet. As they spar, Jin's growth is just terrifyingly unnatural. He is channeling both aura and magic simultaneously, and the secret behind it? A mysterious black energy linking them together, rumored to come from a divine contract. The sheer concept blows Elisa's mind. Yet, that power only works because Jin's pain tolerance is insane. She realizes that with a hardworking genius like him, forget 6 months, she could lose to him tomorrow. Sure enough, the very next day, they face off again. Elisa laughs off his opening strike as an obvious feint and rushes in, but Jin blocks her effortlessly. This time, he draws blood. Jin immediately checks if she's alright, and while Elisa smiles it off, she secretly reels from taking a direct hit after so long. Meanwhile, Jin goes to find a healer. He thinks she should have easily dodged that thrust, chalking it up to pure luck. Elisa, however, knows she messed up. His shadows blinded her, and she lazy-brained her way into assuming his attack pattern. She is getting rusty in retirement, but now, the gloves are off. She charges back in, realizing she might actually lose way ahead of schedule if she does not lock in. Jin suddenly stops her. He wants a draw, refusing to take a cheap, unearned victory. Elisa smiles, knowing his pride would say exactly that. She apologizes for dropping her guard, and Miss Inia arrives to heal them up, but both of them know the truth of what just happened. Jin admits that 3 months ago, even if she slipped up, he never could have touched her. Elisa can only nod in agreement. He has evolved into a monster. Driven by pure grit and talent, she knows he is on the verge of hitting 6 stars in both fields. Once he does, the world is going to change. By December 1st, 1795, Jin spots Murakan hoarding freezing cold popsicles in winter. The dragon casually claims ice cream hits different in freezing weather, and besides, he wanted strawberry pie. Jin warns him not to ruin Gilly's stomach, but their banter is cut short. Kashmir rolls up, asking our main character if they can step aside to discuss some serious business. He has done some digging on Vishki Hamo, the acting leader of the decaying Abano house. He is the family's sole prodigy. But before dropping the big news, Kashmir tests him with a question. Does Jin know about the Kel group? Jin smirks, remembering a clash with them during his cadet days. Kashmir nods, dropping the bombshell that Vishki might actually be working with them. He slips away to the Carano Principality weekly, visiting a bizarrely named workshop called Explosion is Art. The master craftsman running the joint is Bubari Gaston, who Kashmir believes is a Kel elite, meaning they are tightly linked. It gets weirder though. Vishki always hand-delivers fresh food and bread to him on his visits, which points to something highly unusual. It suggests Gaston holds the higher rank, explaining why Vishki defended him at the banquet. Kashmir is troubled. Kel was supposed to be a basic radical group, not a massive network. But if an 8-star powerhouse answers to them, they are a massive threat. Jin remembers their past life antics, realizing why they never dared pick fights with the top-tier families. Suddenly, a cute distraction. Julia is yanking her dad's hair to get Jin's attention. Chaos erupts, magic is cast, and a stray ice ball gets chucked right at Kashmir's face, making him yelp. He whines about her attacking her own dad. Getting back to business, Jin asks about Spider-Hands Alu. Kashmir sighs. The guy is a ghost, completely evading even their best spies. They cannot find a single trace of his life before he took over Tessing. It is like his entire history was scrubbed clean. Jin quietly regrets not putting him down earlier. Still, he thanks Kashmir for the effort. Kashmir promises to keep pressing his informants for leads. If anything pops up, Jin will be the first to know about it. Jin expresses his deep gratitude, but Kashmir just waves it off with a laugh. He says if the kid really wants to pay him back, he should play with young Julia. Jin wants to, but his match with Elisa is starting now. He invites Kashmir to watch instead, and Kashmir jumps at the chance to see how much the young prodigy has grown lately. Jin promises a show, hinting he's unlocked something crazy. Elisa is confused, then notices Kashmir standing there and asks what he's up to. Kashmir beams, saying he got an exclusive invite. Elisa grumbles that she'd rather not have him witness her getting beaten. Kashmir freezes. Wait, is Jin's prediction actually coming true today? Elisa just smiles, saying if she falls, she wants to be remembered. Jin corrects her softly, promising she'll always be his mentor and friend. Hearing this, Kashmir is blown away. It has barely been 3 months, and Elisa is already preparing for defeat. As the duel begins, Jin completely shatters expectations by summoning a blazing phoenix. Kashmir's jaw drops. Normally, hitting 6 stars grants the right to contract 1, but the process is highly volatile. You cannot just pick a phoenix. You can only tear open a gateway to the fire realm, and then you pray. It's the beast that chooses you, which is why every mage dreams of a legendary match, and the ultimate crown jewel is the blue-flamed king. Kashmir is practically trembling. Did this kid seriously summon Tess, the mythical beast that only legendary ancient mages could ever command? Jin asks if she's ready, and Elisa nods, bracing herself. The clash explodes. Elisa estimates his firepower at 5 stars, but there's a heavy, suffocating pressure radiating from his blue flames. The heat weighs her down like a physical anchor. One hit, and her energy will evaporate, meaning she has to end this immediately. Tess can only maintain this form for 3 more minutes anyway. Jin blitzes forward. A grazing blow clips her, and she expects cold steel, but realizes it's sharp wind magic instead. Jin analyzes her style, picking up on a key behavioral pattern. She desperately wants to dictate the pace of the battle. Knowing this, Jin bait and switches her, capitalizing on her eagerness to counter. She barely slips away, but Jin unleashes a follow-up fire blast. She evades the fire, but Jin instantly closes the gap with his blade drawn. Elisa hesitates. If she keeps backing up, she will get completely pinned under his relentless assault. No more running. She challenges him to show his true magic swordsman path. Jin answers with a surge of brilliant blue mana, striking hard. Elisa blocks, thinking she finally has him locked down, but then, he vanishes. It should be impossible to slip away from her heavy blade lock, yet he is already behind her. A brutal punch sends her flying, coughing blood. Elisa throws in the towel. She admits defeat. Jin asks Kashmir to fetch Misha, while Murakan demands confirmation of the rumors. Yes, the kid actually beat a legendary special ops agent in a fair spar. It is mental. Beating a top-tier agent after only 3 months of training is insane enough. But Murakan shakes his head. No, that is not even the craziest part of this story. The real shock is his summon. When Kashmir asks for details, Murakan drops the bomb. He summoned the Blue Phoenix. Tess. Everyone is left speechless. Elisa groans, admitting she had to cheat with an aura shield. Yet even that desperation move only paved the way for Jin's victory. She's dumbfounded by how he got behind her twice, asking when he cooked up that scheme. Jin admits it was planned from their very first spar, dumping water on his head with an arrogant but charming shrug. Elisa laughs, loving his confidence. Jin offers her a sincere bow of gratitude for her mentorship. She was glad to help, and shares how incredibly proud she is of his progress. Defeating an elite special agent before turning 16 is historical. Suddenly, Murakan cuts in, yelling Jin's name. Jin sighs, telling him to chill, but Murakan urgently demands he summon Tess immediately. Jin complies, bringing out the Blue Phoenix. Quathel instantly bows to the Master of Fire, while Murakan grins, but instead of a warm reunion, Tess immediately pecks Murakan straight in the face. The dragon squawks in anger, complaining that he does not need to act so hostile since he is free. Tess gives a cheeky chirp, and Jin feels a strange, comforting bond. Murakan tries to deliver an urgent message from the spirit world, but Tess pecks him again to shut him up. Runcandel just keeps bowing while Murakan seriously tells him to send this crazy elder back. He actually agrees and dismisses Tess, but Murakan instantly snaps, complaining about getting hit, so he just summons Tess right back. This time around, Tess demands to know why the great Murakan is busy sucking up to some random bluebird. Murakan explains that this cute little bird is not even Tess's true form, which only shows up in the fire realm. Jin then asks if that is the home world of the phoenixes. Tess confirms it is indeed another dimension entirely. Murakan adds that our main character has never heard of the fire realm because only gods and dragons actually use that name. It is basically the simple name they use, since not even the highest gods know its true name. Jin asks if that means the place is completely beyond their reach, if even the gods are clueless. Murakan nods. That is exactly why not even Shinu, the fire god, can control the flames originating from that realm. Then he warns that this next part is the real kicker. Long ago, several gods abandoned the fire realm alongside dragons like Runcandel and Murakan. Eventually, some of those gods got on Tess's bad side. That was when everyone witnessed true terror, as an enraged Tess literally ashes 5 gods and multiple dragons right where they stood. Hearing this, Jin is completely shell-shocked. If Tess is that ridiculously strong, just how overpowered would a contractor have to be to use his full power? Murakan scoffs, saying it is impossible. No contractor, no matter how godly, can ever draw out all of Tess's strength. It is a flat-out rule. Nobody can fully wield the power of an entity from an alternate universe. Murakan explains it like a penalty. That is why the gods who migrated here were heavily nerfed, and why Tess cannot unleash his true destructive force either. He adds that if someone like Murakan even tried to channel it, he would literally burn to ashes. Jin gulps, wondering how such a dangerous ancient monster can be summoned like a common house pet. Does Tess even realize how absolutely terrified they all are? One bad mood and they are all roasted chicken. But the Dragon Elder chuckles, saying if Tess wanted them dead, he never would have chosen Jin in the first place. Then Murakan passes on a message from Tess, who apparently really likes Jin and sends his congratulations. Jin realizes this bluebird is way grander than he first assumed, maybe even outclassing Shinu, the literal god of fire. He compares Tess to Kel, who is Shinu's contractor, and even to the legendary guardian dragon Kajin. In the end, he realizes one crucial truth. Absolutely no fire will ever work against Jin now. This blue flame is going to be a massive cheat code in the looming war between Runcandel and Zippel. Fast forward to January 2nd, 1796. Chiron admits Jin landing test is pretty interesting, sure, but phoenixes do not really concern him. What actually grabs his attention is the report on Jin's swordsmanship. Sure, he let the kid mess around with magic and shadow energy, but he is still a Runcandel at heart. He summons Knight Conan, who reports that Ron Heron has a promising grandson. Conan reveals he got intel on this young heir just a few days ago. Chiron chuckles, calling the timing incredibly lucky, and Conan totally agrees. It turns out the kid, Dante, has entered a certain competition using a fake alias. It is the Cosmos Tournament, a lawless combat event hosted entirely by pirates. Chiron remembers that 10 years ago, Mary took second place there. It was her very first defeat, and 2 months later, she returned for a rematch, dragging the youngest along. This time, under the watchful gaze of the public, Jin cannot afford to use magic or shadow energy. He has to win with pure blade work alone. Chiron is convinced that clashing with a fellow sword genius will make his youngest son realize his true purpose. As Runcandel, he must prove his worth with his blade. Sometime later, Kashmir arrives and politely asks Jin if he could take a look at a document. Our main character asks what on earth it is, and Kashmir explains, it is an application to enter the Cosmos competition. Jin is completely baffled. Why the hell would he join a rowdy pirate tournament? Kashmir laughs, saying he set this all up because Jin has been pushing himself way too hard lately. Plus, he heard through the Seven Colors information network that Dante Heron is entering. He explains that Dante's grandfather, Ron Heron, once stood on the exact same level as Chiron himself before becoming family head. Since Dante is Ron Heron's absolute favorite grandson, he asks Jin if he isn't even a little curious how strong the kid is. Jin pauses to think. After a quiet moment, he asks if he absolutely has to enter this thing. Kashmir replies, no, young master, you do not have to, but think it over. He is the future head of the Heron family, and you may never get another chance to cross swords with him. Jin sighs and gives in, saying if Kashmir Alfan is pushing this hard, he has no choice. Kashmir beams, thanking him for making the right call. Jin finally decides to speak with Kashmir Alfan completely alone. As the others leave, Jin starts to wonder if this entire tournament scenario was secretly set up behind the scenes. If they are forcing him to face the Heron grandson on purpose, then pure swordsmanship must be the real test here. He also notices that Kashmir seems incredibly busy handling multiple things at once. Kashmir mentions he has to leave tomorrow, so the timing is insanely tight. Jin politely dismisses him, and Kashmir wishes him a safe trip. As he turns to leave, our main character suddenly stops him, calling out, "Wait, sir." The scene then transitions to the Batao Empire, and on a sketchy southern island. Standing there, Very realizes this is his very first solo mission since his time in Mammoth. Honestly, this place feels even sketchier than Mammoth. The Cosmos competition, a brutal tournament held in this lawless dump, literally allows fighters to murder opponents, use illegal weapons, and even poison or assassinate rivals before matches. Jin cannot believe the noble Heron patriarch would let his precious grandson enter such a filthy, underhanded event. Still, getting to clash swords with Dante makes this entire trip worth it. He figures it is fantastic experience, plugs his nose at the awful smell, and decides to just have some fun. Suddenly, the pirate king, Cosmos, barks, asking who the hell he is. Jin calmly replies that he is here to register. Cosmos snaps that signups are closed and tells him to scram, adding that it would be great if he just died on his way home. Jin fires back, stating he heard registration is open until sunset. Cosmos growls that he is absolutely not in the mood to process paperwork and asks if our hero is deaf. He claims he is far too busy, so Jin needs to stop annoying him and beat it. When Cosmos furiously demands to know why he is still standing there, Jin just tosses some coins and delivers a swift punch straight to his face. Jin asks if that is payment enough, ordering him to write his name down. Cosmos explodes in rage, but quickly grins, admitting he loves a kid with real guts, so he happily signs him up. Cosmos hands Jin a registration slip, letting him know he is in Group 13. He tells him to take it inside, where the other lovely contestants will welcome him with open arms, romance, and absolute love. A bit later, a hooded receptionist grabs the paper and calls out Group 13. Jin, entering under the fake name Jin Gray, tells them to match him with someone decent, or else just throw him to the sharks. The receptionist chuckles, noting there are a ton of fiery young rookies this year, especially that crazy kid who just rocked the captain. He sighs that it is a shame the two of them are not in the same group, since he really wanted to watch that bloodbath. Still, he wishes Jin luck, saying maybe they will meet in the finals if our hero survives. He then points him toward the Group 13 waiting area. He chuckles, telling him he will see him around if he stays alive. Jin asks where his designated room is, but the guy just tells him to figure it out. Jin looks around and notices every room already holds 2 or 3 bloodthirsty thugs. This feels less like an organized tournament and more like a twisted battle royale, where they want everyone to murder each other before the real matches even start. Suddenly, a thug in the room barks, asking who the hell Jin is, pointing out that 3 people are already occupying the space. They order him to beat it, but Jin calmly replies that he is counting to 3, and they had better be gone. He starts 1, 2, 3, while they scream insults at him. He immediately strikes back. As another challenger steps inside, Jin casually draws his blade and asks who else wants to stick around. A crowd of thugs charges him, but he completely slices through them. He thinks this wild place is still child's play compared to Mamet, though he definitely will not be sleeping tonight. The hooded administrator returns, thoroughly annoyed, asking if Jin plans to slaughter everyone before his actual match even begins. Jin just smiles, calling this a little appetizer before the main course. The hooded guy admits he initially thought Jin was just a loudmouth, but the captain was right. He is a beast. He explains that is why he wanted to match Jin with the heavy hitters. Groups 1 and 2 are starting up, and since he will fight those winners later, he should go watch if he wants. He even, "All right, you and I are diving into the arena." After being warned that weapons are banned in the stands, Jin happily agrees to play spectator. Looking at the massive crowd, our main character doubts anyone here will recognize his face. Still, he realizes he should have worn a better disguise. As that thought lingers, he overhears nearby spectators whispering. They are gossiping that half of Group 13 got completely trashed, and wonders if anyone bet on the culprit. But that is not all. Rumor has it that a reserve flag bearer from the legendary Runcandel family is also entering the tournament. A woman in a green dress asks what a Runcandel flag bearer even is and why they would come here. Her friend replies that he heard the scoop from Cosmos pirate executives while drinking yesterday. He claims one powerhouse kid is secretly a Runcandel. Laughing, he jokes it could be one of the Tona twins, or perhaps even Jin himself. And if it really is Jin, things will get crazy. After all, the world went wild when he reached 5-star. Jin silently agrees. He is not surprised they know him, but he is shocked they have heard of the Tona twins too. Still, their fame was bound to spread. If they are actually here, Jin plans to stick them with the Night Watch once. The real chaos begins. Right on cue, the infamous Pirate King Cosmos steps onto the stage, shouting to the entire arena. He mockingly asks if the heavy atmosphere suffocated them before introducing himself. Laughing, he remarks that everyone only showed up to line his pockets. Cutting the small talk, he officially kicks off the tournament, explaining that each of the 13 groups has 14 fighters, totaling 182 martial artists. For the opening match, a previous octafinalist faces off against a cute brawler from the Shark Pirates, named Mesa, a rookie this year. Next up is a pretty-faced young swordsman named Paul Macken. Onlookers note how incredibly young he is, even for this year's youth-heavy roster. He looks barely 13 or 14, making some wonder if letting a kid fight is complete madness. Suddenly, a scarred spectator mentions a different fighter entirely, focusing on the guy who trashed their captain. Suddenly, the starting signal rings. In a literal blink of an eye, Paul Macken dashes forward and slices his opponent's neck, leaving Cosmos utterly speechless. Nobody even saw the strike. As the pirate's head slides off his shoulders, Jin realizes the truth. That boy just unleashed pure sword energy to end the match instantly. The referee declares Paul the winner. Suddenly, Veridin Zippel starts wildly cheering, shouting that he is betting his entire fortune on this kid. Jin stares in disbelief, wondering what on earth Veridin is doing here. Meanwhile, the crowd goes wild, placing massive bets. Veridin keeps fueling the hype, yelling that Paul is the future of martial arts. He even tells people to wager their life savings. Jin wonders if Veridin is on a secret mission, or just genuinely insane. If Veridin gets exposed, it will cause a massive scene, so Jin decides to play along. Suddenly, Veridin spots Jin and cheerfully calls out, noting it has been a long time. Paul overhears and instantly recognizes Veridin from a past banquet. He is shocked. Veridin is greeting him so openly in a pirate arena. Still, Paul politely returns the greeting. Just then, Cosmos approaches, demanding to hear a victory speech from our winner before the next match begins. Asked how he feels, Paul calmly says he is glad to purge some evil from the world, joking that the loser should choose a better career next life. Cosmos bursts out laughing, patting the boy on the shoulder while teasing that piracy is no job for kids. He winks, saying the rough crowds here actually love that kind of trash talk. With that, Cosmos calls for the next round of fighters. Jin watches the ensuing matches with a critical eye, but absolutely nobody catches his attention except for the mysterious Paul. He is now absolutely certain that Paul is actually Dante Hyron. The boy looks young, but his god-tier swordsmanship tells a different story. To beat him, Jin knows he will need both magic and shadow energy, since raw swordplay won't cut it. Still, he keeps his guard up. Checking the bracket, he notes he has 4 days before his own group fights. Now, you and I know these nights are going to be deadly, and Jin just has to survive them. Meanwhile, in a private room, an elder firmly warns that a certain sacred artifact must be kept absolutely safe, to be used only in dire situations by the young patriarch. Unbothered, Veridin Zippel stands nearby, playfully swinging a chain and apologizing with a grin. He jokes that the weapon simply feels right in his hands, then asks if this was the sole reason he was summoned. The elder explains that a massive tournament is currently underway in the northern islands of the Bahu archipelago. He asks if Veridin has heard of the Cosmos competitive arena, but the young heir admits he has absolutely no clue. Laughing, he points out he would never keep track of some sketchy pirate-run event, though he finally understands where the elder sneaks off to every single year. The elder then mentions Dante Hyron, the genius future head of the Hyron clan. Since he is competing, they must use this rare chance to gauge his true power. After all, Dante is the hurdle Veridin must eventually surpass. While Veridin is happy to pocket some easy gambling money, he sighs that the matches so far have been incredibly boring. Dante was impressive, sure, but everyone else is trash. Deeply disappointed by the low-tier competition, he wonders where all the real warriors are, until he scans the roster. There, he spots a highly suspicious name, Jin Gray. His eyes light up. Could his friend actually be competing in secret? Oh, this tournament just got a whole lot more interesting. Fast forward a bit, and the body count is insane. Out of 35 dead combatants, only 5 actually perished in official matches. Everyone else was brutally murdered in the shadows. Jin knows rival fighters could ambush him at any moment, meaning sleep is a luxury he cannot afford. Thankfully, his brutal cadet days trained him to survive without rest. Still, staying fully alert for 3 straight days in the open takes insane confidence. Suddenly, a tired voice interrupts his thoughts. It is Paul, looking completely exhausted. The boy apologizes for the sudden intrusion but asks for a massive favor. Dante, disguised as Paul, desperately begs Jin for a safe spot to sleep, promising to return the favor tomorrow. Confused, Jin asks why he is trusting a total stranger. Paul tiredly explains that he has been observing Jin, recognizing him as a true, honorable warrior who would not backstab him. Complaining that he absolutely hates sleep deprivation training, the kid faceplants onto the floor and instantly passes out. As Jin watches him, the heavy scent of blood begins to fill the air, proving that uninvited guests have arrived. Outside, a sketchy old man whispers for his crew to wait for his signal, but Jin ambushes them first, sword drawn, giving a chilling warning. A masked assassin frantically begs him to hold on. He admits they know Jin wiped out his entire group, but claims they are only here for the sleeping boy, not a fight. If Jin hands Paul over, they will leave peacefully. Suddenly, a poisoned arrow flies toward the room. Jin effortlessly catches it mid-air, disgusted that they would target a sleeping child. He coldly warns the assassins that they cannot possibly handle the massive fallout of this hit. It turns out these thugs work for the notorious pirate captain, One-Eyed Joe. Before dying, the final assassin confesses they wanted to kidnap a Runcandel for ransom. Paul, now awake, warmly thanks Jin for protecting a complete stranger, deeply moved by his honor. He wonders how someone as awesome as Jin could ever be compared to those snobbish, clueless nobles. To wrap this up, you and I can expect some major secrets to unfold next. He is definitely not a Runcandel, just some random noble from Bonant. Apologizing for keeping secrets, our main character gets a warm thank you from Paul, who admits he deeply owes him. He saved his life, and Paul wants to repay the debt. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. He vows to protect our main character with his own body, no matter what danger comes. Swearing it on his honor, Paul is dead serious. But our main character just tells him to figure it out. He needs a nap, so wake him before Group 13 plays. Right now, there is no need to worry about that vow. Paul might seem cold, but he is the type to fight for someone he just met, like a true, loyal friend. Suddenly, another attacker rushes in, but Paul strikes first and drops him cold. Another one-hit knockout. The crowd absolutely loses it, screaming Paul's name in pure excitement. Meanwhile, everyone starts hyping up our main character, Jin Gray, as the next big threat. Soon, his name is echoing through the arena. Some even whisper he might be stronger than Paul. But doubters quickly shut that down. No way he beats a reserve flag-bearer of the legendary Runcandel family. Besides, he is not a Runcandel. Still, people realize this year is different. The finals clearly belong to those two kids, basically deciding the tournament already. As onlookers wonder if anyone will challenge them, another fighter steps up with a plan. He says those two are good, but they are outnumbered. They should team up before the winner's bracket begins. But a hooded figure interrupts, telling them to drop it. Their group stands zero chance against Jin Gray. He is called the God of Death for a reason. Having shared a room with him, the hooded guy asks if they really think they can win. He was just warning them because Jin Gray is way too dangerous. It would be a total disaster if everyone got wiped out before the matches even started. So, they wisely back off. They agree to stop right there. Why risk it? Another fighter points out that, looking at the tournament schedule, they won't even have to face Jin's group anyway. Nobody wants to die today. They remind each other to keep this secret safe, because if Cosmos finds out, they are finished. Speaking of, the furious Pirate King Cosmos slams his hand down. He demands to know who is messing with the winner's bracket behind his back. The hooded assistant asks what the plan is, since the crowd will turn if things get boring. Cosmos decides to throw out the entire bracket. Jin Gray and Paul Mick are obviously heading for the finals. Everyone else is just useless fodder, so he plans to exploit this. He is going to jack up the betting odds sky high. High enough to keep everyone awake placing bets. Cosmos announces they are skipping straight to the finals to maximize the profit. It is all about the gold. Meanwhile, the crowd chants Paul's name. Baradin Zippel watches, noting one fighter burst onto the scene like a star, while the other looks like a god of death. Drenched in blood from the very beginning, he asks his companion who will win. As a masked man cheers, the companion admits Paul's swordsmanship looks much cleaner. He asks if Baradin also bet on Paul, but Baradin reveals he put 100,000 gold on Jin Gray. His friend is shocked by the triple payout but doubts the pirates will pay. 3 million gold is a lot of cash. But Baradin notes Cosmos is a wealthy pirate king. If he has to, he can just sell a couple of islands to cover the debt. Getting impatient, Cosmos demands they start the show and call out Paul Mick. The crowd goes wild, chanting for Group 13's Grim Reaper while throwing wine, mugs, and food. Watching the chaos, Cosmos decides to double next year's entry fee. He yells to bring them out, and Paul Mick steps onto the sands of the arena. Then, his opponent is announced the mysterious young sword prodigy from Group 13, our main character. Watching from the stands, Baradin screams that he believes in him, placing all his trust in him, while our main character wonders why this guy is screaming. Cosmos wastes no time and starts the match. Paul promises to fight with everything. Unsheathing his magic sword, our main character tells him to bring it on. They clash instantly, trading lightning-fast blows. Jin notes his opening strike was fast, but now he must adjust. He holds back his true power, only bursting with speed when necessary. He needs to match Paul's exact rhythm. Spectators are in absolute awe, shouting that this fight is unreal. They cheer for them to keep going, amazed by the sheer scale of the clash. Paul admits Jin is holding up surprisingly well, silently daring him to show his hidden trump card. It is time to turn up the heat. Our main character lunges forward, but Paul slickly dodges the strike. The crowd roars for Paul, screaming for him to finish the fight. Paul smiles, knowing this is his real element. His chaotic, destructive sword style relies on his incredibly tough body, and his insane stamina lets him drag out the battle effortlessly. He is fully aware Jin Gray is using a fake alias. But if this is all the legendary Runcandel has got, then he picked the wrong opponent. Paul strikes with blinding speed, but our main character counters instantly, forcing him back. As Baradin watches, Jin wonders how Paul figured out his real identity. Meanwhile, Paul is left completely stunned by that parry. He realizes that even if his blade connected, a counterblow was already waiting. Meanwhile, Jin notices his shadow energy is running low. Realizing this is getting serious, he launches his counterattack. Paul blocks, but quickly realizes these are no ordinary swings. Each blow carries the crushing weight of Jin's very first strike, leaving him with absolutely no room to breathe. He regrets not going all out immediately, but he worried he might actually kill his opponent. Paul shouts at Jin to stop holding back, asking why he is hesitating now. He proudly declares himself a Runcandel, warning Dante Hyron not to disgrace this battle. Dante smiles, admitting he showed a weak side, and prepares for the next clash. As their weapons collide, Jin and Paul push their limits, desperately trying to overpower each other. Jin unleashes another heavy blow, forcing Paul backward. With a roar, Paul charges. But our main character strikes first. The terrifying look in Jin's eyes makes Paul flinch. As Paul struggles to fight back, Jin wonders how his opponent is still standing at his limit. To Jin, Paul is a once-in-a-century genius, blessed by the heavens themselves. However, he was born with an incredibly fragile, weak body, a tragic vessel for such immense power. Our main character knows that exact pain. He went through absolute hell due to his own curse, which is why he deeply understands the struggle Dante Hyron faces. The endless dark and despair of a broken body. Jin strikes again. Paul blocks, remembering how many times he pushed himself to the brink of death to get this strong, pushing Jin back. Enraged, Paul charges, thinking of the legendary Runcandel. The 13th child of the family was born with everything. He has the body, the talent, and the bloodline. Yet, his opponent still fights with pure desperation. Paul wonders if it is anger from being the youngest, cast out from succession. But no, it is something far greater. Jin simply wants to reach the absolute peak. As they clash again, Paul reflects on his own journey. He has endured so much pain, falling into deep despair countless times, but he never gave up. He is blown backward, but drags himself forward with sheer willpower. He cannot even count how many times he has stood up. He charges again, but Jin counters. Paul coughs up blood, completely stunned. Jin notices Dante's body is literally breaking apart under the strain, yet he refuses to back down, even as his sword starts to crack. Looking at Paul Mick's beat-up body, our boy Jin knows stopping now would just be disrespectful. He pushes him back, whispers a quick sorry, and aims his sword right at his neck. But then, Paul actually starts laughing, which completely throws Jin off. The guy finds this hilarious before instantly collapsing. Jin screams for a medic, and right on cue, Baradin slides in, checks the pulse, and realizes things are looking incredibly bad. He tells our main character to stay calm, promising to save Paul's life as he starts casting healing magic. Jin tries to stop him, but Baradin just tells him to watch. Sadly, Jin already knows it is too late. Paul's body is completely wrecked, way beyond standard medical help. We are talking broken bones, ruptured organs, and completely haywire aura. Honestly, throwing normal magic at him right now will only make his agonizing pain even worse. Suddenly, Baradin tells Jin to keep a secret and pulls out a mysterious chain. Just then, another fighter rushes over in absolute panic, screaming at him to put that thing away because it is way too dangerous. Baradin completely ignores the warning and orders the guy to block the view with his cape. The man quickly complies. Baradin just rolls his eyes, muttering about how some people have zero social awareness and can't read the room. Jin looks at the item and asks if it is really what he thinks it is. Baradin smirks, confirming his clan gifted it to him recently. Then, he asks if Jin has ever heard of the legendary blood of Numerous. Jin's massive lore brain kicks in. Numerous was the god of hope back before the Holy Kingdom was even a thing, supposedly wiped out in some ancient cataclysm. But before going poof, this god allegedly left behind a few relics, specifically, tears and 100 drops of blood. The tears could literally revive the dead, while the blood could instantly cure any injury or disease. Naturally, it became the most highly coveted treasure on the entire planet. We are talking infinite value, completely priceless. Every major power, including the mighty Zippel clan, hunted for it like crazy. Today, it is mostly considered a mythical god-tier item that only exists in dusty old fairy tales. Yet here is Baradin, casually about to use it on Dante Hyron. Jin is utterly baffled. Aren't their clans practically archenemies? Why would he waste a literal miracle on this guy? While Jin is overthinking, Baradin pulls out a glowing pill. He gently asks Dante if he can hear him, then pops the pill into his mouth. Baradin mutters that losing a true rival hurts just as much as losing a best friend. As Dante swallows, a blinding light erupts around him. The radiant glow spreads, instantly sealing his horrific injuries. After a soft cough, Dante's eyes flutter open. Baradin smiles in relief, while a very confused Dante asks what is happening and why his rival is standing over him. Jin stands there completely stunned. The holy blood literally snatched Dante right out of the Grim Reaper's hands. He cannot believe Baradin just used a priceless treasure for this. Baradin, however, casually admits he knows the cost is insane. Dante rubs his temple, asking if that legendary relic was truly wasted on him and how he could ever repay such a debt. Jin snickers internally, thinking that dramatic response is exactly what a show-off like Baradin wanted to hear. Baradin laughs, saying the first installment is simple. Dante owes him a massive round of drinks once they get out of here. He declares he is not leaving without a promise, and says he absolutely will not take no for an answer. He turns to Jin, warning him not to act like a stranger the next time they cross paths. Our main character smiles, realizing this guy he originally thought was a complete clown is actually incredibly cool. Talk about an unexpected bromance. Jin just says he will think about it. Later on, they regroup at a hotel, where Baradin showers Jin with praise before discussing the tournament prizes. He bursts out laughing when Jin greedily demands both of the top rewards. Jin silently groans, remembering how close he came to meeting his maker, and wishing Baradin had just settled for one prize. Talk about a terrible matchup. Jin chuckles softly, admitting they both almost ended up 6 feet under. Baradin waves it off, saying he does not really need both rewards. He decides to gift the massive bag of gold coins to Dante. Sure, Dante is already rich, but it makes a cool souvenir, and he can even frame one. Then, Baradin demands a little something in return. Jin glances over as Baradin closely inspects a piece of paper. He gasps, realizing it is the legendary treasure map from the old stories, shocked that Baradin would actually share it. Jin immediately claims ownership of the map. Baradin playfully lifts the empty bag of money, teasingly asking if he is supposed to just go home with an empty chest. Jin can only offer a small smile in return. After thanking him, Jin turns to Dante and asks why he did not unleash his secret ultimate technique during the match, arguing a real battle requires full effort. Dante fires back, saying he has no idea what Jin is hiding either. Dante complains it is totally unfair to hide your own trump cards, and then complain about others doing the same. Jin chuckles, realizing Dante has incredibly sharp instincts, but quickly plays dumb and pretends to have absolutely no clue. Dante suggests they schedule a rematch down the line where both of them go all out with zero secrets. Baradin loves the idea, saying he cannot wait for the day they all lead their respective clans and meet up on the battlefield. He jokes that he might be sounding like a broken record, but hints it would probably be a lot smarter if they just stayed friends. Jin chuckles, teasingly pointing out how incredibly soft and sentimental Baradin is being. Baradin defends himself, claiming he is just being realistic, since a full-blown war would be a total nightmare. Dante secretly reflects that even as they sit here clinking glasses as buddies, a future showdown is still completely inevitable. It is a bizarre, complicated truth. They are destined rivals, yet genuine friends in this fleeting moment. They raise their glasses together, while Baradin quietly wonders how this deeply tangled, twisted bond of theirs will eventually end. He then shifts the topic, asking if they heard about the imposter running around using his name. Meanwhile, across the sea, the pirate king Cosmos enters his hidden vault, only to find every single piece of his treasure completely gone. Cosmos screams in rage, cursing the wealthy thieves who cleaned him out. Back at the table, Dante wonders who would actually be crazy enough to pretend to be Baradin right inside Zippel territory. Whoever they are, they have massive guts. Baradin explains that after the disaster with his uncle Andre, the Zippel clan's fearsome reputation has taken a massive hit. He clarifies he isn't saying this to please Dante, noting the rumors linking Jin to the incident are still unproven. Jin casually sips his drink, asking what Baradin plans to do about this fake version of him. Baradin declares he needs to hunt them down, so he is considering hiring a high-level mage to track their magical signature. Jin immediately shoots that idea down. He advises Baradin to use the rumors to his advantage instead, warning that launching a massive public manhunt in Zippel territory will only make their clan look incredibly weak and sloppy. Jin smugly adds that he could easily catch the imposter himself. Baradin nods in agreement, suggesting they discuss the details further once he returns. He asks if they are good, while Dante sits there confused, asking what they just decided. Jin teases that if he stays any longer, he might actually start liking Baradin. Unlike his two relaxed friends, Jin still has a mountain of work waiting for him. Baradin asks if this is about his reserve flagbearer status. Jin shrugs, telling him they can go with that explanation. Baradin waves goodbye, warmly calling him a friend as he bids him farewell. As Jin walks away, he quietly chuckles, wondering who gave him permission to decide that. Sometime later, Chiron receives a letter from Kashmir. Since he once demanded Kashmir keep his updates brief, this ridiculously tiny note feels like a straight-up joke. That night, Anne asks if something happened to the young master. Chiron smiles, explaining it is actually great news. Jin defeated Dante at only 6 stars, proving his insane work ethic. He instructs Knighton to tell Kashmir they will grab a drink soon, before preparing to make his move. Chiron casts a powerful spell and instantly vanishes, clearly eager to catch up with Kashmir. Knighton bows in understanding. Meanwhile, Jin is chilling with Kashmir, who asks if he feels a sudden draft despite the roaring fireplace. As little Julia plays nearby with a cute kitten, Jin shivers, wondering if he is catching a cold. Kashmir advises him to take some medicine, before quickly shifting the topic, and asking to finally take a look at the map. Jin pulls out the ancient paper he mentioned earlier. He warns that it is pretty rough, but hopes Kashmir might recognize a landmark, laying it flat on the table. Kashmir squints at the drawing, admitting he has never seen anything like it. He confesses he cannot guarantee finding the location with so little detail. As they study the paper, little Julia runs over, her eyes sparkling as she asks if it is a real treasure map, begging to join the grand adventure. Kashmir flinches at her sudden intrusion. Julia points her tiny finger at a specific spot on the parchment, whispering that something extremely important is there. She taps another spot, claiming a precious treasure is being heavily guarded. But suddenly, she bursts into tears. Kashmir immediately panics, while Murakan quickly scoops her up, warning them that her mystical power is spiraling out of control. He shouts that they urgently need the guardian dragon to soothe her soul. He yells at Kashmir to summon Luri immediately. Kashmir scrambles to make the call, and Luri teleports in within seconds. Murakan explains that Julia lost complete control after seeing the map, hoping Luri can quickly calm her down. Luri swoops in like a baby whisperer, taking the girl and telling everyone else to back off. He guides her breathing, soothing her until she calms down. Just then, Elisa bursts in asking what on earth is happening, totally panicked to see her husband holding a weeping child. Lori reassures her as little Julia finally zonks out in his arms. Elisa takes the sleepy kid, and Lori says they are safe. Murakan gives him props, but Lori apologizes for ignoring him earlier. Our dragon bro waves it off, asking what Julia actually saw. Was it some crazy future vision? Lori drops a bomb. No, it was the past. Murakan is confused. Is this some ancient grudge? Lori explains that when a god's contractor looks backward in time, they often tap into intense, lingering hatred or deep, obsessive regrets left behind by others. And poor Julia triggered this because she touched something tied to those dark feelings. If they had been even a second later, she would have bonded with it fully, which is extremely dangerous. Myron wants details, begging Lori to describe this mysterious ancient land. Lori covers one eye, trying to remember. He reveals the local people followed their own god and completely cut themselves off from society. They lived in complete peace until some outsiders ruined everything. And who were they? Mages, of course. At first, these sketchy newcomers pretended they just wanted to study and appreciate the local culture. But then, they started digging up the ground, making insane demands. Eventually, they went full villain mode, murdered a local kid, and wiped out anyone standing between them and their real goal. They wanted a sacred, divine relic that the natives worshipped. Jin finds this relic worship fascinating and asks Latri to describe it. Latri agrees and asks for a brief moment to get it ready. He says it looks like an ordinary silver mirror, but glowing with brilliant light. As he starts sketching it out, Jin stares at the drawing and immediately recognizes the legendary artifact mirror on paper. He remembers how infamous it became after a heroic journalist exposed the Zipful clan's brutal crimes. Back then, Zipful abused the Kulin people while desperately searching for this mirror. Jin actually witnessed those horrors firsthand during a cadet mission, linking the ancient ruins of Kolan straight to the evil Zipful mages. And now, he realizes his map leads directly to the mirror. Meanwhile, some mysterious figure in purple is chilling on a rooftop, drinking wine and giggling. They mutter that hanging around these rascals might make them soft, which is a pretty lonely thought. But hey, the wine is great. Elsewhere, Lady Lausa is sitting in her room, crying tears of relief that the moment has arrived. She prays as she waits for her guest, while Jin studies the mirror emblem on the map. He is mind-blown. He literally swiped this from a random pirate, and it is actually the key to something monumental. Myron notices his shock and asks what is up. Our main character knows he cannot reveal the truth, so he just says something feels weird. Murakan lets it slide. Later, Jin calls up Kashmir, who feels terrible about Julia's rough ordeal. Jin tells him it is just part of being a god's contractor, so he saw it coming. Lori chimes in, promising Kashmir they will stay by Julia's side and guard her with their lives. Kashmir is super grateful. Since the map is incredibly special, they have to act fast. He offers to hunt down someone who can decode the ancient script, taking on the quest himself. He runs the mission through the seven-colored peacock. Jin agrees to let him handle it, though he secretly doubts it will be simple, knowing how Zipful ruthlessly massacred the Kulin people centuries ago. They practically wiped them out. With the survivors still trapped in Kolan, Jin realizes they might actually beat Zipful to the mirror. 2 weeks later, on February 17th, 1796, Pan staggers down the road, complaining that his entire life is falling apart. He trips, eats the dirt, and groans that everything is spinning out of control. Jin spots him looking absolutely miserable and decides to intervene. He offers a friendly chat, saying they both seem to be having a bad day. Pan asks who he is, but our main character says it does not matter because he has alcohol. Pan calls him an absolute saint, begging for drinks and food, even asking if he is an angel. Jin helps him stand, joking that his little sister back home would definitely agree with that. Our male lead then notes Pan's unique skin tone. Pan admits he gets that a lot, explaining that his tribe is from a very remote place. Jin presses for info, but Pan just says it is extremely far. After taking a gulp, Pan stops himself, saying talking about it only brings him sadness. Jin says his own home is far away too, and pulls out an unreadable paper to ask for help. Jin shows him the ancient script. Pan suddenly snaps, breaks his bottle, and angrily denies knowing it. Then he spots Lori and the others nearby, demanding to know who they are and their motives. Knowing Pan is from Kolon, Jin claims to be an associate of Elisa, Tikan's defense chief. He casually adds that the black-haired man and green-haired kid with him are actually ancient dragons. Pan is completely dumbfounded, asking why the main character is revealing such insane secrets. Jin says he would have found out eventually anyway, prompting Pan to warn him to be far more careful. Jin waves it off since they definitely are not with the Zipful clan. When Pan asks how they even tracked him down, Jin explains they stumbled upon the map and that the green-haired kid is a dragon of Osmil. Pan is speechless, asking if he really means the legendary Osmil. Jin confirms it, explaining they used the dragon's divine authority to read the map's hidden grudge. Up until now, they had 0 leads, making this meeting pure coincidence. Pan finds it hard to believe, wondering if it was dumb luck or fate itself. He then tells them to follow him. They need to meet his sister. Soon, they arrive at the tribe where Lady Losa formally welcomes them, revealing she has been expecting them along with their esteemed guests from Tikan. Pan apologizes for bringing guests unannounced, but she praises him. When Jin asks how she knew they were coming, she says it is a long story. Jin is ready to listen, so she begins. She explains she felt a sacred presence that should not exist in these ruins, and it originates solely from him. She claims he feels just like Kolon's ancient, purest bloodline or a holy chosen one. He details how he was born from the cradle of swords, chosen by Shadow, and accompanied by the Shadow tribe's last dragon, plus the guardian of the child beloved by the great Asmil. She laughs off their shock as a simple parlor trick. But Jin feels a strangely familiar, divine aura radiating from her. Feeling certain, he asks Lady Lausa directly if she is actually a god. She claims she is only a vessel, stating a real god would not be hiding after losing her homeland. Murakan specs she is a former deity, taking human shape, praising her insight but asking a question. He asks if she's fading, pointing out her divine spark will disappear soon. She accepts the harsh truth. Murakan laughs off his own bluntness, while Jin is stunned to find a literal god hiding here. Even if she explained it, he doubts he would get it. Lyosa asks to look at the map once more. He hands it over, asking if she can decode it. She examines the paper and begins reading. She reads the script aloud. It asks whoever wins the hearts of Kolon to never abandon them, to come and stand up for them, showing the world they are just peaceful people who want to live. Her voice is filled with sorrow over carrying a heavy, divine burden without any power. She explains her late grandfather drew this map, which was originally supposed to bring destruction to the Zipful clan. But now, it brings hope under Jin Runcandel's name instead. She wonders if her prayers were finally answered. Murakan cracks a joke to lighten the heavy mood and suggests they make a deal. Jin asks what he means. Murakan explains they need to help Lady Lausa before her remaining strength completely vanishes, telling her to stop beating around the bush and say what she needs. Jin agrees, noting they were already heading to Kolon anyway. He urges Lady Lausa to just ask them directly. She chuckles, warning him never to accept aid born from mere pity. Then, she tells our main character it has been ages since he heard Shili's voice. She hands him a special pendant as her sole reward, allowing him to use her remaining divine power to summon Shili. Murakan reveals that Solderet is actually the spiritual form of an ancient god. Then, sensing people hiding nearby, he asks Jin what they should do next. Stick with me, because our hero replies they will prepare to head straight for Cologne. But honestly, Jin is not sure he can keep everyone safe. That is when Lady Lahosa steps in, offering to share some massive inside information on what is really happening there. This could even be highly classified info, and Jin is seriously grateful. Later, they reach the sealed gates of Cologne only to find a strict warning sign. Kashmir starts panicking that they should have sent scouts first. Murakan sighs, saying scouting wouldn't have changed a thing since it's a restricted zone anyway. Jin agrees. Before his regression, this gate was completely open, meaning his actions as a cadet must have changed history. Back then, these hidden horrors were only exposed by a journalist 11 years later. Now, it might never happen. Still, Jin knows they have to push forward. Kashmir asks for the plan, pointing out a loophole. He could have easily slipped inside if this were just a magic training ground like Jin claimed. Suddenly, Kashmir calls out to his allies. Jin notices something incredibly bizarre about this heavily restricted area. How does a top-secret site have 0 guards, 0 security magic, and just 1 lousy warning sign? The Zippel clan is usually way too paranoid to be this sloppy. Kashmir frowns, wondering if they already took the prize. Jin figures the Zippels probably gave up after searching for centuries with 0 luck. Murakan chuckles, joking that they probably turned this into a resort. But then, he spots actual workers active inside the ruins. Jin locks eyes with a silver-haired guy and asks if he is a pure-blood Zippel. Turns out, he is. That is Moran Zippel, casually day-drinking like he does not have a care in the world. Instantly, Jin remembers him. Moran is the absolute lunatic of the Magic Tower. Sure, he is Kaliarch's 6th son, but he is way more famous for his bizarre antics. Jin notes he has 0 guards around him. Kashmir adds that Moran is an 8-star master of the 7th Magic Tower, rich enough to do whatever he wants. Murakan suggests just poisoning Moran with their microbes and wiping everyone out. Jin immediately shuts that down. Moran is a high-ranking pureblood, and they already took out Andre Zippel. Starting another war without a rock-solid excuse is suicide. They need a perfect cover story before they strike back. Right on cue, Dino slips past the shadows and catches Jin's eye. Jin approaches him immediately, demanding his name with a tone that says he won't ask twice. The trembling man confesses he is a reporter named Dino. Jin's mind races. This is the exact journalist who exposed Cologne in his past life. He wonders how a solo reporter managed to pull off such a massive scoop back then. He tells the young man to turn around. Looking at his fragile frame, Jin is honestly impressed this kid had the guts to target the Zippels. He asks if Dino is chasing another massive scoop, and what exactly he has found out so far. Dino nervously asks where they came from. Jin tells him to calm down, explaining they are just travelers. A mutual friend asked for a favor, and since Dino is a reporter, their goals might actually align. Dino reveals they already know about the horrors happening to the locals here. Miran hesitates, asking if they should really trust this kid with everything, but Kashmir believes this is the key to their play. Miran asks what the actual strategy is. Kashmir explains that the reporter is here to expose the truth, and young Master Jin will use him to manufacture a perfect reason to crush the Zippels once and for all. Plus, Dino has likely already gathered concrete evidence. Sure enough, Dino pulls out a hidden notebook packed with shocking records about the natives. Jin flips through the pages, amazed by the sheer detail. Jin warns him that he has got serious guts, because if the Zippels find this, he is dead. Dino scoffs, saying it is fine. He already bypassed Moran, who has been completely wasted for days. Since Moran's guard is down, trying to interrogate him would be a breeze compared to a messy fight. Jin nods, then asks Dino to play along with a quick favor. Jin mutters about annoying old men. They always send people into dangerous places for ridiculous reasons. He glares at the drunken Moran, wondering if that trash feels the same way. He calls him nothing but an insect. Approaching the seated noble, Dino casually walks over and asks Moran why he is drinking all alone. Moran greets him like an old pal, waving wildly and joking that he almost died of boredom waiting for him. Nobody else here is even worth talking to. Dino introduces the group as traveling entertainers, hoping they might keep Moran amused. He politely apologizes for the unannounced visit, but Moran shrugs it off. He asks where they met. Dino lies, claiming they crossed paths in the Fallon Kingdom while searching for doctors. As the group introduces themselves, Jin bows, saying it is an honor to meet Sir Moran. Moran just smiles. Meanwhile, in another location, Veridin mutters that his brother Moran is absolutely repulsive. He notes that while their late uncle Andre was evil, Moran is on a whole different level. Just thinking about him makes Veridin sick. He cannot comprehend why the elders handed Moran control of a magic tower. Dante is stunned by the sheer hatred and asks what Moran is really like. Borden warns him that Moran is a literal monster from the abyss, far too twisted for Dante to even imagine. He desperately warns Jin to avoid Moran at all costs, because meeting him only brings ruin. Back at the camp, Vidian asks if Jin really tells stories for a living. Jin plays along, saying they have seen some wild things, just as Dino mentioned. Vidian nods, saying that is cute, but it is nothing compared to what a high-ranking Zippel survives on dangerous border missions. Suddenly, Moran's tone shifts. He calls Dino over, pointing out they only met 2 weeks ago. He demands to know Dino's real identity, mocking the absolute audacity of a mere reporter sneaking into a highly classified Zippel zone. Moran then asks how much Dino has been talking to the natives. He complains about the cleanup work, since now he has to slaughter everyone who dared speak to Dino while he was away. He sneers at Dino's pathetic cleverness, asking if he realizes something crucial. Every single native who spoke to him is already dead. Moran laughs, saying if Dino wants to play hero, he will just climb higher on their corpses. Dino's lack of fear is almost chilling. Moran continues to mock his guts. Dino asks what he means, and Moran sneers, mentioning the Garden of Swords and the fools backing him. The instant Moran strikes, Murakan leaps forward and pulls Dino, safety. Jin is completely stunned by the defense, shocked that he couldn't detect a single ounce of mana used to cast it. It makes no sense. The spell was hidden inside the campfire, yet he still couldn't sense the flow at all. He tries to analyze the trick. Murakan warns them to watch out, saying mana can be hidden but never truly erased, meaning someone here is a liar. Then, Murakan looks directly at Jin, mentioning a certain girl who once made a request to him. When Jin demands to know how he recognized his face, Murakan just gives him a silent, creepy stare. Jin slowly draws his sword, promising to make him talk piece by piece. Murakan just laughs, reminding Jin that he is still just a reserve flag bearer, questioning how he even got that request. Jin calls Murakan's polite tone utterly repulsive, laughing as he admits he is already sick of the acting. Murakan casually apologizes for his rudeness, raising a massive shield as Jin unleashes a magical blast. Rosa quickly steps in to shield Dino and the others from the shockwave, while Murakan's subordinates rush forward to block the incoming attack. Murakan coldly commands his men to drag everyone away. Meanwhile, Dino screams through his tears, desperately cursing Murakan. He demands to know why they are doing this to innocent people. What did the natives ever do to deserve this? Murakan just stares, enjoying every second of Dino's despair. He calls him a pathetic fool, mocking those who don't know their place. He labels Dino a useless, flattering spy, asking if playing hero for weaklings makes him feel superior. Murakan sneers that all this blood is on Dino's hands, then launches another deadly spell. He snarls at Dino to shut up because they are all going to die. Kashmir watches in absolute awe at the sheer devastation Jin caused by exploiting Murakan's momentary distraction. That shadow energy is utterly terrifying. Murakan grows furious as the bizarre force begins draining his mana like living, moving darkness. Realizing it is indeed shadow energy, Murakan grins, admitting the young master is incredibly clever. He laughs, realizing Solderet must be backing up the Runcandel family once again. Keeping his promise, Jin taps into his shadow energy, ordering his dragon buddy Murakan and Kashmir to strike from above. But Murakan? He's completely clueless, complaining he still can't sense a single thing. Our main character notes that the psycho is just hiding his mana flow. Easy fix, just assume he's constantly spamming magic. Murakan is actually impressed by Jin's speed, admitting he secretly prepped for this moment. Though he highly doubts our boy can play savior today, the villain charges straight ahead. Jin and Murakan dive into the clash. Murakan swings his magic staff like a madman, but Jin casually blocks it. Deciding to go all out, Jin warns him to back off. The psycho soon realizes Jin's shadow energy is literally erasing his spells. Jin follows up with some counter magic and takes a breath of relief. Murakan just laughs like a total maniac, loving the thrill. He says crushing our main character will be incredibly satisfying, thanking Jin for making his twisted playground shine even brighter. Realizing the spell is a total trap, Jin chooses to dodge instead of trading blows, saving his precious stamina. He signals Murakan and Kashmir, and his dragon buddy gets the hint instantly. Murakan jumps in, yelling at them to evacuate everyone outside the magic circle immediately. Dino agrees, but Murakan just scoffs. He brags that his giant magic circle covers everything in sight, leaving zero escape routes. He tells our boy to enjoy the show, and fires another attack. Jin barely dodges, crashing to the ground only to see the earth literally melting. The impact completely splits their group in half. Jin knows there's only one way through, charge ahead and block the blast with his sword. But seriously, how does an 8-star mage have this much cheat-like power? Our boy suspects a hidden artifact. Murakan realizes Jin isn't just some brainless swordsman. He effortlessly dodged the fire pillar, avoided the melting ground, and even stepped forward to completely cancel out his spell. That kind of counterplay takes serious magical IQ. Laughing, Murakan calls Jin a genuine magic swordsman. Jin tells him to wipe that smug smirk off his face, but the psycho just chuckles. He admits Jin's dual-class build is getting pretty annoying. Since things are getting troublesome, Murakan decides to spam even higher-tier magic, plotting a little surprise called a mana counterflow. For anyone with mana, counterflow is an absolute death sentence. It literally makes your energy explode inside you, shredding your internal organs. Usually, the weaker mage gets absolutely obliterated first. It's the ultimate cheat sheet to see who's boss. But here's the joke: Jin barely has any normal mana, making him completely immune to counterflow. Still, Murakan keeps throwing spells like a bully. The villain boasts that since his mana pool is massive, he'll end this quickly. But Jin's like, yeah, I counted on that. He closes the distance and shoves a glowing magic sphere right in his face. Blinded instantly, Murakan panics as total darkness swallows his vision. He wonders if this is Jin's shadow magic, but the vibe is totally off. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts right in front of him, shielding his eyes. The villain demands to know where that flash came from. But the real shocker? It's followed by ancient light magic, something a dark shadow user shouldn't even possess. Myron scoffs, mocking this light and shadow combo as some cliché hero prophecy nonsense. Meanwhile, Jin feels the dark energy in his wounds dissipating. Suddenly, his wild, beast-like battle instincts take over. He is fighting more like a feral predator than a refined mage. Though Myron's mana isn't as insane as Andre's, he's way more annoying in a duel. The villain just giggles, wondering what Jin's next move is. Armed with endless battle experience, the Psycho is convinced Jin is holding back another secret card. And honestly, he loves it. Backing away, Myron chuckles, noting Jin probably thinks he's a total lunatic. He claims they're actually two peas in a pod. He asks if all this flashy magic is just a cheap trick to stall for time. If so, he's bored. The villain mockingly apologizes, claiming he won't go down easily. He glances at the natives, lending their strength, and starts counting. That makes 3 times you've borrowed that power, right? He sneers. Jin's eyes turn cold, warning the maniac not to push his luck. Jin demands to know what his actual endgame is. Myron just grins, saying he is getting highly intrigued. People like us will do literally anything for our goals, he notes, admitting Jin's magical precision is insane. It even surpasses a typical 8-star mage, which is a wild surprise. He casts another spell, declaring that nothing should exist outside Zipful's blessing. Turns out, Dino and the others are just his living mana batteries. He casually explains that as long as they're breathing, they can keep feeding him mana. Since Jin boldly claimed he was going to kill him, Myron decides to clear the board of these obstacles first. Insisting they both have the same ruthless streak, he tells Jin to hurry up, kill the hostages, and start the final fireworks show. But right on cue, Tika steps forward with a massive truth bomb. She exposes Myron as a complete fraud. His story about a mana-boosting item? Total lies. By examining the collapsed victims, she figured out exactly how the Divine Relic actually operates. Hearing the words Divine Relic, Myron completely freezes up, demanding to know how she found out. As Jin watches quietly, Tika points a dramatic finger at the fallen victims and her suffering people. Myron snarls at her to stop buzzing like a pathetic insect, but she bravely yells that the victims are already dead. She calls him a psycho murderer who uses innocent people as lab rats. The truth is out. She begs for someone to end this horrific nightmare. Realizing Jin played him like a violin just to control the flow of the battle, Myron snaps, calling her a worthless sewer rat. Screaming in rage, he launches an attack to shut her up for good. He is furious. She ruined his grand performance, whining that the best part was supposed to be the sweet melody of screaming victims. He only kept her alive as a tool, but now he wants her erased. Dino dashes out from the tree line, begging Jin to save her. He yells that Tika is their acting leader and the natives' last hope. Jin instantly recognizes the incoming attack. It's the Zipful family's forbidden secret, the blue flames. He recalls some vital advice about this cheat code magic and braces himself to act. His sister once warned him that these legendary blue flames burn eternally. If you try to extinguish them normally, they'll just expand and swallow you whole. So, how do you beat endless fire? Simple. You just use an even hotter flame. Following her hilarious advice, Jin unleashes a massive inferno to save Tika. Myron is stunned, forced to admit Jin's fire is actually superior. As Jin smoothly catches Tika in his arms, the villain scoffs. He refuses to accept that a mere Runcandel magic swordsman could ever be crowned the strongest mage of their generation. It's a title only the legendary Phoenix test could bestow. Tika braces for the heat, but realizes the flames are actually acting as a shield, keeping her safe. She looks up and whispers her thanks. Jin tells her she did great without her. He would have bought into the villain's bluff. He tells her to rest, but she desperately warns him that Myron doesn't actually own the Divine Relic. He only squeezed out a few launch codes by torturing her people. The real relic is still heavily secured, and only they know the location. She asks if High Priestess Lausa sent him to save them. He promises to reveal the relic's location once this battle ends, begging him to stop the madness. Jin looks over at Myron, absolutely loving his utterly shattered and jealous expression. He's clearly seething that the Phoenix chose Jin. Jin mocks his cheap trap magic, asking if that's really all he's got. The playtime is officially over. It's time for this creep to rot in hell. Myron laughs, bragging about his wild past, dating the legendary witch Helaram, and drinking with kings of the Black Sea. He demands what a kid like Jin could possibly know about hell, launching a massive attack. He unleashes a compressed flame spell, but Tess swoops in to absorb the blast. Jin wonders if the attack just ticked off his Phoenix summons. Suddenly, Murakan flies in, asking what happened to the civilians. Murakan confirms the locals are safe, meaning they can finally go all out. He warns Jin that Myron's cast a sketchy Demon King possession spell. Since Tess is holding it back, they need to end this now. While keeping the spell suppressed, Murakan screams at Jin to gather his shadow energy. It's time to unleash his sword's absolute maximum power and end this absolute clown once and for all. Murakan tells Jin to hop onto his shadow energy and run. You and I know their plan to cut open the gate is insane, especially when our boy Jin takes a hit from a nasty demonic backlash. Jin knows he cannot sustain tests for much longer. Still, he holds the line. He worries the cursed dagger will slowly drain his life, leaving him to wither away into the underworld. But giving up? Not an option. Pushing past his limits, Jin grips his sword and charges forward. He knows 1,000 strikes might fail, but he pours every ounce of his soul into this blade. Boom! The strike connects, slicing right through. Myron desperately tries to counterattack as his power returns, but it's too late. His entire body erupts in flames as he screams in pure agony. Looking at his blade, Jin realizes his shadow energy felt completely different this time. It is a foreign, powerful sensation, leaving him wondering if he just tapped into the legendary Mind Sword. No time to overthink. He strikes again, watching Myron turn to dust and blow away. Spotting a faint, suspicious glow in Myron's leftover magic wand, Jin smashes it to pieces without hesitation. It is finally over. Jin collapses from exhaustion as Murakan and Luntia look on. Later, Murakan explains that these fancy Zippel tower staffs have a secret function hidden in a small rune. Murakan waves the broken staff, making the rune glow. Turns out, it just triggered an emergency beacon to the Zippel tower. Realizing trouble is coming, the dragon tells Jin to wake his lazy butt up. Jin blinks his eyes open, and Murakan immediately shoves a mysterious lump straight down his throat. Gagging, Jin spits the weird object out into his hand, demanding to know what he was just fed. Turns out, it is a rare unicorn horn, the ultimate cure for severe mana backlash. Murakan tells him he almost kicked the bucket. Jin swallowed it, and surprisingly, feels much better. His mana stabilizes, though his shadow and aura are still a chaotic mess. Kashmir showers our young hero with praise, and Jin asks where on earth they found a rare unicorn horn. Kashmir points over to Dino. Apparently, Dino learned about the horn during a wild drinking night with Myron. Turns out, Myron had stolen this treasure from Dino's family, and Laera recently snuck in and swiped it back. Then, Laera steps forward, introducing herself as the acting saint of Lahar. Bowing deeply, she swears she will never forget their kindness, even in death, before asking about their next move. She explains that when Lulu begged for salvation, it was not just about survival, but restoring their tribe's sacred relic. Jin is confused, asking if the relic was somehow broken. Murakan cuts in, completely shocked. In his 3,000 years of living, he has never heard of such a relic. He thought it was a bluff, but that crazy woman's power was too real. That massive power boost must have come from the relic itself. When Murakan asks which god it belongs to, she whispers a name, Kalam. Never heard of him, Murakan mutters, asking what ancient era this deity is from. Kashmir chimes in, urging them to grab the relic and run. They are sitting ducks deep inside Zippel territory, and it is only a matter of time before enemy reinforcements show up. But Laera drops a bombshell. There is a catch. They cannot just grab the relic, they must restore it first, which requires intense noon sunlight to unlock the sealed chamber. Murakan grumbles since it is pitch black outside. She says they must wait until midday to perform a massive ritual with the entire tribe. Murakan complains that this is way too complicated. They need to get this done before the Zippel clan notices. Murakan tells everyone to stop gossiping and start moving. Meanwhile, Jin ponders the Zippel clan, the holy relic, and the high noon sun. He cannot shake the feeling that a crucial piece of the puzzle is still missing. Since Tess incinerated Myron, Zippel won't be getting any updates from him. This middle-of-nowhere region has basically been forgotten, unless some emergency distress signal somehow managed to reach their magic tower. Now, you and I know that a magic tower master is a big deal, so Kashmir agrees there is no time to waste, especially with Jin warning them that an enemy fleet is already closing in. Jin warns them that Midor Elner, master of the 7th magic tower, will soon arrive. He explains that Zippel tower leaders carry these special staffs for a reason, and they are incredibly dangerous. Kashmir nods, knowing those beacons can summon an entire army of mages in seconds. Murakan is utterly baffled that Jin knows all these top-secret details. Meanwhile, the Zippel mages are advancing fast. Jin claims he heard it from Luna, though he actually remembers it from his master in his past life. Each Zippel tower holds 100 high-level mages. Fighting them while protecting civilians is a total nightmare. When Jin asks how much time they have left, he learns the enemy will arrive in 2 hours. That is just enough time for Jin to ask Kashmir for an incredibly risky favor. Kashmir is visibly shaken, realizing this gamble could easily get them all killed. But Jin insists this message must be delivered immediately, or they are toast. Kashmir nods and tells him to stay alive. With Kashmir gone, Murakan and Laera quickly begin preparing the ritual to restore the relic. The tribe gathers, but Jin's condition only worsens as his body collapses from overexertion. Murakan is absolutely furious that Myron could not just die quietly, and had to call in backup. Now, he worries Kashmir will not return in time, leaving them to hold the line alone. If Kashmir fails, they will have to fight to the bitter end. Meanwhile, Midor Weiss and his massive division locate the tribe's hidden land. Finding no sign of Myron, they assume the worst. Midor flies into a psychotic rage upon realizing his brother is dead, swearing to butcher whoever did this. Watching from afar, Murakan counts at least 30 elite mages and 6 giant dragons. This is just the vanguard. If they take them down, an even larger army will follow. Murakan grumbles that in his prime, he would have swatted these flies instantly, but his powers are still sealed. The Zippel forces land, riding a menacing fleet of red and fire dragons. Midor introduces himself as the feared Tower Master and furiously demands to know what happened to his brother. Jin put on his best innocent face, playing completely dumb. He doesn't even remember this Midor guy from his past life. Midor demands to know if they are secretly allied with the Runcandel clan. Before unleashing hell, Midor asks with eerie calmness if Myron is still alive, promising to spare them if they cooperate. Jin is actually surprised by how much this villain cares for his brother. It is ironic how Midor loves his brother, yet treated the local tribe like garbage. Realizing Myron is indeed dead, Midor's face twists in fury as he vows to slaughter them for mocking the Zippel clan. Midor commands his men to attack. Dozens of highly destructive 8-star spells prepare to rain down on them, but suddenly, a massive blizzard sweeps across the field, instantly freezing their spells in mid-air. Help has officially arrived. It is Talaris, the legendary master of the Hidden Palace, and her beautiful daughter, Cirrus. One wave of her hand is enough to completely neutralize the entire Zippel offensive. Murakan is actually impressed. Talaris even summoned the legendary giant snow toad, Mort, erecting a massive ice wall to block the enemies. Cirrus's mother looks down, highly curious about our young hero. She wanted to see the boy who gave her precious daughter such a run for her money, but seeing Jin battered and bruised, she asks if he is also the madman who killed Kedard Hall. Polaris tells Jin to relax. She has no interest in hurting her future son-in-law. Instead, she locks eyes with Murakan, and the two immediately begin shamelessly flirting while Jin is literally coughing up blood. Talaris tells Cirrus to tend to her boy toy while she goes to wipe out the trash. She is clearly pushing her daughter to make a move, teasing the young couple mercilessly. She reminds Jin that he owes his life to Cirrus's worrying. Overwhelmed and exhausted, Jin's legs finally give out, but Cirrus is right there to catch him in her arms before he hits the dirt. Honestly, you and I never expected his rescue to look like a cheesy rom-com, with Kashmir literally running to Talaris holding a bouquet of flowers, shamelessly begging her to save his friend. Jin is deeply touched that so many allies came to his rescue, but suddenly, he coughs up pitch-black blood. Murakan quickly shoves more medicine in his mouth, wondering why this kid always pushes himself to death, pushing himself way too far. Taurus is practically cringing just looking at him. Meanwhile, she exposes Midor as a total half-blood fraud. Midor realizes he is completely cooked, so his brilliant plan is just to buy time for backup. But Talaris has zero respect for this so-called simple clan. She easily deletes their elder, forcing the surviving sorcerers to spam endless defensive barriers, just to stay alive. Next, Talaris casually freezes their dragons solid. She is honestly laughing at their pathetic confidence. Time to pull out that legendary endormic ice magic we saw Cirrus use earlier. Boom! A massive blizzard erupts, turning the sorcerers into human popsicles and crushing Midor's spirit. Taurus then casually rips off the half-blood's arm like it's nothing. Talk about brutal. Just as he starts accepting his doom, a random portal saves him. Talaris is confused, but the reality quickly sets in. More of those annoying Zul sorcerers have entered the chat. They rescue their pathetic leader right under her nose. Now Talaris is absolutely furious. To make things worse, the Zippel clan brought a literal flying battleship, and Jin realizes they are in deep trouble. The casualties are piling up, and this massive ship is a nightmare. But the crew? Even worse. We are talking about the legendary White Knight and their elite Zippel Black Ops unit. Taurus takes one look and says it's time to run. Seriously, even she wants no part of this fight. She offers to save the natives, but our stubborn protagonist refuses to leave. He demands they finish the ritual first. Taurus is not thrilled about him ignoring her orders, but Jin argues this is their only shot at stopping the Xiles once and for all. He literally begs her to save the Collins people. Taurus actually agrees, giving him exactly 1 hour to stall the White Knights. Oh, and she demands a little chat with Seer afterward. As the ritual starts, Jin pleads with Tika to hurry. They are sitting ducks out here. Tika tells our beat-up young Runcandel to sit this one out and heal his injuries. She insists they need the artifact to win, but Jin is too stubborn for logic. He did not bleed this much just to give up now. Tika admits there is a shortcut, but they need Ryosa for it to work. Sir reveals she is currently in Taikon, telling Jin to grab the giant toad and fetch her. Taris is shocked her daughter is taking charge. Now Talaris has the lovely job of soloing an entire White Knight battalion. Thankfully, Murakan steps up to play hero too. The White Knight commander steps forward with a simple demand. He tells the palace ruler to run away and hand over the killer. Taris basically laughs, raises her sword, and tells them to go fetch their master if they want to negotiate. Since she says no, the Zio ship blasts a laser right at Murakan. How does he respond? He literally punches the giant laser. This absolute legend gives Talaris the perfect opening. She fires massive ice spears at the ship, but they manage to block it. They prepared for her, sure, but not for a crazy dragon punching lasers with his bare hands. He is instantly labeled a major threat. The commander calls headquarters to unlock the ship's forbidden limits. Meanwhile, Jin finally reaches Tone and desperately searches for Rasa. She was already packed and waiting for him. Back at the front lines, Taris keeps pressure on the ship while Moran acts as the ultimate shield, blocking every single laser beam. She even coats his burning arms in soothing ice. Hype up, Murakan throws a massive mountain chunk right at the ship. Classic show-off. Taris thinks they still hold the advantage. Since the enemy needs the artifact intact, they can't use their heaviest weapons. Dragging this out is her winning strategy. Too bad she is completely wrong about their desperation. The commander is just waiting for the green light. Once the clan approves, the ship goes dead silent. Murakan jokes that they gave up, but Taris knows better. The sky starts humming with pure destruction. Kelby just authorized them to completely vaporize the entire Cullen territory. The commander gives our heroes one final chance to surrender. Taris realizes they are trapped. Jin returns at the absolute last second, just in time to watch the giant cannon fire a terrifying beam of pure Armageddon. This world-ending laser obliterates everything in its path. At the last second, Taris uses her legendary ice sword to absorb the main impact, barely keeping everyone alive. Jin channels his shadow force to slice through the leftover blast waves. Saris is genuinely impressed. Even half dead, the guy is still keeping up with her crazy pace. But honestly, getting Leosa to the altar seems impossible right now. That battleship is a flying cheat code. Even the commander is shocked Taris survived that blast. He smugly warns her to stand down again, but she just laughs. Taris reminds them that even their absolute strongest sorcerer wouldn't stand a chance against her. She turns the intimidation up to 11, proving how outmatched they really are. But the White Knight plays dirty, threatening to target the weaklings she's protecting instead. That threat gives her an idea. If Laosa completes the ritual, they win this game. So she prepares to block the entire army, buying her daughter precious time. Everything is on the line right now. As the enemy charges up another apocalyptic laser, Jin orders Cedrix to protect Laosa while he goes to open a path. Cedrix thinks this is a total suicide mission, but Jin is completely fine with the risk. He knows he only survived this long thanks to everyone else's sacrifices. Now, it is his turn to pay them back. Suddenly, Leosa is hit with a tragic flashback of fleeing her homeland so the evil Zetrol could never capture her. If they caught her, everything was over. Her people sacrificed themselves just so she could escape and eventually return with a savior to end their absolute nightmare. But instead, the Syphils ruthlessly burned the entire village. Lhasa fled all alone, hiding on a remote island and desperately trying to control her raw, unstable powers. She waited years for someone to rescue her. Now, seeing Jin risk his life to protect her, tears stream down her face. She is ready to sacrifice everything. The next laser is fully charged. As Jin and Cyrus charge forward, Taris literally slices the laser beam into a million pieces. Talk about an absolute queen. Jin must shield both Leosa and Cyrus with just his blade. Murakan warns that more attacks are coming. These relentless Xiphils just do not know when to quit. They are trying their best to shield the girls, but a stray beam blasts Jin directly. He goes down hard, causing Cyrus to scream in pure panic. She remembers his promise to protect them with his life. Enraged, Cyrus completely loses control and takes a heavy hit. Collapsing, she begs Leosa to keep running. With a heavy heart, Leosa prays and keeps moving forward. She knows words alone won't save them. The choice is made. Meanwhile, Jin drifts into a dark void. A mysterious voice commands him to wake up. Opening his eyes, Jin is forced to witness a horrific future where Cyrus is dead, and the Xiphil sorcerers have completely won the war. Murakan was slaughtered by Canthun. The enemy patriarch launched a total annihilation campaign, and even Jin himself died. Suddenly, a god's echoing voice welcomes him into the afterlife. She asks if he regrets dragging so many innocent people into his bloody war. Even with his spirit broken, Jin firmly states that he does not regret his path. His only regret is his own pathetic weakness. He could not protect his friends from a terrible fate. He is just a powerless swordsman who failed everyone. The goddess totally digs that and tells him to hold that thought. She literally swipes away his nightmare vision and introduces herself as Clam. Yes, Clam, the deity who has been waiting forever. Our boy Jin is just standing there, completely clueless. Jin has zero clue what is happening. Clam basically says there is no time to explain, just expect tons of pain ahead. But then he realizes that awful future has not actually happened yet. Suddenly, Jin wakes up with a massive headache. After a moment of pure panic, he sees Cirrus is totally fine. But instead of a hug, Murakan instantly slaps him for giving everyone a heart attack. Turns out, he worried for nothing. Meanwhile, Solderet is genuinely impressed. She cannot believe he casually took down a god when he does not even know how he did it. Murakan actually hijacked Jin's energy to summon a goddess, which instantly deleted that giant battleship. Talk about a major cheat code. Those fancy White Knight sorcerers lost the second she showed up. Now, Clam is piloting Rouse's body, sporting long hair and creepy white eyes. Rouse basically donated her physical form just to summon her. And to teach him a lesson, Clam showed Jin that terrifying future. Basically, she traumatized him for his own good. Murakan is not buying this act though, demanding to know her real motive. That is when Clam conjures a glowing swirl of energy, claiming she is the god of magic. Back in the day, with a little help from the shadow god, she almost wiped out humanity. But Solderet locked all that dangerous power inside a fancy divine artifact. Murakan is totally shocked, having absolutely no clue about this history. Clam shows them the seal, which is slowly crumbling, meaning she had to step in to keep it stable. This artifact is basically an infinite magic cheat code, easily capable of erasing the world, and the poor Kalin villagers lived only to guard it. Murakan is absolutely furious that these innocent people had to sacrifice their entire lives just to watch over some dusty artifact. Clam explains she was completely powerless to help them while sealed, at least until Jin came along and activated the magic. Lighting that rune candle made her return possible. Cirrus and Solderet are completely floored to learn Jin is actually contracted to the literal god of darkness. To make things wilder, Clam casually hands Jin this priceless artifact. Combined with Solderet's power, he is basically holding a weapon of mass destruction. Clam puts the survival of her people in his hands, explaining that this infinite magic was always meant for him, just as Jin Runcandel originally intended. He created this seal at the absolute peak of his strength, which basically proves he was a literal god. Jin is happy about the upgrade, but then he remembers Rouse's promise. She was supposed to help him talk to his own deity. But Clam drops a truth bomb. It is impossible. Even with Murakan by his side, the god of darkness is not taking any calls. Little does she know, our boy Jin is actually on his second playthrough of life anyway. Jin is cool with it, since he did not do this for a reward anyway. Her mission complete, Clam reverts to her spirit form. Thanks to Jin, the people of Kalin are finally free, and Clam is deeply grateful to him. Even Solderet and Cirrus are super impressed, because it is not every day a literal deity thanks a mere mortal. Still, she warns them to clear out quickly before the Zephyl forces retaliate. Now sharing a soul with Clam, Rouse learns that her god could not answer her prayers earlier because she was locked inside that mirror artifact. Clam apologizes for the immense price Rouse paid, saying her suffering kept her people safe. Rouse is just thankful she finally got an answer. The dark future was averted, and she has never been happier. Clam is glad to serve the colonites in return, and now she is just waiting for Jin to grow strong enough to save the rest of the world from suffering. If that mirror had fallen into Zephyl hands, everything would have been for nothing. Tika is absolutely overjoyed that things worked out. Jin feels deeply grateful for the sacrifices made by the colonites. He is the only one who truly knows the sheer scale of destruction the Zephyls would have caused. To repay them, the Runcandel prodigy offers the entire clan a safe place to live. He cannot protect them directly due to his duties as a flag bearer, so he gives Dino a letter for his sister Luna. If those Zephyl hounds strike back, more lives will be in danger. But Jin is fully prepared for that. He wants the journalist to publish everything and get the public on their side. Later, Jin formally meets one of Solderet allies without any blades flying. She is so laid back she actually calls the whole mission a breeze. Even though Jin is still sweating that the Zephyl patriarch might retaliate, Solderet is completely unfazed. She thinks the old man will move cautiously. Since he has no clue a god showed up, he probably thinks Solderet wiped out the entire White Knight unit single-handedly. Jin is relieved, but Solderet reminds him she is not running a charity. Jin was a client, and an elite magic swordsman who is contracted to a god should pay handsomely. Jin prepares his wallet for a massive bill, but Solderet just laughs and lets him off completely free, claiming the intel she gathered was more than enough. Right now, you and I can see he is totally speechless as she teases her daughter. Jin is utterly baffled that she wants absolutely nothing. As the ruler of the Hidden Palace prepares to leave, Cirrus looks at Jin and demands a real, non-magical rematch next time they meet. Her mother thinks she is being way too stiff and continues to tease her about her crush. Then, the story cuts back to Jin Runcandel, because Talaris Indorma has personally paid him a little visit. She basically entered the dangerous Black Sea just to pitch a marriage proposal for Jin. Meanwhile, over at Luna's place, she gets the wild report about Jin taking down Murakan and the White Knight fleet. Naturally, her very first question is whether her little brother is safe. The moment she hears he is fine, Luna turns to Tika and bluntly asks what skills she has, making it clear she is not running a free shelter. She is not about to house the colonites if they do not plan to work. So, she orders her maid to help them find actual jobs, which is way better than relying on charity. As for Dino, she is ready to support him fully. He gets full backing to launch Jin's media plan. A month after the battle, news of the Kolon genocide spreads globally. Everyone learns a group of mysterious travelers stopped the slaughter and drove back the Zipfel forces. Even the Runcandels caught wind of it. The Zipfel clan tried to blame the whole thing on Murakan since he was already dead, but those leftover battleship parts clearly proved they were involved. Some kingdoms are furious, while others keep quiet. The Emperor publicly defends the Zipfels, triggering an instant backlash, though the Zipfels reward him handsomely for his loyalty anyway. Still, their reputation is utterly trashed, and they cannot launch any massive attacks. Thanks to Jin and Luna, they have suffered heavy losses, while Dino gets massive support from the public. The colonites keep praying for Jin, waiting for the day their savior steps into the light. They pray for his absolute success, hoping he will be the one to dismantle the Zipfels once and for all. Now, let us cut back to Chiron's awkward meeting with Talaris. Chiron is completely shocked when a giant wall of ice erupts in the distance. It is just Talaris firing a casual warning shot at him. Chiron is already incredibly annoyed by her ridiculous antics. Talaris claims she is not there to fight, but then almost slices him in half by accident. Chiron barely blocks the blow in time, completely ignoring her excuses. He just wants to read Kashimir's latest letter. That is when he learns Jin defeated Murakan, and some mysterious traveler saved the colonites from the Zipfels. But what really blows his mind is the mention of that massive dragon battleship, an enemy way too strong for Jin to handle alone. That is when Talaris cuts in and proudly admits she is the one who completely vaporized it. She is surprised Kashmir is even writing to him, while Chiron is annoyed that none of the letters mentioned her interference. Talaris thinks Kashmir deserves praise for prioritizing Jin over the clan's strict rules. The patriarch actually concedes that point, realizing he might have judged the situation too quickly. Chiron tells her to drop that ridiculous marriage proposal already, but Talaris is convinced the kids are a perfect match. Far away, Jin suddenly feels a massive chill run down his spine. Gilly suggests it is probably just a side effect of his rapidly growing mana, but Jin highly doubts it. Regardless, he has gotten significantly stronger. He has officially reached 6-star swordsmanship and 7-star mana. Carrying the artifact gives him a massive reservoir of magic to tap into, though he knows relying on it too much might weaken the divine seal. Suddenly, Kashimir's assistant brings some weird news. An unexpected visitor is outside, begging for a job. This guy somehow knows one of their secret hideouts, so he is definitely not some random civilian. Naturally, Jin steps out to see who it is and is completely floored by a very familiar, annoying face. Yes, you and I are looking at that legendary clown information broker, Jet. Despite ruining Jin's life in his past timeline, Jin spared him, and now the guy is standing right here. Kashmir demands to know how he tracked them down, and Jet admits to some old royal connections. Sure, Jin helped smash the auction house, but he is not letting Jet off the hook. Jet tries to play dumb, but an angry Kashmir finally scares some truth out of him. Giant wants more. Jet turns around to tell the rest and instantly freezes. Spotting Giant, he panics and calls him a total backstabber, admitting he actually did pretend to be the famous Veritan before. Kashmir snaps at the insult and nearly slices Jet's head off right there. Suddenly, Murakan storms in, furious because he still hasn't got his ice pops. To him, snacks beat any investigation. Murakan gets even madder when he spots Jet, the exact thief he beat up earlier. Jet nearly faints, realizing this scary crew is with Kashmir, and that Giant is actually the boss. Jet faceplants directly onto the floor, begging for mercy. When the main character demands info on Alu, Jet confesses his real name is Marius, a former Runcandel cadet. The name rings a bell. Gilly immediately connects the dots, sharing a last name with Luna's nanny. Giant's face goes pale. Alu came from Delki, a kingdom of Huster. He was a nobody who somehow passed the cadet test. That was the last time he ever used his real name before ditching it. Gilly agrees, while Kashmir holds a sword to Jet's throat, doubting a mere commoner could pass that brutal test. As Kashmir presses him, Gilly suggests an insider must have helped Elu enter. We are talking about a pure-blood Runcandel, Or maybe one of the powerful nannies running things behind the scenes. See, nannies do way more than raise children. They hold serious political power. When Luna was the top contender to lead the clan, her nanny held massive sway over everything. If Alu and Tamwan are linked, did Luna curse Giant in his past life? That feels way too hard to believe. Our main character decides Tamwan probably acted completely alone without Luna's knowledge. With Jet's info confirmed, the main character plans to use him as bait in Delki. But let's look at Delki, where a thug is bullying a commoner until a purple-haired woman intervenes. She gives the thug a slow, agonizing death. The terrified commoner begs for mercy, thinking she is his savior. Wrong. She is a straight-up villain, executing him next and absorbing his life force. Kashmir explains that only one group in Delki used the name Marius, a twisted orphanage once run for royalists. They forced children to form deep bonds, then ordered them to slaughter each other. The survivors became cold-blooded assassins. When the place finally shut down, 10 children were released, including Alu. Kashmir hands Giant the addresses of all 10 survivors so he can investigate. He is determined to track down whoever cursed him in his past life. Arriving in Delki with Jet, their first target is a man named Gaborius. The main character wants this done fast, but when Jet knocks, there is only silence. Nearby, a crowd has gathered around a horrifying murder scene. One victim is poisoned, while another is cleanly sliced in half by wind magic. A bystander grumbles that Gaborius got what he deserved, prompting Giant to interrogate him. The man reveals they stumbled upon the corpses, noting that another guy who owed Gaborius money was also dead. Jin deduces Gaborius was the true target, while the other man was vaporized just to erase a witness. Did the killers rush and make a sloppy mistake? Suddenly, he demands the next name. A dark conspiracy is unfolding. The dread is confirmed at their second stop, finding another freshly poisoned corpse. It is the exact same toxin, meaning someone is hunting down every single survivor. They are erasing all evidence. Rushing to the remaining targets, they find nothing but brutally decapitated bodies. Right away, our main character detects the faint magical residue of an 8-star spell. That means the assassins are unleashing stronger magic with every strike. Jet panics, warning that local guards are bound to notice them hanging around so many fresh murder scenes. Jin refuses to stop. Time is running out, and as a proud reserve flag bearer, he wants answers at all costs. Meanwhile, the killers have only one name left on their hit list. They are thrilled with how easy the cleanup has been. The twist? They are survivors of that same orphanage, too. Deemed the absolute best, they now move to silence the very last witness. Breaking in, the assassins are stunned to find an empty room. This time, Jin and Jet beat them to it. Using the portal, they intercepted and rescued the last survivor and his kid, but a massive problem remains. The assassins hunting them are Varys and Kuzan, the orphanage's deadliest duo. Giant is stunned. He was told there were 10 survivors, but the real number is 12. Suddenly, Varys and Kuzan launch their attack. They have already caught up. Varys is excited to slaughter her dear brother, while Kuzan just wants to get this over with quickly.